Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the conference. I'm delighted to see you all here today as we continue our exploration of the critical issues facing Afghanistan. Yesterday, we laid a strong foundation through our examination of the historical context and internal and external factors contributing to the country's current situation. The diversity of perspectives shared was truly remarkable and profoundly informative, and it was a huge credit to all of our participants. Today, we will build on yesterday's discussions as we shift our focus to the future, looking closely at inclusivity, representation, and the challenges that lie ahead in shaping a stable and a prosperous Afghanistan. Our speakers today bring a wealth of experience and insight, and I'm confident that the discussions will be both engaging and truly thought-provoking. Your active participation is what makes these sessions so impactful, and I encourage you all to share your thoughts and ideas as we navigate these complex topics together. Thank you for being here and for your commitment to this important work. Let's make today as productive and enlightening as possible. And so without further ado, it brings me great pleasure to introduce our first panel of the day. This is on the concept of inclusivity, representation, and democracy, as well as the problem of hegemony from 2001 to 2021. It focuses on the combination of internal and external issues, as well as structural and institutional flaws, and the issue of inclusivity, representation, and the state in Afghanistan. It's chaired by Professor Munira Shahidi, and joining us in person, we also have Dr. Nasir, Ahmad, Andisha, and Professor Siddharth S. Saxena. And joining us online, we have Ms. Munazza Ebtikar and Dr. Nematullah Bizhan. So without further ado, I'd like to pass over to Professor Shahidi, and I'm very much looking forward to starting today's discussions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. And thank you for all of us for coming. You're very welcome to share with me the ideas I have on future for Afghanistan. Of course, everybody knows that the future should be peace and capacity to collaborate, to communicate with each other. And from that point of view, Afghanistan has a deep, real intellectual history. But the future of Afghanistan cannot be imagined without academic findings of Tajik Academy of Sciences. The things are like that. When the Tajiks were marginalized from Samarkand and Bukhara, a group of Samarkandis and Bukharians, intellectuals, came to Tajikistan with the help of Sadruddin Aini to build cultural infrastructure, to build cultural identity.
Those online, they come here. Can you take that maybe closer to you?
Yes, exactly. Oh. And the first novel of Sadruddin Aini was not about Lenin or Marx. It was about Ibn Sina, Avicenna, in Kirillitsa, of course. But what was important, it was important to know that 80% of that place, nowadays Tajikistan, were non-educated people. That's why to transfer to Kirillitsa was not such a great problem. But still, it should be done. Cultural infrastructure and cultural identity should be understood by our people as cosmopolitan, as having capacity to share. Biraved ای حریفان بکشید یاری ما را به من آورید یک دم صنمی گریز پارا وگر او بود. The whole of our poetics is capacity to share with other. But Eurocentric regime made us, so to say, divided. And anyway, Tajiks were always in a very good relations with neighborhood, with neighbors. My father was composer, music composer, Ziodlo Shahidi, and he's recognized as a founder of modern Tajik music. And he was in a very good relations with Ashrafi, Uzbek composer, Karakarayev, Azerbaijani composer, with all poets, musicians, singers, and the situation in the region as a whole was dictated like that. Me and you are one. So I'm happy to see today that audience, which is open to share that idea of peace and peace building, which is a platform of Tajikistan today, and we are trying to keep that dimension. Who is the first?
I think online.
Online, yes. Please.
Munazza, the floor is yours.
Very good.
She's
Just
speaking,
unmute yourself, please, Munazza.
Your microphone is closed.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Assalamu alaikum. I will try to present as fast as I can. So thank you so much. I unfortunately couldn't hear the introductions because we couldn't hear, but I'm so honored to be speaking at this conference and to be part of this distinguished panel. I also want to express my sincere gratitude to the Mosaic team for their tireless efforts in organizing this conference. To introduce myself, my name is Munazza Ebtikar. I'm a doctoral candidate at Oxford, completing my dissertation on history and memory in wartime Afghanistan. In line with the theme of this panel, I will be presenting a paper on governance structures in wartime Afghanistan. And this is very much a research in progress, and I'm very happy for any feedback from colleagues here today. To start my presentation, I will share with you a small clip of a documentary as part of chronicling the current military resistance in Afghanistan in spring 2022. So let me share this. So I hope you can hear the sound of the video.
Ask her to try moving the slides because I don't think they're moving.
If you can move the slide because we can't see them.
Okay, so
Move the slides.
how do I do this? Sorry, should I share the video itself?
That might be.
That might be possible, yes.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
That might be possible, yeah, probably.
Okay. Let's try this again. I think I found it.
Lovely.
Okay, how does that go?
Yes, it works.
Restart it.
Please restart it.
Okay.
And maximize her screen as well.
Yeah. Can you please maximize your screen as well at the same time?
Yes. Absolutely.
Oh my God.
این تمام وقت در ترینینگ است که باید مردم ترینینگ بده و هم برای ارتباط چیز که باید جنگ نموکن ترینینگ به جنگ هم کار نمونه ولی شرایط هم آمده که باید دوباره سوال داره جنگ بود اون مردم منتظر کننده هستن که چون شرایط جنگ مساعد میشه ما تا درست میشه مثال میگم مسائل باشه، سنش برابر باشه، اون رو میگیریم، ترین میدیم، سلام میدیم بره جنگ. قبل از خب 22 ساله رو بگیرشتیم و خیلی هم که فیصله شده 18 ساله از 18 باره. Among these contexts are young people from all over the province, former Mujahideen, Commander Massoud's comrades, special forces soldiers and public servants.
سلام تشریف آورید احمد شما را بگم خیر مقدم میگم خوش آمدید میگیم این که صدای خاموش مظلوم و اکثریت مظلوم مردم و جهان به گوشای مردم میرسانید ثانیاً بله 20 تا قرارگاه از اوایل شورای جهاد که میراث از قهرمان ملی مونده و فعلا تا حال دست نخورده است و قرارگاه به جایش و همهش تمام حیات فعال است. باز اگر چه بتونه که اضافه میشه باز روی دو بحث میشه انواع لوجستیکیش، تکنیکش در پای باید بحث میشه باز با اونجا تشکیل داده میشه که قرارگاه.
Okay, so I will put this here. So the remarks of the unidentified individual in this video goes as such. We have 22 bases in Farsi meaning, or in Farsi translating to Qarargahha, which remain from the beginning of the period of jihad, referring to the Soviet-Afghan war. A legacy that has been left behind by the national hero, referring to Commander Ahmad Massoud. They have been left untouched, and the bases, Qarargahha, have been kept intact. So this man alludes to the military bases established in the north and northeastern regions of Afghanistan during the Soviet-Afghan war in the 1980s and the subsequent wars of the 1990s. Mujahideen fighters from this area or these regions under the leadership of Ahmad Massoud constructed these bases. These strategic fronts have assumed today a newfound significance in the contemporary struggle against the Taliban. They have undergone a renaissance, resurrected not only in physical presence, but also by way of the historical and mnemonic resonance they embody. This example encapsulates the core of my research, how governance structures created during the wartime periods continue to shape Afghanistan's socio-political landscape. These bases, or Qarargahha, are not just physical structures, but repositories of collective memory, symbols of resistance, and embodiments of local governance models that have persisted throughout the decades of wars. So contemporary scholarship on governance in Afghanistan has predominantly centered on post-2001 state-building efforts, often overlooking the diverse governance models that has existed during the wartime periods of the 80s and 90s and their enduring influence in the current socio-political order. Such analyses frequently consider Afghanistan as a post-conflict blank state after 2001, characterizing the preceding decades as chaotic and marked by the destruction of all forms of political order. So my paper aims to address this gap by examining how local forms of governance and systems of administration created in Afghanistan under wartime conditions have persisted in the socio-political order under the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan until today or beyond. By focusing on Kabul and the northeastern regions of the country, particularly Panjshir, I explore how diverse opposition groups defended, resisted, and fought against the Kabul-based central state apparatus and the Soviet military presence, establishing alternative governance structures in the process. So the framework of this research is grounded on the concept of collective memory as developed by Maurice Hallwalks and further developed by scholars such as Pierre Noir and Paul Cotterton. This framework posits that an individual's memories functions within a socio-cultural environment, and memory, in the collective sense, contributes to shared versions of the past. Collective memory is understood as a social phenomenon that allows for the persistence of the past in the present, constituting narratives of the past constructed by specific groups and serving as meaningful forms of identification subject to negotiation and reassessment. Collective memory, alongside the institutions and practices that uphold it, plays an important role in creating, sustaining, and reproducing what Benedict Anderson refers to as, or referred to as, imagined communities. These communities provide individuals with a sense of history, place, and belonging. In the context of political memory, mnemonic actors invoke myths and symbols of the collective past to shape and delimit their society's identities, legitimize their power, mobilize electoral support, and exchange power resources. In the context of Afghanistan, collective memory serves as a very powerful tool to understand the persistence of wartime governance models and their influence on contemporary political debates. It helps explain why certain forms of local governance continue to resonate with communities long after the end of one conflict, and how these remembered practices shape expectations of legitimate political authority. So just a quick note on the methodology. I rely on a mixed methods approach, combining ethnographic research with in-depth interviews conducted in two distinct periods, one being between 2018 and 2019, during the time of my ethnographic fieldwork, and after the Taliban's takeover of power in 2021. The focus is on Panjshir and surrounding regions, as I've mentioned before, and these regions are very rich with histories of socio-political and military resistance and local governance. This fieldwork involves participant observation in local communities, attending public gatherings, and engaging in informal conversations with residents. It also helped to understand, this method also helped to understand how collective memories are enacted and transmitted in everyday life. In-depth interviews were conducted with a diverse range of participants, including former Mujahideen fighters, local political leaders, women's activists, and everyday citizens. These interviews provided insights into individual and collective narratives about these past governance structures. And this research also involves analysis of visual and material culture, including posters, flags, and other symbols used in public spaces in Afghanistan, and also digitally. These elements provide insights into how collective memories are visually represented and mobilized in contemporary political discourse. So just a brief point on historical context. During the Soviet-Afghan War and the subsequent war time period, various Mujahideen groups established local governance structures in areas under their control. In Panjshir and surrounding regions, the forces led by Ahmad Massoud developed a particularly effective system of local governance at the time. This system included one local shurat for decision-making, provision of basic services, including healthcare and education, a judicial system based on a combination of Islamic law and local customs, and economic management, including taxation and resource distribution. These governance structures became deeply ingrained in local collective memory, representing a form of self-governance seen as more responsive to local needs and cultural norms than the distant central government in Kabul at the time. A key element of this governance structure was a system of bases, or karargahlar. Each base had a commander, a doctor, financial officer, and other key personnel. They served as military and political structures, performing acts of governance and serving as checkpoints to control population movement. The Panjshir Front, for example, had 22 bases at one time, all affiliated with Jamiat-e-Islami, the political faction at the time. And it still exists today, but differently today. These bases had judges who dealt with legal matters, treasuries for tax collection, and committees for health, education, and other essential services. The civilian population played an important role in these wartime governance efforts. It is important also to note that there are variations in governance models among Mujahideen groups at the time, which can be attributed to several factors, such as ideological differences, geographic and demographic variations in their areas of control, different external patrons and support networks, and varying levels of military success and territorial control. These factors led to diverse governance approaches, from the more structured system in Panjshir to less structured arrangements in other regions of the country. So back to my fieldwork. During my fieldwork under the Republic, I visited two families. So I would visit families who had lost their men serving in the Afghan National Defense and Security Forces. And it revealed how memories of past death and martyrdom gave meaning to contemporary deaths for the women that I visited. In gatherings to mourn martyrs, Memories of past sacrifices during this wartime period of 1980s and 1990s were linked to the deaths of AIDSF members. These gatherings also involved more than just mourning. They also included discussions about Afghanistan's current socio-political crisis. One particular example was a gathering where a woman invoked the wartime past, suggesting they rebuild what existed before, to keep their honor and start anew, just as they had done during the era of the Soviet-Afghan War. She said, and I quote, "Let's build it again. Let's keep our honor. Let's keep our daughter. Let's keep our son. Let's come and start from nothing. Do you remember what had happened during the Jabha?" Referring to military and political front during military front from the 1980s and 1990s. It was just us against the Soviets. So these practices of remembrance and mourning demonstrate how collective memory serves as a resource for making sense of current hardships and for imagining future possibilities. They also illustrate how memories of past governance models, particularly those associated with the Mujahideen era, continue to shape expectations of political leadership and community organization. And I would also briefly touch on public invocations of memory, because this is something so salient in Afghanistan and within politics of Afghanistan. So the landscape during my fieldwork between Kabul and Panjshir during the 2019 presidential elections was dotted with the green, white, and black Mujahideen flags, often in lieu of the national flags of Afghanistan. These flags appeared on the campaign posters of presidential candidates, sporting the Palestinian keffiyeh, locally known as dismal, the pakol hats, and military-style clothing. The slogans on these posters contain words like muqawmat, jihad, and shahid. This visual culture and mnemonic practices were connected to Afghanistan's wartime past and invoked by prominent wartime and political figures.
1.5 minutes.
Okay. Sorry, Munazza, John, she's saying you have 1.5 minutes left.
Oh, okay, fine. I can go straight to the conclusion. I have a lot to say, so that's fine. So, in conclusion, and my paper's being published, so that's good. Maybe we can look at that afterwards. But I hope to have demonstrated the important role that collective memories of wartime governance have had in shaping contemporary political dynamics. By moving beyond state-centered analyses and focusing on local memories and narratives, we can gain a better understanding of the challenges facing efforts to establish inclusive and representative governance in the country. The persistence of memories of the wartime past and their active mobilization in current political movements suggests that any sustainable political solution for Afghanistan must engage seriously with diverse local histories and governance traditions. So today, the calls for decentralized governance rooted in remembered practices from the war years cannot be dismissed simply as opposition to the idea of a unified Afghan state. Rather, they represent deeply held convictions about effective legitimate governance shaped by lived experiences and collective narratives. I will go much faster now. So ultimately, I hope that I highlighted the need for approaches to governance in Afghanistan that are sensitive to local histories, memories, and aspirations. Further research could extend beyond just the regions that I focused on, and it can consider how diverse spatial and power dynamics exist and operate beyond traditional territorial and state-centric analyses to gain a more comprehensive understanding of the enduring impact of the past and the present, and foregrounding a bottom-up approach, which is does not just privilege prominent male actors, but also female actors as well. In fact, democratizes knowledge production in meaningful new terms. And this might allow us to better understand the relationships between civilian populations and the systems of governance and administrations, as well as social networks in their midst. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Munazza. It was really great to hear you and to know about your ideas. And actually, it's really very important to put into discussion how to build collective memory in nowadays situation. Thank you so much. And I think that the next speaker would be, who is our next speaker?
Andisha.
Yes, please.
They're asking me to introduce myself also. My name is Nasir Andisha, and I'm currently the permanent representative of Afghanistan at the United Nations office in Geneva. And I also have a small academic hat, which I wear sometime when I come here. I did my PhD from the Australian National University, and my research was Afghanistan's neutrality, basically Afghanistan foreign policy with that, with a specific focus on neutrality. And when, I saw this, Shotsab invited me to participate the concept of inclusivity, representation, and democracy, the problem of hegemony. But also there was a discussion about the external issues as well as the structural. And, this is probably the whole problem of Afghanistan. My research interest, academic interest, has always been on the external elements of what happens in Afghanistan. And that is, if you look at it from one perspective, Afghanistan is, the current geography of Afghanistan is sort of a foreign-induced idea and a structure which was pushed into the current geography as a result of the great game. Everything was fixed from north to south, from east to west by the two hegemonic powers of the time. And even the extension of Badakhshan was given to Afghanistan in the late 1800 with a little bit of money also to keep it, because the king Abdus Muhammad Khan was not willing to keep that part. So I don't need it. They say, no, take this to separate the Tsarist Russia from the British India. So I think if you wanted to, for me, I analyzed Afghanistan from this perspective for over a decade. But this is too grim. This is too disempowering. This is too disencouraging, because as Afghans, the people of Afghanistan, you don't get any agency, because if it is something which is created to you, if everything is externally induced, then who the hell are you in this piece of land? So I somehow keep that in the shelf. I know that I'm kind of a realist on that, because a very realistic approach to geopolitics. I'm interested since the fall of Afghanistan into the sociological aspect, into the identity aspect, into people's aspect, anthropology of does this people themselves also have a role, or are we a complete victim of circumstances, or do we have agency as well or not? And I think with that comes this very interesting discussion on the concept of inclusivity, representativeness, and democracy. Are these concepts completely alien to that land? Because this is one narrative. A narrative which came from somebody I really loved and keep to listen, and after that time I stopped, and that's Dr. Soros. Dr. Soros, who is a very famous Iranian intellectual of Maulana and the others, but of course he also has a political edge. After August 2021, he in each program that he talks about Masnawi Manawi, then he takes a break at the beginning and talks about the current status. Since Afghanistan, as a country adjacent and sharing the same language was important for him, he says some specific word which really triggered. And he said that the barren land of Afghanistan does not have the sufficient nutrients to for the seed of democracy to germinate and to create a society based on democracy. And it really of course maybe he was right and he has his own analysis, but it really pissed me off basically. And after that I stopped listening, but this shouldn't be like this. He is a great person. I have to listen to him. But that made me think that, is that correct? After 20 years. Yeah. Is that correct that after this, so he said these are, so somehow he was projecting, I know maybe he put his Islamic hat that this is, the Taliban or the group who has come in with, an ideology which is much more stronger than these ideas of inclusivity, and that is, Islamic Ummah and things like that. So I stopped it there. So that got creating kind of curiosity in me that let's study society of Afghanistan. Because there's always propagated that Afghanistan is a strong nation and a weak government. Is that correct? Is it a strong society? And what is that society? So I will stop it there because it's a big subject. I don't want to open it. I just talk about the future and the past because this is the topic here, and I know we cannot do justice to this. So I will quote again another grim or gloomy quote from no one than George Orwell, who said that, the one who controls the past controls the future, and the one who controls the present controls the past. So in this case, that's the Taliban. So you're talking about future, you talk about the past, you talk about the present, you have to factor in that what we are facing right now, the reality on the ground, is a group which controls the present and trying to control the past, and with that, they will control the future. But then there's another question in 21st century, that what the control means, because control in the past was control of geography. Do they control narrative? Do they control social media? Do they control the idea formation around the whole things? So that's why, yesterday I was listening last night to the Minister of Higher Education, but also, a famous Taliban 2.0, Stanexai, who were very much complaining about the loss of control of narratives around the social media. He was saying, look, we won the war, but now there's a lot of negative propaganda against us. And the Mullah Nadim was saying that, look, I don't know how these people could say all of these things, something very un-Islamic in Pashto. He was surprised that, people could say this and also but say this in Pashto. He was like, going to be crazy. But is that control or maybe this contestation of narrative sufficient or not? Can we fight somebody in Afghanistan who controls the present and trying to control the past? And in part of the past, what Munazza said, I agree with that that's collective memory of people in different places in terms of resistance. But Taliban are trying to control even that narrative, that the narrative of jihad is our narrative. Also, we are part of that narrative. And the narrative of jihad against the Soviet Union was spoiled by people who controlled Afghanistan from 1992 to recently 2021, and we are the one, we also reviving or correcting the wrongs of the Mujahideen. So banking on that narrative alone is probably also problematic, because those qarargahs could be easily owned by the Taliban as, the areas where together we fought the Russians, because they also take that element. I think maybe the one before last, because I can answer a question. Maybe I put more questions here, and that is the discussion over representative democracy inclusivity. That yesterday there was a very great discussion on the constitution. The complaints we have, including myself, I wrote a paper. Yesterday I quoted my own paper saying that the system of constitution that we created is like a donkey and a high class, first class coach of a train. So how you can do it? But again, I'm asking that, and then there is also argument even within this room that the Taliban, the fall of republic was a consequence of lack of representation, lack of inclusivity, and lack of democracy, proper democracy. But let's pause and think about it. How come the activism and the serious grievances about lack of these three things, inclusivity, representativeness, and proper democracy, inclusivity including women inclusion, which is now a major source of difficulty, resulted not into a more democratic government, but to a completely exclusive system. So we had grievances about, we have grievances about that Constitution of 2004 was bad. But what happened to it? So it resulted not into something better. Our struggle for democracy, representativeness, and inclusivity resulted to a regime which is totally opposed to all that we were resisting. And somehow people sided with this regime, not because of the likeness of it. We have a proverb, we say that it's not from the love of Ali, but it's from the hatred of Muawiyah or something like this. Okay, so it's not that you like this one, but it's because you hate the other one. But you don't know the consequence. And then there's another element, the third element and final. And that's the question of centralization and decentralization in the future of Afghanistan. We were fighting for decentralization because the constitution was not sufficiently decentralized, because it created decentralized in ideas, but in a centralized administration. And the centralized administration was not capable of pulling or managing this decentralized rest of constitution, provincial, councils, municipal councils, a parliament which doesn't have even a party system, and everything. It was all like a mix of two things. But now we are facing with a group which centralization is the core principle, is the core motto, and the major force behind. So fight for decentralization created a centralized. So the last question, and it's like, okay, if we take current situation as a reality, which is happening there as part of our history. So the two narratives, the narrative that people shared in the Republic, there are people still there in Afghanistan that they believe that centralization was important. What is common between the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan and the Islamic Emirate of Taliban is the idea of centralization. So these are the two things that actually, at least in the mind of some people. That's why some people are happy with Taliban coming in. They think the centralization we could not bring, they will bring, and later on we could work on something else. So centralization plus, I'll take you quickly to the past and then I'll stop. I promise this time I will stop. So centralization is part of the, I have to take this question of hegemony, but again, it's a huge thing. We can open the hegemony and then you will go to Gramsci and everybody else, so I don't want to go there. So if the idea of hegemony in here is ethnic hegemony, and the manifestation of ethnic hegemony is centralization of power, now it's coming to speak because now it's aligned with the idea of Islamic centralization around Hanafi interpretation of Taliban, which actually complements, which actually strengthens, cements the two foundational idea of Afghanistan back with, Anthony Hopkins also said, what's his name? Ben Hopkins, not Anthony. Ben Hopkins was saying that, these three elements of Islam, tribe, and royalism were the foundational cement of Afghanistan. So forget about the royalist part, they don't like it. Royalism was later on replaced by pseudo-democracy. Even that's gone. But the two major elements of Afghaniyat and Islamiyat, it was common. So the centralization of power is the main cement which brings these two ideas together, and now it's happening under the Taliban. And if we wait and just wait and take the foreign elements out, I'm not touching, I'm saying just take it as it is. Believe that nobody will intervene in Afghanistan anymore in the next 10 years. If we sit in this hall and keep talking till next morning about centralization, decentralization, in reality, the mentality of centralized mentality of Islam and tribe is taking root, and according to the this pragmatic school which Americans all call themselves very much pragmatic, I forgot who was the father of that, who quoted, maybe you can help me, he said that reality is what it works. So if it works, if the centralized system in Afghanistan based on Islam, the power of unifying power of Islam, which brings the South, Badakhshan and Takhar and Mazar, all of them together under this idea of Taliban, plus the centralization of Afghaniyat, if this works, so it will be proved what Dr. Soroush said, that look, this country is a country which is not ready for these ideas of inclusivity and democracy and representation. And the ideas which can bring them together to centralize the power is the idea of Afghaniyat and Islamiyat. And I think that's something that for the afternoon session, which Michael and I, and maybe I don't know how far I could stay with that because I have to leave, have to look at it that all the plans and the programs that we have for the future, are those plans included fighting for your ideas, the way Taliban fought for their ideas? Is that including moving it from the halls in Cambridge and Oxford, I don't know, in Istanbul and somewhere else, into the mountains of Afghanistan? Or they will stay somewhere, change into an academic idea where a new reality will emerge from Afghanistan, which has an academic base, kind of, colonial British academic base, and then it will be further vindicated by new research and new ideas, including some anti-imperialist idea. I know some leftists are studying Taliban as an anti-imperialist group. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have with Professor Saxena, we have an experience to participate discussion in European Parliament. And our question was, are there any academic ideas discussing in such higher institutions like United Nations, European Parliament, and so on? And the chairman of our discussion said, you know, I don't know. So my question to you, are there any possibility to bring ideas of cooperation and collaboration to United Nations? To say that, look, there is no investment for science and intercultural communications at all, how we should collaborate, how we can do that. Is it possible to put that question on that high level?
Yes, I mean, the world, especially United Nations, does not, one thing that doesn't suffer is from the diversity of ideas. You know, whatever idea just you think of, even dream, the next day you go there and somebody has already discussed it. SDGs, you know, this Sustainable Development Goals, the goal number 16, which brings all the goals together, is called collaboration. So it is like, you know, how you bring all...
collaboration.
Yeah, it's called collaboration.
Good.
Actually, the goal itself is collaboration. So you have to collaborate efforts on all the, you know, different elements of, from development goals to social goals to education, all of them. But when I ask questions, and I do ask questions in there, and that's why I irritate them, is that look, you know, if the world together is going into a direction which is called Sustainable Development Goals. Yes, you know, like GDPs, some people are, you know, multi-billionaires and the others are $1 a day, but then, you know, we put them together, that's created the average. But that average completely be skewed if a country like Afghanistan is going on a reverse direction in all of the SDG goals. So literacy around the world is the global goal. Need to be, you know, eradicated by 2030. But so Afghanistan is going in the opposite direction. The women's rights, you know, equality, gender equality, poverty, just name it. Only one thing they're trying to focus, because a lot of money, is polio. You know, Dr. Tedros, the head of WHO, I know I'm recorded, it's okay. And they invited Taliban leaders, and I told them that, look, you know, when we invite these people, it's okay, talk to them, because, you know, you have your own projects. But never gave them an audience, never gave them a legitimacy by posing.
That's the problem.
You know, he had, you know, he was shaking the hand with this Minister of Higher Education, Minister of Health of the Taliban.
Yeah, the time.
Yeah, the Taliban, and the,
yeah.
And that, when I asked what is the question, he said, no, because, you know, we find a way to work on this question of polio. But, you know, polio was more important because of a mission, because maybe, you know, Bill Gates and the others are paying for it. Than you know, women's rights or education or something else. And it ends up that that minister was a Pakistani national recently, and we find that. So I think there is two things between collaboration and reality.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Indeed, you're a real great diplomat, and thanks a lot. I think discussion will be later, right?
One more speaker.
Yes.
Yeah, Doctor.
Dr. Bizhan is waiting online.
Okay, yeah.
Would you like him to start?
Yeah.
Dr. Seb, can you hear us? The floor is yours.
Yes, I can. Good morning, colleagues, friends, and it's a great pleasure and honor to be a part of this conference, and I have been following the great discussions we had in the previous panels. And also, I'd like to extend my gratitude to Mr. Massoud, the organizer committee of the conference, for bringing such a knowledgeable people together and giving me the chance to present. And I hope our conversation offers some insight for building a lasting stability in Afghanistan. So also good to share at the panel with my friend, Ambassador Andisha, and also Ms. Munazza. So we were colleagues at Oxford University, and also to meet Professor Saxena and Shahidi. I would avoid talking about the history in politics, so we had a rich discussion by other colleagues. So rather, I would like to highlight a few thematic issues in regard to the topic given to us. So what I will do today, so I talk a little bit about background and issues with the definition of inclusiveness. And then I move to focus on conditions and patterns of institutional development in Afghanistan. Then I will assess it to the case of the state building post-2001, and finally I will make a few observations. In terms of the background of my presentation today, so it's based on a number of research projects. Some of them are work in progress, such as state building in Afghanistan, also institutional sources of cooperation and conflict, looking at a number of case studies, including Afghanistan, and the political economy of state building institutions in Afghanistan. Coming to the definition, so I would like to highlight a few issues which are also relevant to the case of Afghanistan. So coming to inclusive political system, according to Semico and Robertson, based on this white nation field thesis, an inclusive political institution is sufficiently centralized to maintain legal order, yet distribute power in a pluralistic fashion. So based on that, also the definition of inclusiveness in politics can be complex and contentious, but several key issues arising due to varying interpretations and practical challenges. So I name a few which are relevant to the case of Afghanistan. So one is ambiguity in scope. Who is included? So there's lack of clarity who to be included. So now if we listen to what the leadership of the Taliban are saying, they're making the case, we are inclusive. So they qualify it. Second, degree of inclusion, it can range from symbolic to substantive participation in decision making. So we have seen that in the last 2 decades after 2001. And then comes the next question of challenges measuring inclusiveness. It's difficult to measure inclusiveness objectively, especially when it comes to evaluating the quality of participation versus representation. Someone can be represented but not included in major decision-making processes. And finally, last but not least, inclusion of conflicting interests. So while it's necessary to improve broad participation, it could be challenging in divided societies like in Afghanistan. So also a number of terms in the case of Afghanistan are quite relevant, and some of the scholars have been working and writing on that. So one is democracy, majoritarian and consensus democracy, and then comes the issue of limited access order and open access order. So in developing countries, mostly we have fragile limited access order, as we had in Afghanistan, limited access order in authoritarian states, and open access order in established democracies. So particularly in the case of this conference, as a concern is about the future of state in Afghanistan, I would like to highlight the concept of state inclusiveness. So this can measure inclusiveness in the 4 major areas of politics, the economy, society, and international relations. So with that, I would like to move to conditions and patterns of institutional development in Afghanistan, with reference to post-2001. So what we have seen, or what we can observe in the modern history of Afghanistan in terms of state building and failure of those attempts or such attempts. And so what you can see in the case of Afghanistan is that have dependency, state building, and state failure. So in particular, we need to highlight the conditions for building institutions in Afghanistan. So various factors have formed a difficult condition for state building in Afghanistan. So I can name a few. So regional dynamics and invasions, internal conflict, elite fragmentation, societal divide, weak economy, and unsustainable source of state building. This list is not inclusive, but includes some dominant factors forming the condition for the state building pathways. Saying that the state building conditions in Afghanistan by and large remain unfavorable. And given such conditions, the question is an important issue, how state building was pursued and whether appropriate approaches and structures were adapted in Afghanistan, and whether optimal results were attained for building a more sustainable state building pathway in Afghanistan. So keeping these questions in mind, as we shift the focus on looking to the case of the state building post-2001. So I would like to make a number of observations. First, in terms of dependence, Afghanistan during this period highly remained dependent on economic and military aid, especially from the US. But also in terms of attempts for building inclusive political institutions, investing in the economy, expanding public services such as education and health, in comparison to any other period in the modern history of Afghanistan, this period remained unique. So just looking at the fiscal base of the state, during this period, about 50% of the government budget was funded through foreign aid. And Afghanistan received about 138 billion in aid from the UN. Also, aid was provided by other friendly states to Afghanistan. And in particular, attempts coming to democratization, politics of inclusiveness, attempts at inclusion of women in politics, society, and economy were critical during this period. Ambassador Andisha also mentioned about that. Expansion of education and access to health services were parallel. Economic reforms, and also coming to some other issues such as elections and building of accountability mechanisms, such as the parliament and other mechanisms. The state, however, despite these efforts, remained highly dominated by one person group, and also fraud and flaws of the electoral system undermined the democratization process in Afghanistan. So bringing these together and especially assessing the state building approach, which is quite an important issue in the case of Afghanistan, the state building approach remained highly state-centric. This neglected the aspiration and demand of the society. So we lacked a state-society approach to state building in this period. So we pursued the state building project with a genuine national nation building, or focusing on the needs for state nation building. So despite all these challenges and flaws, the Republic in Afghanistan relatively remained one of the most inclusive political systems in Afghanistan's modern history. Although it's referred also to externally state building or democratization, but this era is relatively one of the most inclusive political systems, as opposed to the Taliban current rule, which remains the most exclusive system of politics in in modern history of Afghanistan. So keeping these issues in mind, so I would like to move on to make a few observations. The first one is that while Afghanistan inherited unfavorable conditions for democratization and state building, a state-centric approach to state building exhibited its limits. So it neglected the realities of Afghanistan or the society, especially the combination of executive and symbolic power in one of the president proved decisive for Afghanistan. And so the electoral system adapted in Afghanistan. So what I would argue is that a state-society relational approach to state building remains imperative, which can offer a more sustainable pathway for building an inclusive and effective state in Afghanistan. Especially after post-2001, so the focus was on building an effective state. But what remains crucial is having an inclusive state. Inclusive and effective state in Afghanistan remains imperative. Also, I would like to highlight or touch base on a few assumptions, or just to make a counter-argument. And the first one is the denial of agency of the people of Afghanistan and the counter-argument in Afghanistan, especially concerning building inclusive political system or democratization. So the counter-argument for that would be, in 2001, democratization of Afghanistan was inevitable. Afghanistan is a divided society. The condition on the ground somehow made it inevitable for that process. So the question is, what was the alternative pathway? And coming to the next one, the survival and collapse of Republic in Afghanistan, yes, there have been challenges, corruption, and also fragmentation, elite fragmentation, fragility, institutional weaknesses. But if we had Afghanistan in a different region, could, the regime survive or not? Especially, we cannot neglect, we cannot ignore the role that regional powers have played in undermining the regime stability in Afghanistan, especially if we can assess the level of financial contribution being made by regional actors. So with that, I stop here and I look forward to your questions, and if there will be a chance, so we'll have more. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Bizhan. You raised really, really very important problems and give even some suggestion to solution. And please, if any questions.
I think we'll do questions afterwards.
Yes.
Discuss on these two.
You will, okay.
Yes, I need a microphone, please.
Before giving to Professor Saxena, I would like to, using my position, say that I've just published a book in English about dialogue. And because about dialogue of East and West as a challenge of globalization, to what extent we are capable to that dialogue. Thank you very much indeed, and that was just for you to take into consideration. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Munira. Zalmai has left the room, so, oh no, he's there in the back. No, that's all right. Just to thank you for, inviting me. And as Zalmai requested, just a brief introduction as to who I am and what I represent. My name is Siddharth Saxena. I chair, or direct rather, Cambridge Central Asia Forum, which is one of the platforms within Cambridge to do research on Central Asia region, but not Central Asia as just the 5 countries of the post-Soviet world, but broader Central Asia region, which means Afghanistan, but also neighboring other countries, be it Russia, China, Iran, across the Caucasus and so on. Great pleasure of having worked for 2 decades with our chair on a number of occasions in which Afghanistan always features in. But independently of that, I personally spent some time in Afghanistan in a number of different research projects for a decade. It's been already a decade since that happened, but we follow it quite closely. I was very recently in both Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, where I came more or less face to face with the...
What is that?
Someone is protesting. What's happening regionally in Central Asia, and how both the government as well as academic community and people on the ground thinking about it. So I'll share a little bit that as we conclude our session. But I just wanted to initially pick up on some of the points made by the speakers and provide a little bit of feedback to our younger scholar. And I should also add that the names which are mentioned even today's session and earlier, the main scholars in Britain working on Afghanistan, or also in the US, whether it's Ben Hopkins or whether it's Magnus Marston, they are our former students. We knew them as young people sitting in the corner taking notes. So we have a bigger mix of thinking, and within that framework, I wanted to pick up on Munira's opening remarks and reformulate them to say that how, when we think about Afghanistan, those of us who are not Afghan, but think about and care about the region, it's Afghanistan's convening power. So despite the fact that we think about all the problems, but how many people around the world take interest in it? We can go back to my early days, growing up during the previous era of Afghanistan, before the Soviet incursion, and during that, growing up in India, and then after everything that's followed, and I lived in the United States, in Europe, here, and so on, Afghanistan has never left the center of attention. And I think that is something, we only see the negative aspect of that. We need to start thinking about so in a sense, Afghanistan is self-hegemon in its own narrative. It's present everywhere, all the time. We need to capitalize on that in how we think about it. So that's the first point I want to say. The second thing I want to pick up on was Andisha's very interesting points, and it's not enough time to delve into, as you said yourself, every single thing. However, I would like to pick up on more or less the last important point, the last point you made in your important discussion, which is the reality is what works, right? So we continuously discuss what has failed, and that is the nature of our human endeavor.
Yeah.
But looking at the story, have we actually analyzed carefully what has worked in Afghanistan? Because we don't look at success stories and workable models. We always try to bring them from outside, continuously at all levels.
Exactly.
That is the discussion we try to change a number of times, and then I'll push that bit again, and I'll do that very in a mean way by picking up on some of the things Munazza said in her presentation. So we talk about local governance all the time. We keep talking about local. Local, that means it's only relevant there. That's true practically. But the question is that we need to look at relevant rather than local. Because local is shaped by what happens. whether it's Afghan or any other part of the group, any group living globally. So what people can make work locally from government's point of view. It's not simply some archaic thing which is carrying through history. So when we talk about collective memory again, a very important fact which we all agree on, but again, we tend to analyze it using some Western or Eurocentric framework of collective memory. Collective memory in our societies, in Afghanistan, Central Asia, India, South Asia, or whatever else, they're close-knit societies with a very different, highly interactive modes of creating collective memory, as opposed to collective memory which originated in different parts of the world with very different socio-geological, economic factors, how diverse societies live. So collective memory is not some one thing which, or imagined society is not just one thing which some Western scholar just labeled it. This is a lived experience, and what is our version of it? We need to describe it. So it has become, unfortunately, this is of course being very, very ungenerous, but large part of the academic community requires people to work in a certain way. So they must have this theory, they must sound very important and intellectual by quoting all these people they have read. But are they relevant at all? And my point there is that when analyzing and thinking about the issues on the ground, doesn't matter whether it's in Central Asia, or Afghanistan, India, or Africa, or wherever else, you have your own experience of understanding and seeing what's going on. And then you take a filter of a dead theorist who had never went to that place, and filter everything interesting from that, and just talk about that it's already understood. So you're not actually adding to what we understand. It's a reductionist approach, which is, it has its own merits. You must learn what has been done before. You must understand it very carefully. But to analyze it, you need to extend it. You find gaps in it and flaws in it, or maybe additions to it, but not simply regurgitate it in that form. I'm saying that although many of you, if you are doing your PhDs and masters and even postdocs, you'll find, if you do what I said, you might face difficulty in publishing your papers or passing your thesis. But nevertheless, it has to be said. We need to bring back the different frameworks of how to approach this thing. Otherwise, we just keep repeating the old. And then we go back, hegemony, does it have to be Gramsci? Yeah, sure, it's great, fine. It was his experience of his place, and we learn from that. We don't necessarily reuse it to understand what's happening in the part of the world we are discussing. So within that kind of a thing leads me to our most recent discussion by Dr. Bizhan, and the idea of representation, which fits with that picture also. I think it's a very important conceptual thing we need to think about, because again, we are processed into thinking representative government or polity or governance involves a standard process of elections and institutions that go around it, and how we represent political parties and political views and so on. Mm-hmm. And that is fine, but is it relevant all the time and everywhere? And are there other ways of representation? At a theoretical level, we know that it is clearly understood, let's say here in United Kingdom, or other similar countries, it could be very different one, say in India, that the representation has to be, in a sense, practical and functional, not just symbolic. So you can have somebody of certain color, gender, political idea, you can place them on the table, but are they actually working towards what's needed? All right? You cannot have everyone. So that's why we have understood historically in different ways representation and how agency is given to those who represent you, and you understand that they represent not all part of what you say, but most relevant part of what you want, and make it functional. So functional representation, how does it work? And we know that it has worked in Afghanistan in different ways, in different forms, in different places. So we need to bring that out, what has worked. So I'm looping back to where I started. What works needs to be much more clearly understood and studied we are too much focused on what fails, and we don't make progress. We just describe and stay where we are conceptually. So, so that's the kind of a response to a number of things that were said, and there are many more small things, but I will put them to side. But I wanted to close with a observation that I promised you in the beginning, coming from the region, and I think that's partly what again Ambassador Andisha talked about, external factors. So, so I, in a sense, answered, responded to you by saying that Afghanistan's convening power, rather than its failures, is what we need to focus on, and we can turn the narrative around. But looking at what's happening in Central Asia, again, following it from the Taliban 1.0, 2.0 being there. So this is an extra bit of analysis, which is that if you look at what happened in Taliban 1.0, within Central Asia, there were, of course, diverse views. Each country, particularly the three bordering, Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan, had a very different approach to what they wanted to do and how they dealt with the situation. However, those countries at the time, and this is where a particular word that I want to reinvoke is, they were states, they were young states, not young nations, not young people, not young histories, geographies, but young states in a modern sense of Westphalian state. And in that sense, Afghanistan is a much older state. We're talking about state transformation. We use the word state building, which was brought up. But what do we mean by state? Do we have an understanding of what state means, really? What is our vision or vision of different parties of what state means? But Central Asia gives us an interesting laboratory of how state building has taken place in the last 30-odd years. So those states of Central Asia at the time were young states, and they were grappling with their own sovereignty. In fact, with the discussion on the next panel, Ebtikar sitting in the back, we wrote a paper back in 2008 about how, for Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which we won't go into, how Afghanistan presented an opportunity for those countries to cooperate, because they had the stability of Afghanistan was important. So it was the fact that Afghanistan was unstable actually, in a perverse way, provided an incentive for countries to work together so things will work out for them as well. In Taliban 2.0, despite all the, again, controversial, let's say, international law issues regarding recognition and so on, what we have a completely different dynamics in Central Asia, completely and entirely different from that time. Each country of Central Asia still remains different in how they approach Taliban or Afghanistan. However, what is different is that they now, unlike in the previous version, have understood and have an understanding and continuous consultation on that why each country has to be different. Each country has its own different state programs and state systems, and how they react to the situation on ground in Taliban needs not to be questioned and challenged by their neighbors, because they have a separate need. So we are in a different paradigm in Central Asia, where they are not going to try to destabilize each other's position vis-a-vis Afghanistan, and at the same time not interfere in the way how others would like to work. And that is the current situation, which obviously can change, with changes within those countries. But as we see right now, the situation about Afghanistan is reached a particular point of understanding within Central Asia, so that cooperation within Central Asian countries has achieved a level of coherence. And that, to make the final point, when we look at then the question of hegemony, who could be the hegemon in the story, right? So hegemony, is it a reality? Is it a narrative? Or is a combination of those, but which leads what? Narrative leads the practicality, or practicality generates a narrative. It's still, I think, very much depending on who you talk to. I don't think it has
It's very personal.
It's very personalized, exactly. And so, for instance, we choose in our language, because we're conditioned to talk about that. When we talk about aid, and this is my final point, we talk about the United States as the largest, and we keep talking about that, the largest aid giver to Afghanistan. And we kind of wash away all the other people. There are other friendly states. I mean, we all say that, and there are other actors. And we use that by the volume rather than the quality. Have we analyzed which other actors have provided whatever other assistance to whoever, and has it been more effective than the largest donor in a blanket sense? We have no analysis of that because we choose not to do it, right? So that's an academic world. We need to focus on that as well. And in fact, it's a very delicate matter. There are people, there are other actors who are, we may not consider friendly to Afghanistan in a state sense, also provide aid to Afghanistan. And that aid leads to a different imagination, different aspiration, let's say Taliban 2.0. But the aid is still going to Afghan people. Afghan people, without, if you de-ideologize our conversation, are the ones who are being fed by that and or sustained by that. And a bit of research that we did about sort of a decade and a half ago on the ground in about 6 locations in Afghanistan, across the country, which we have never published because it was not enough data, but just the cursory data was that when we spoke to people about aspirations in their daily lives, a very stark.
Now we'll finally come.
The information that came out was that people mostly would locate very important things like honor, like religion, these philosophical things in Afghanistan, to defend them, to protect them, and to have their own version of it, even the language, even the particular ethnicity, and so on. When it came to practical lives, like education, children, marriage, investment, it was located outside of Afghanistan. It could range from London, Delhi, Dubai, Moscow in that time, wherever it was not located. So unless that inversion takes place, or at least balance takes place, I don't think we're going to make progress at the people level. And that leads to the point about that if we have the government, which is both informed by the people, if people and governments have different and fractured visions of how they locate their emotional and material resources, we won't see a progress on that. So I'll stop right there. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Very important remarks, and it seems that we were working for many years together. Thank you, thank you.
Panel 6, the post-Taliban retaking of power in 2021, will examine the multiple crises of human rights, terrorism, economic collapse and the humanitarian situation, and politics in Afghanistan today. This panel will be chaired by Ms. Jemima Shelley of the Tony Blair Institute, joined by Dr. Sherijan Issa, Mr. Ahmed Zia Sharak, Mr. Ramin Kamangar, and the panel discussion will be convened by Dr. Prajiki Kalla of the University of Cambridge. All delegates are joining us in person. Thank you very much.
So 3 years on from the Taliban takeover, and the situation in Afghanistan is getting increasingly more bleak and difficult. Women's and human rights abuses, collapsing institutions, and over 20 terrorist groups in operation, extreme poverty, and an incredibly exclusive political situation are all major points of concern for the country that is descending into a worsening humanitarian disaster, where now more than 24 million people are in need of humanitarian support. More than ever, there is a need for international cooperation on the multiple crises in Afghanistan. Today, we have 3 esteemed panelists who will talk us through their work and efforts in trying to combat the political economy, security, and human rights crises in Afghanistan. I'm going to introduce all of the panelists. Panelists, you only have about 15 minutes per speech, but so do try and keep it together, I've been told by Zalmay. And then I'll pass it over at the end to the discussant to facilitate some sort of dialogue. So here we have Dr. Sirajuddin Issa, who is a political economy researcher with extensive overseas experience in state building, taxation, aid, conflict and development, and is a research fellow at the Centre for International Conflict Analysis and Management at the Radboud University Nijmegen, sorry if that's in the Netherlands. It's very difficult, sorry about that. He also holds a PhD from SOAS at the University of London, with his focus centred on the political economy and taxation and state building in Afghanistan. After, we're going to hear from Mr. Ahmad Zia Sarraj, who is currently a visiting professor at the War Studies Department of the King's College London. Prior to his position, he served as the General Director of the National Directorate of Security of the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan from 2019 to the Taliban takeover. In his role as the Head of Intelligence of Afghanistan, he supervised all operations across the country against terrorist cells, watched counterintelligence espionage activities of hostile countries inside Afghanistan, as well as countering organised crime syndicates. And then finally, we're going to come on to Mr. Ramin Kamanga, who is an academic from Afghanistan, has served as a lecturer and researcher at various universities and research institutions. He was a research fellow at the Afghan Institute for Strategic Studies for 4 years. And beyond his academic endeavours, which I think we're going to hear more about as well, Ramin is deeply engaged with civil society and he's actively participated and championed human rights and democratic values through protests and organised workshops to discuss and promote civic awareness and education. And then finally, I'll introduce our discussant, Dr. Prajakti Kaura, who's a research associate with the Cambridge Central Asia Forum. She was an affiliated lecturer in the Centre of Development Studies, University of Cambridge, until October 2023. She has a PhD in areas of history of the Mongol Empire and Central Asia, and has published her book in 2018, The Silk Road and Political Economy of the Mongol Empire. So as you can see, we've got a very esteemed panel today to discuss these various issues in Afghanistan. But let's first hear from Dr. Siraj Issa, who will take us through his paper, which is The Politicisation of Aid, Analysing Aid and Local Politics in Afghanistan, which is going to examine the domestic political dynamics and shift in power relations over the past 2 decades.
Morning, everyone. And it is an honour and a pleasure to be among the very wonderful scholars and colleagues from different disciplines and backgrounds. And I would like to thank Mosaic and Dr. Massoud in particular for having me the floor and the opportunity to talk a little bit about my research project. I know the theme of this panel is so much on post-Taliban era, but I do try focus a little bit about the Taliban as well. And Dr. Saxena he kept saying Taliban 201, and I think that is a kind of problematic in some of the literature that is emerging, because first of all, Taliban 2.1 is a kind of explanation or a narrative that Taliban have changed, which I disagree. So there is no difference between Taliban 1 and Taliban 2. So it's Taliban insurgents, Taliban de facto authority, and then Taliban in 1990s. Okay, so my paper is very much one of the one of my chapters of the PhD that I wrote about the politics of or political economy of taxation and state building in Afghanistan. And when you talk about taxation in Afghanistan, there is no way you would not touch upon the role of aid and international intervention in Afghanistan, particularly with the fact that Afghanistan has a very long, very deep, entrenched type of aid dependency, at least for over 2 centuries. So now I'm going to be discussing about the role of international aid or international intervention and how it is interacting with the local politics. So normally when you talk about ODA, those of you, Dr. Bizhan, I hope he's with us virtually, so he knows very well, he's an expert on aid, so he does understand that normally people talk about aid, state building, this sort of stuff, but there is barely any more of analysis which will talk about how aid interveners or international interveners or aid providers will kind of interact with domestic politics. So what I'm going to be talking today, so I'll briefly go on to my research questions, the theoretical framework, and of course the research finding. I've got 3 key questions. First of all, how aid and domestic politics interacts. Second, and that is the kind of what we call in the research as how question. And then what explains this kind of interaction between aid and the domestic politics. And then, of course, the theoretical implication for that, which is the so what question. So my theoretical framework is very much based on Alex de Waal, on the political marketplace that he is discussing, and I very much build upon him. So de Waal's political marketplace framework is so much derived from the 3, 4, 5 political economy models. Dr. Bizhan, they talk a little bit about the limited access orders versus the open access order, which is very much Douglas North. And then we have de Waal and then also Mushtaq on the political settlement. So these 3 models, in one way or the other, is complementing. So what is de Waal talking? So it is basically a very modern system of governance, but in a very patronage type of monetized type of system where the loyalty of the political elites is being purchased, traded, or someone even call it rented. Why we call the word rent? Because the kind of the agreement or the political settlement between the international actors, the rulers, or the local actors is very fragile. It's subject to so many factors, the price of loyalty, the political budget that is there, and things as such. So it is focusing on the relationship between 3 key elements. We have the order, we have the violence, and what we call them the material dividend, or what he calls as the political budget. So what are the key actors? 3 key actors are there in the marketplace. So why he call it political marketplace? Because, as I said, political loyalty is being traded. So that is what we call the state or the ruler, who is the potential buyer of the loyalty. And then we have the international actors as well, to the flow of aid, who is also the potential buyer of the loyalty. And then we have the elites who have the potential to violence, and that's what their chipping bit is when they talk about their selling their loyalty. I try to be as less technical as I can and make it as simple as is possible, but do let me know if something is not clear to you. So what are the tools that these actors have? So state rulers, they have the positions, the government positions, the contracts, the aid money that they will kind of informally influence through the flow of the international interveners. The international actors, what they have in their hand is the type of all forms of aid. Now, when you talk about all forms of aid, this could be formal aid, informal. There is very limited discussion about the type of formal, informal. Everyone almost is talking about ODA, official development assistance, as opposed to humanitarian assistance, and then the military aid. But there is also other dimension, the formal and informal. And then the elite, as I said, the tool for them is basically the violence or the threat of the violence. Okay, so how the market, the functionality of political marketplace gets impacted? It is very much the flow of the aid that is impacting the relationship between the ruler or the state and the political elites, where they're discussing about to sell their loyalty. So they can sell their loyalty to the international actors directly, or they can sell it to the ruler or to the state. So if the international actor is very much pro-rebels or non-state actors, so they can increase artificially the price of, or we'll call them inflating, the price of loyalty in favor of the rebels by pumping the money to the non-state actors. See, at the moment, 40 million every week is going to go to Afghanistan under the name of humanitarian assistance, but Taliban is accessing it. So I do talk about Taliban, yeah? So that kind of disruption is impacted by that. And in case the international actors, this is core argument of Alex de Waal. I may not agree with him on some elements. So he says, and if the international actor is in favor of the state or the ruler, then the flow of the aid will go there. And that's exactly what happened during Karzai. The flow of the aid will decrease the price of loyalty in favor of the government or the state or the ruler, whatever, but not for the non-state actors, right? So they intervene in the market. Right, so before now to the research findings, before I go to my research findings, so I just bring you with some statistics. So I always say numbers talk. So as you can see, why I bring these, because when you talk about the way the functionality of the marketplace was impacted is the kind of how much aid was there. So one of the reasons I will later on argue that for CAS to sustain a political marketplace was because he had the advantage of huge amount of aid coming and being flown to Afghanistan. So you can see the figures, both civilian and military, the trend is on rise. And if you go to the second term of President Karzai, it is still on rise. But if you go to Ghani, then it is on decline. So one factor kind of explains that Ghani did not have the advantage that Karzai had during his time. So I'll talk into those particular elements in a bit. So now my core argument is sustaining. Now this is not what Alex de Waal is arguing, this is what I am arguing. The sustaining of political marketplace very much depends on the continued flow of rent, what I call aid as rent. What is rent? Those of you who have come from the economic background, rent is something we call them unearned revenue. You are not embedding the three factors of production, such as capital, labor, management. So aid, natural resources, money, any money that you are not investing any factors of production is counted as aid. So I argue that as long as you have the continued flow of aid in the marketplace, regardless of what type of the aid, the political marketplace will be sustained. And by sustaining a political marketplace, you're sustaining order. You're sustaining stability. And if you disrupt that, regardless of what your policy is or who is the actors, so then violence will pursue, conflict will pursue. And I also argue that even state collapse, millions of other factors have been contributing to Afghanistan's failure, but one of the very key factors was the discontinuity or the changes in the continuity of the flow of the aid to Ghani's government. So I also have a typological analysis where I say there are, so Alex de Waal is arguing that is very much the international intervention that is shaping up, but he is not explaining what does he mean by the type of the aid. So I say different forms of the aid is also impacting the kind of sustainability and the disruption of a political marketplace, as a result of which either stability or violence will be followed. So under three dimensions in Afghanistan, three forms of aid have impacted to sustainability or to sustaining the functionality of political marketplace in Afghanistan, helped Karzai to sustain order. And what are those? Secret cash payments, mainly by CIA in early days and as well as later on, the international lucrative contracts, and then finally the PRTs. I'll talk about each of them very briefly and very quickly. And I also, I'm sorry to say, Jama, I do not agree with the 15 minutes discrimination. When you talk about economy, you have to give them at least 25, 30 minutes, right? Why should we be the victim, right? Anyway, so if you remember in early days when the international intervention happened in Afghanistan, there was a huge flow of cash money. Even I was working with the central bank at a time where USAID, my own boss from Bearing Point, with bags of money, he said, "Oh, who should I pay?" And I said, "Wow, you can pay this guy. He's in a very good position." So you see how much problem is with the aid money when it was coming in the very first days and the very early days. So the foundational basis of building the state was very weak from day one. So CIA was paying in early days for the northern commanders to fight the Taliban. So technically, they were purchasing the loyalty of those commanders, and those commanders did help depose the Taliban. But CIA, even the Taliban were deposed, but CIA still continued purchasing the loyalty of powerful elites, overshadowing the role of the government. And that way, it kind of sustained a patronage system. Those of you who know patrimonial state or patrimonial type of governance, basically There is everything is more informal as opposed to formal. There is a very patron-client type of relationship. So they further did that. And I think with the CIA, it's around $1 billion they spent. Read New York Times analysis from those days. And then later on, even later on, they still kept paying. And now they paid Karzai personally, the office of the president, get the money, do whatever business you want to do with local elites. And that's how Karzai was paying. I don't want to say the name. You need to read my paper. So he paid all these jihadi leaders, or not only jihadi leaders, but also the local commanders from the east, from the west, from the south, for all corners of Afghanistan. And it continued all the way for two terms of Karzai's in power. And then along with CIA, MI6 also did the same thing. Of course, the magnitude of the flow of the money was not as big as the CIA, given the economy of the US, of course, the contribution of the US. But then Iran as well, everyone was trying to buy their own loyal elites. So, and what we ended up, a very weak, fragile institutions, and a very weak foundation which paved up the collapse of the government from the very early days. And thank you to the aid money coming to Afghanistan, but it was the very cost that the international actors, as well as us as the government, or even people from Afghanistan, have suffered. And then what Karzai did, he also offered jobs and contracts and those sort of stuff. So, and the second element is, it was not just the CIA, because it was not enough. Then they had the official aid. So that's why I call them cash payment, informal aid. And now this one, which in the paper was counted as ODA, Overseas Development Assistance, they were all going through different contracts for any type of contract, that from building a road, from contracting or building a school and everything, they will eventually end up in the hands of the very powerful elites. And the idea was not to the 5 principles of the Paris Declaration on what is aid, ownership, alignment, and accountability. So it was all to purchase the loyalty. And then, so that kind of continuity, the provincial governors were very much the very, very first recipients of those aid money during the 2 terms of Hamid Karzai in the power. And again, so this sustained the political marketplace, but it cost us institution and the foundational steps towards building our state. And then the final elements that I argue was the PRTs. That's why I call them militarization of aid. So the role of PRT was military officers being deployed in the rural parts of the country, but doing development job. Okay, for 15 minutes or for 20 minutes? So what they did basically, as you can see in the map, so within a short span of time, the PRTs have mushroomed all over the world. And I have a very interesting quote from one of the interviews. They said when they created they wanted to purchase the loyalty, and the contract, eventually the PRTs went up to the powerful elites. And then there was an interview told me that, yeah, we should go to PRTs because they are the father. When we have the father, why should we go to the government? So the PRTs, what they did basically, weakened the structure, the subnational level structures, and what I call them the dual public sector along with the government. There was another shadow parallel structure functioning at the very subnational level. So yeah, the aim was to increase stability, alleviate poverty, development, but all of the budget money was going to purchase the loyalty of the local power holders. And as I said, relative order was sustained, but the cost was a parallel dual public sector. Okay, so I'll be quick. So what Ghani did. So Karzai is very proud of announced, and so are the international actors, that yeah, there was a relative say. Of course, there was a conflict in full swing. The Taliban were also there. But what Ghani did, so he was totally the opposite of Karzai. So he disrupted the kind of political settlement in a political marketplace that was forged between Karzai and the powerful elites. So he stopped paying off those powerful elites. Like, Pir Said Ahmad Gilani was in receipt of a lot of money from CAS on a monthly basis. Sayaf was receiving money. Dostum was receiving. And then Ghani said, no, I'm not going to give these any money. Well, some people say, well, he was against the warlordism and everyone was appreciating it. But he did not understand that there is a cost to the kind of patronage system you have. You can't do that in a minute. But we were hoping that he was also aiming to do so, but he was not doing it because he was over-centralizing power and he was also over-centralizing resources. And as a result of this, so he disrupted the political settlement that was there. He weakened the powerful elites at the provincial level. So what this led, so the very weak powerful leaders, for instance, a weak Atta, a weak Muhaqqiq, and a weak, who is the other guy, Dostum, that they fought against the Taliban in the first round during Resistance 1 were already weakened. And the moment the Taliban came, they came to North. And North was the very first provinces because those elites were very weakened. So Ghani perhaps weakened the political elites, but he also did not understand that it has got a cost. So the kind of relative order that was there was very much impacted badly, as a result of which you can see the speed of the collapse was unprecedented. But it was not just Ghani. After 2019, things have also changed at a very international level. There was a shift in US policies, and that's what I call them, shifting, disrupting the marketplace in a different way. So it was not just Ghani in the early days, but later on Karzai also, Ghani, US in particular, the Doha talks, peace agreement, they paved the way for the Taliban takeover. And that's, those of you who have been, or some of the colleagues who have been in negotiation with the Taliban, they understand that they were not ready to negotiate with the Taliban. And that's what I argue, that the price of loyalty have kind of been in favor of the Taliban. And that's why they knew that they will take the government, and within a blink of eyes, so they just took the government, and the government collapsed. Shall I talk about Taliban as well, or maybe during a Q&A?
I think the rest of us need to talk about I think maybe we can come back to that, maybe
Okay.
a question at the end. But yes, thank you very much, Dr. Issa, everyone.
As you said, the main topic of my discussion will be the security threats or challenges which is developing and how this could affect the region and also the world. But we can't go there without having a flashback in the past, that why it happened, why we came to that point. Just the big general picture, of course. If we go to the reasons for the collapse, everybody will bring from their own perspective something that it may be true, but you can't rely only in one factor or two factor to claim that that was all, because it was a combination of several factors that brought us to that situation. First of all, I start with the attack in 9/11 in the United States. After that attack, the US came with some very bold statements, and some of them was that the declaration of global war on terrorism, and in that war it was mentioned that the US and the allies will not recognize any borders, and they will go after any hideout of terrorists, any part of the globe. And that's why it was called the war on terror, the global war on terror, in fact. But what happened when the roots of terrorism, when the centers went to Pakistan, then that narrative changed. Nobody was interested to go after the terrorists who were hiding in Pakistan. So what happened, the roots were there, intact. It was just like fighting with a tree, that the roots was intact and it was fighting with the branches. So the more terrorists were killed, the more they were produced back in Pakistan, and they were brought. And frankly speaking, none of the leading countries in that war wanted to engage with Pakistan, because everybody was afraid of engagement in that manner with a nuclear armed country. So what happened was that the war became a war of attrition. More and more people were killed. There wasn't any tangible result. And as the emotions of the first days of 9/11 faded away, the narrative of war also changed. So then people started talking about negotiations, dealing with Taliban, starting engagement, and then finally leaving Afghanistan. And then, of course, we witnessed the Doha process, which when the US started that process, they forgot that they already had a strategic partnership that they had signed with that government, that then they sidelined and went to sign the Doha. So with all that happened, Afghanistan became like a magnet. It invited more and more terrorists from different parts of the world. Any terrorist who wanted to have a vengeance or they wanted to confront the US, it was a place for them to come. That's why we had more and more terrorist groups, more and more international and national groups, which eventually put the Western countries, led by the US, to change their priority, as they say, that they had a different definition and then they eventually left. So what happened, and speaking of the region, the one thing that I forgot in that part, the regional countries were very uncomfortable with the presence of the international community, and they all had their concerns. For example, in my engagement with ISI, they were very clear in saying that the US has not come here all the way to Afghanistan to fight terrorism. This is just a cover that they are making to destroy the nuclear arsenal of Pakistan. And this was not an ordinary Pakistani citizen that I was talking. These were ISI officers who were feeding their politicians with the intelligence that they were producing and in fact making those mindsets. And they believed firmly that all what happened was after the 1998, when Pakistan tested their nuclear arsenal, everything happened. It was an orchestration, and even the 9/11 attack was just something that the US wanted to create an excuse to come to Afghanistan. Likewise, Chinese, Iranians, Russians, they all had their own explanations, and that's why they used the existing power or energy of the the terrorist groups to serve their own purpose and push the US out of Afghanistan. So what is the situation now? The terrorist groups are highly inspired. They think that they have defeated the superpowers of the world. And this is what the message they are spreading around to the other terrorist groups. So there were some terrorist groups around the world that they had lost hope. But after seeing these preachers that comes mainly from the Taliban and Al-Qaeda, they think that no, it's doable. The only thing that you have to do is to keep patience, because what the Western countries don't have, it's the patience. With every new government, policies change. With every new administration's priorities change. So just keep patience, everything will come true. So the intention is very clear. They are not there to sit in Afghanistan and do not cross the borders and do not go anywhere else. But they are having in two phases. Their intention is very clear that they will go out of Afghanistan. The first phase is just to bring stabilization, or just to consolidate themselves before they would go beyond the borders. And there are some signs that they might have already entered the second phase. Scrutinizing the situation in Pakistan, it appears that they have already gone from that stability phase to the phase of going outside of Afghanistan. So what are the enablers for the intentions they have? The first thing is madrasas. Of course, as a Muslim, I myself, I'm not against Islamic education, but a true Islamic education is totally different, that unique version of Islam that Taliban and terrorists, they have made. So that is the dangerous part. For the time being, we have around minimum of 3 million, maximum of 4 million students just in Pakistan and Afghanistan. So if we assume that 80% of them are having very normal Islamic education, which is fine, and only 20% of them are indoctrinated in a way that they become suicide bombers and terrorists, we will have a group of 800,000 people. And that 800,000 people, that's a lot. And now all the statistics in Afghanistan showed that we had around 70% of people under the age of 30. So with that kind of mentality, when you don't have education, when you don't have anything else except the Taliban type madrasas, so definitely you don't have any other chance. You have to study in those madrasas, and then you become an asset for all those terrorist groups who are waiting in Afghanistan to make you their own suicide bomber. Do they have the money for it? I think one thing that everybody underestimated was that they thought Taliban and Al-Qaeda and these groups, they were not rich. But the reality is they were very rich, and they are very rich today. All the UN reports that you see, the number of the money that was produced from the drugs, it was $3 billion per year. And we had a section that studied the number of that money, or the amount of that money that went to Taliban. The Taliban had 10 phases of different taxes from the time the poppy would be cultivated to the time that it would go out of the borders of Afghanistan. There were 10 phases that Taliban would get the taxes from the drug dealers. So now imagine if again only 30% of that money would go to Taliban, we are talking about $800 to $900 million. And again, for a terrorist group, that much money is a lot of money. And now with the weapon smuggling, with human trafficking, with collections that they are doing from the people, their economy has become even stronger. So they have enough money to support the new recruits and to use them in a bad way. So the last thing, the training camps. There are many, many training camps nowadays that they have built. There's a madrasa with the capacity, for example, of 3,000 to 4,000 people, and 2 to 3 Al-Qaeda fighters mentoring those madrasas or training camps. It has become such a prestigious degree within the terrorist groups in different parts of the world that as if you graduate from one of those training camps, you have received a degree from Oxford or Cambridge. It's that prestigious for them, and that's why a lot of these people are flowing to Afghanistan to get that education. So mindful of the time, I just try to be brief as much as I can. The regional powers, again, there is something that aligns the interest of the regional powers with the terrorists. These groups cannot tolerate to see the U.S. presence in the Gulf countries or in the countries that they believe are Islamic countries, of course. And that is exactly what the regional powers want. So in this regard, the regional powers assist the terrorists to push the U.S. out of those areas that they think it's not the area of the West anymore. Based on the new world order, it's their area. So now about the future, what the future will bring to us. We will see more fighting in the Middle East because that is the area that the terrorist groups will focus. And as I said, the withdrawal of the US forces from Afghanistan was part of the New World Order. So that was the starting point, but they have to also leave that area. But again, when it comes to that area, the interest of the US and the Western countries are way higher than what they had in Afghanistan. So that's why I believe we could see more confrontations, more killing, and more fighting. We will see more usage of technology in the terrorist operations, which makes it very, very challenging for any intelligence service in the world. On one hand, we have privacy of communication and secrecy of chats and so on that the applications have made. For example, Telegram. It has become a world of terrorists. They are there, they are planning, they are making their operations, they are financing their operations. All happens in Telegram, for example. And there are so many other applications with the same thing. But it has become very difficult for the intelligence services to control all of them, and it also counters some of the basics of democracy that they have made. For example, in my case, we tried so much just to get a direct access in the communication of the terrorists, the kidnappers, who are using Afghan telephones. But we were not allowed. If we were allowed, we would have saved hundreds of lives. But because it would counter Article 52 of the Constitution for the privacy of communication, we were not allowed. So I think it will also be the same for all the democracies. Will we see another 9/11 type of attack? This is the question a lot of people ask. 1 more minute, okay. I think it will not happen because those type of attacks come from weakness and desperation. For the time being, the terrorist groups are dominant. They have more patience, and this change in Afghanistan has given them more resources just to do bigger attacks like what Hamas did. So we could see more of those type of attacks. So what is like a advice for everybody who's trying to use terrorism as a tool? See the situation of Pakistan. They did everything to protect and support the terrorists, but today they are facing that problem and facing that challenge themselves. So any country in the region who are trying to use this tool for their goals, I think they will face that situation. So my last thing is just a message for our Afghan colleagues. Of course, with all the catastrophes that this collapse of Islamic Republic of Afghanistan had, there are also some opportunities if we want to use them. And one of those opportunities is it's time for us to gather, like this gathering today, to set out our priorities, see what is define our national security, national interest, because there is no country without a proper definition of national interest to be successful. Every country in the world, they are moving based on their national interest. So we should not be panicked. We should not be surprised if we see that yesterday's friends are not our friend today, because yesterday their national interest aligned with our national interest. Today it might not, and that's why friendship and enmity are not eternal. So what's eternal is our national interest, and I hope by these kind of gatherings we could define it, we could set out our priorities, and we could chase them. Thank you very much. I hope I'm on time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmad Sarraj. And now, I mean, in the context of, the militarization of aid that led to, and sort of the over-centralization of power that led to the Taliban, contributed to the Taliban takeover, then in the context of prior and post-Taliban takeover, a mass security crisis with the 20 terrorist organizations at play, we also have an increasing human rights crisis, particularly particularly women's rights. And so that's finally, we're going to come to Ramin, who co-authored his paper with Tamina Zariab Pariani, who, as we all know, is a big sort of advocate for the gender apartheid campaign. But you're going to be here to talk about your paper, Afghanistan Under the Taliban, a regime of oppression and gender apartheid, where we'll learn more about the Taliban's extreme cases of human rights abuses. Thank you, Ramin.
Hello, everyone. I'm happy to be here today. First of all, I would like to take the opportunity to thank Mosaic Foundation, Mr. Nishat, and his great team for putting this together, this great event. And I'm replacing here my colleague in the campaign to stop gender apartheid in Afghanistan, Tamina Zariab Pariani, who in fact leads the campaign, and I'm replacing her today here to talk. It's not my strong suit, in fact, as you may notice. So I'm going to talk about human rights crisis in Afghanistan, and I hope it doesn't create a difficult situation for you here today, my presentation. But if it does, you can for sure help yourself by playing with your cell phones. That works always. But it's not me creating the difficult presentation or situation. The situation, in fact, is dire and difficult. So, although I'm coming from the address of this gender apartheid campaign, our understanding in this campaign is that the human rights crisis in Afghanistan is much bigger than the case of just women, and in that case, just the case of work and education. So we have a regime of oppression that creates this this human rights crisis, and under this crisis, there is different groups of victims. Some of them can talk for themselves, and they are talking, but some even can't talk. And to be more precise, no one is talking about children. So they are a victim of this crisis, but no one is talking about them. So I'm going to talk about these different groups and how this crisis affect these groups. For sure, we have also political crisis and economical crisis, but they are somehow interconnected, but one need to talk about them also separately. Okay. As I said, this regime of oppression created a human rights crisis, and under that we have gender apartheid. So before going to gender apartheid, I'm focusing on human rights crisis and the different groups that it affects. So with the human rights crisis in Afghanistan, it's in a way a collective punishment of the people of Afghanistan. So this collective punishment, which I borrowed the term from Amnesty International, one of their reports, it is, we can use this term about certain communities, but also at the country level about all of the people. And this collective punishment of the people created a severe impact in different groups in Afghanistan. So as I said, one of these groups are children. So we have seen that they have been affected more than other groups. And now that the education situation is shifted again to madrasa system, and this madrasa system of education is based on oppression, violence. It's very hard. So there are millions of children who are suffering from this human rights crisis. And maybe for the first time in our history or in the history of humanity, we have the phenomenon of child suicide. So no one is talking about this, and the children, of course, they can talk about it. And it's one of the reasons of the bigger human rights crisis in Afghanistan. That's why the argument should be that we address the whole crisis, not be selective and focus on just one or two rights and then reduce that even to more particular actions. So those who are tracking the human rights violation in Afghanistan, they know that there is an increasing number of child suicide across Afghanistan happening. I have here some examples. They are just examples, not even the tip of the iceberg, so to say. So here we have a 12-year-old boy who committed suicide in Badakhshan. So it's from August. These examples that I brought here, these are all from recent weeks. So it's very fresh. And this is happening on daily basis. And if you track the records, it will be hundreds of the cases of suicide every week. It's happening every few hours in the country. So first, a 12-year-old boy committed suicide in Badakhshan. You can look at his face there. And another case, a 14-year-old girl committed suicide in Faryab. So it's all over Afghanistan, as I said. You can see this phenomenon of child suicide, that's something big. And we need to understand this under the human rights crisis that is going on in Afghanistan. So other community, we have the youth and men. It's very like cliche. They are saying that the Taliban are men and they are allowing men, and the whole problem, the whole difficult situation is just with the woman. But it isn't, because if you have this crisis can't affect just one gender. For sure, there are specific groups that are affected more. Their situation is more difficult. We can talk about that. We can acknowledge that. But it is about every single person in the country. So the situation with youth and men, there's humiliation, and from other side, unemployment and poverty. These all, which is along with violation of their rights in every aspect, they have this situation that leads also to suicides. So I use the suicide examples during my whole presentation to show that how this crisis affects different groups. Here is another example that a young man committed suicide in Kabul, and it was because of the poverty, unemployment, and that sort of things, apparently. Another example is from a man, the 40-year-old man that committed suicide in Samangan. So we see that it's happening everywhere, and the situation of men are also difficult. And we need to acknowledge that, because this crisis is affecting them also. And another aspect of this crisis is for communities. So sorry for that. I have here this report of Amnesty International on Panjshir, and they say that the title is that your sons are in the mountains, and it's talking about this collective punishment of the people of Panjshir Valley from the Taliban sides, of course. And in their introduction, they say that the list of war crimes and violation of international humanitarian law committed by the Taliban in Panjshir is long. Torture and other ill treatment, extrajudicial execution, hostage taking, the intentional burning of civilian homes, and arbitrary deprivation of liberty. But beyond each individual act designed to instill fear, this conduct in some constitutes collective punishment, which is itself a war crime. So what's happening in Panjshir is one of the examples of collective punishment. And there are also other examples. Similarly, this happens in Andorra, and Badakhshan, and Takhar to some other extents. And it's even happening in Kabul, in North Kabul, in Khairkhana. You see the dehumanization of the people and arresting them and torturing them, and this happens on a daily basis. So with that, I'm coming to the last point that is an important discussion under the human rights crisis, the gender apartheid, from the campaign that we are advocating for this. And I bring here the definition of the gender apartheid. So there are a lot of discussion around this concept, and it's still going on to come to a standard definition, acceptable definition. But one of the definitions that has been given from human rights lawyers, academics, and advocates is that they are in fact use the definition of apartheid to define the gender apartheid. So that makes sense in that sense. It says inhuman acts committed in the context of an institutionalized regime of systemic oppression and domination by one gender group over another gender group or groups, and committed to maintain that regime. So in this regard, there is a big example that has just came out, the law that the Taliban recently enacted, and the law of the propagation of virtue and prevention of vice. It shows that how an institutionalized regime of oppression is acting against a gender. It was obvious from the very first days, but now they are constitutionalizing this, and they are giving their moral police the authority to implement this system of oppression and gender apartheid. So what went wrong during the Doha talks and agreement was that the opposition of the Taliban tried to focus on certain rights, on certain topics. That was wrong from the beginning, because you cannot focus under the human rights discourse in one or two rights. They focused on women education and work. And back then, I wrote in a piece that this won't help, because you need to then define this action in more detail, and if you do so, it takes years to do that. So when you say right to education and work, you need to define education and then work. And when you need to define education, because what do you mean by education? Is fine arts education? does the Taliban accept fine art as an education? How will be this education? How will be the structure of this education? What the girls would learn? And nobody cared about this. They were just focusing on this right. This goes also to the right of work. What do you define as work? So the Taliban say, yes, women can maybe be teachers or work in the medical sector and health sector. But they don't define singing as a work. They don't define painting as a work. So if you go to that details to discuss every work with the Taliban, whether they accept it as a work or not, this may take years. So, okay. For that, we needed to have this big discourse of human rights. As the Taliban had the discourse of Islamic system, when you ask them about women's rights, they said, yeah, according to Islamic law, under the Islamic system and that sort of thing. So by this definition of gender apartheid and the example of their law, today the situation is totally gender apartheid regime in Afghanistan. So I also had an example, another example here, suicide of, but they didn't maybe update the presentation. There was an example of a woman committed suicide because her young daughter was forced married to a Taliban member in Badakhshan. So this mother committed suicide because of this case. And that case also shows that how this crisis and the regime of gender apartheid affected women. So thank you.
Thank you, Ramin and Munira. That was, very eye-opening and, difficult to talk about. So yeah, thank you very much. And now I'm going to pass on to Dr. Ebtikar, who will summarise and facilitate dialogue.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all the talks. Thank you to Zalmai, who I don't see anymore, but thank you for organising this today. Unfortunately, I couldn't join yesterday, but I'm really enjoying, all the talks today. I've been told to keep it quite limited, so I'm just going to say a few things, stream of consciousness, as it were, and pose a few questions, and you can decide which questions you want to answer or not. So the few questions are, who is to blame? I think the answer seems to be the Taliban, but I think one of you mentioned that there are many factors. I would actually put the blame in no priority, but in some kind of order, the British Empire, and I think Alexander might talk about some of that. And actually that feeds into Pakistan and Afghanistan, so I think that's quite important to bring up. The US and their complete lack of understanding of what's going on in this region. I would add the UK, but I'd just say, just read the book that Sir Laurie Bristow, the master of this college, wrote recently. He was the last ambassador of the UK to Afghanistan, and you can see where the British went wrong. And nobody ever mentions Saudi Arabia anymore. But anyway, I'll leave that. So that's my first question, who is to blame? The second question is, what is Afghanistan today? I understand that we're talking about the future of the state in Afghanistan, but we first have to understand what is the state of Afghanistan today. I think the first speaker mentioned state and non-state actors, and he called Taliban a non-state actor. I would argue against that. Taliban, unfortunately, is a state actor. It is the state, whether we like it or not. But Taliban is the government right now, and then I would link that up with the Doha talks. Complete failure or complete success, depending on who you are. If you're Taliban, complete success. If you're anybody else who is in Kabul, complete failure. The rest of Afghanistan, I actually don't know enough about to comment on how much control there was. And I would say the Karzai government and the Ghani government were basically the US proxies. So did the US actually have any control in Afghanistan, all of Afghanistan, or were they just in Kabul? Historically, and I'm a historian of the 13th century and a little bit beyond that, but historically, everybody just goes to Kabul, sets base there, claims they've taken control of Afghanistan, and then I don't know, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years later, they all leave and claim that, oh, we did it, and now we're leaving, and then it all collapses. So what is Afghanistan today is quite important. If Taliban is going to stay even for the next 10 years, then we need to figure out how we're going to talk to them. If the West, and I'm just saying the West, you can decide who you want to include in that. Definitely the US, the EU, UK, since it's now not part of the EU. I would even include India in this. They shouldn't really have given Afghanistan to the Taliban if they didn't want to deal with it. And they really did hand it over. So that I think is important. That also brings me to one of my other points, which is what is the local. If the Taliban is the local, then we have to deal with the local. We might not like it, but we have to deal with it. Going back a little bit further, and I'm not trying to have a conversation about Islam versus Christianity or modernity versus whatever exists in, I would say, our part of the world, because I'm from India and I do feel an affinity with Central Asia, Afghanistan, and South Asia. Afghanistan can be both part of South Asia and part of Central Asia. This is a different topic altogether. But today, when we look at the post-Soviet space and we look at Central Asia, what we can see is a resurgence of what we would call the cultural understanding of what they assume is local. And what I go back to Uzbekistan quite often, I go to Kazakhstan as well. There is a lot of resurgence of traditional Islam in both the countries. Now, one can argue whether that is freedom of religion. One can argue whether women are being forced to do whatever they're being forced to do, wear the hijab, so on and so forth. What happens to education? But there is a real example of the Soviet Union in Central Asia changing the landscape, bringing modernity. Women were all over the place in Central Asia. They were ministers, they were bureaucrats, they had education. We're talking about nearly 99% of education in the Soviet Union. Again, we can discuss what education meant. But basically, 1990s happens, and we say everything the Soviets did was wrong. And then, now let's get back freedom of religion, and now we're worried about Tajikistan. And we are worried about, at least I'm worried about Kyrgyzstan. I'm worried about the Taliban, the Jamaat, and all the stuff that you mentioned very kindly about the terrorist organizations. So how do we understand the local? How do we understand Islam? And now when I say we, I actually mean, since I'm sitting in Cambridge, how does the West understand this? Because they seem to be the power brokers. And they don't understand the landscape. I think I should stop there, because otherwise I'll just keep going on. Just one point for economics. I'm going to be polite. I think we need to think about Afghanistan from a Silk Road perspective, an economy that is not a political economy just based on elites. We need to think about what Afghans, however you want to define Afghans, people from the territory that is Afghanistan today, have actually operated in the economic or the economy of the region. It's not only about the nation state. Unfortunately, we have to think about national interests today, which I think, again, is very problematic and very Westphalian and very European, and I would go back to the British and the Americans for that, but I won't right now. We need to think about cooperation. I'm from the Cambridge Central Asia Forum. We have papers on regional cooperation. Central Asia, people don't actually understand why Central Asian nations, as in Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Turkmenistan, want to be in cooperative organizations. Some of them work, some of them don't work, but they see the need for cooperation. Most of it comes from the logic of the Silk Road, comes from the logic of being landlocked, comes from the logic of 1,000 years of recorded history, and way before that, of being able to go throughout this region, travel throughout the region, be mobile, so on and so forth. These are things that we need to think about when we think about the political economy of Afghanistan. If we stop talking to them, we pigeonhole them into those borders, we're just never going to find a solution. And I do agree with you completely that the regional interests and the terrorist interests are allied, but I would almost say that it's not really the terrorist interests, it's about the understanding that the local people, whoever the local people are, and you can define them in any which way you want, need to figure out what's going on. The Americans and the British and the Europeans don't know what's happening in the region. So they have to follow what the Pakistanis say, or the Indians say, or the Afghans say, or even the Chinese for that matter. They have a vested interest in being there. They cannot leave. The geography dictates what they need to do. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Prajakti. Do we want to just go along the panelists and you can respond to some of what Prajakti said and maybe try and keep it as, maybe to less than 5 minutes would be great. Okay, thank you.
Can I just start?
Yes, of course, please.
Okay, thanks for the very kind intervention and the comments. First of all, to your point about Taliban, whether they are active, they are state actors or non-state actors, I think this is a big literature is now emerging honorable to state transition. I do not disagree that they are not a ruling authority. They are acting as a state, yes, but they are not a state. They are not a state because they are not recognized by international community and they are not recognized at national level. So they are still what they call them as de facto authority, very much linked with terrorist groups. So they have a very long way to be called them as a state. But my reference was also Taliban as insurgent groups, because when they were fighting, they were rebels. But of course, there is a lot about the transition. And they have been inspirational to many other terrorist groups as well, or other rebel groups, if we put it that way. Who to blame? Well, I think there are two key stakeholders. You've got the international actors, and you've got the local actors, or the government, or the very people. So the role of the government and the international actors, I think this is a very good research question somebody has got to do and find out to what extent the kind of blame can go on each other. So my understanding is that given the magnitude of the role of the international actors, they ought to be blamed a little bit more because they can change only a tweet of Trump. See the implication. He tweets, tomorrow things change, the local currency change. So we see how much leverage they had. And also, as I talk about the role of the aid, it is not just about Afghanistan. Any aid frontier state is so much in the mercy of the international actors. Even the state cannot do anything, even without very many good policies that you bring on the table. But if the policies from the international actors, due to several regional interests or international interests or whatsoever is happening, they can shift their interest. And this is exactly what happened in Afghanistan historically. And we can see it today as well. See Najib, the withdrawal of the Soviet troops, the discontinuity of the aid was the main factors for the Najib's government to collapse, not the empowerment of or strong power of course, international actors. The US also supported the Mujahideen, which was also another factor. And about the Silk Road, yeah, that's a very important question. I think there is a very good book by Asfahani, published in 1989, The Politics of Roads and Rifle, which is a very good book. I would definitely recommend that. And she does talk a little bit about the Silk Road, but to what extent we can stick on that heritage is like a big question. Because on the point about regional economic integration, I think Ghani was pursuing that policies, but he failed it. It's not because his policies were very wrong, it was because we are in a very difficult regions. And I'm not an international relations expert. You perhaps have more to say, or colleagues perhaps talk more about that. But we have the problems of Iran and Saudi Arabia for ages. They have Gulf problem, they have the oil problems, they have the religious problems. We have Pakistan, China, India players there. So if they are not getting along, how could we as a nation get along? And I think that is my quick response.
Thank you very much. I think, first of all, when I start from the last thing that we talked about, who is to blame, this will take us to such a quagmire that will spend days and days and years, but we will not find a proper answer because there are so many factors, and from every angle that you see it, there are so many arguments that you can make. But if I single out one factor out of all, as you said, it's Taliban, because they didn't agree with anything else except the situation. They killed innocents, they killed teachers, they bombed schools, they bombed mosques, they bombed everything. And they only wanted to have their grab in power like they have today. And when it comes to engagement with Taliban, one thing that, because I have dealt with that situation for years, for Taliban, there's only one thing, that you have to agree to what they say. And if you change one part of the sentence, they will not agree with you. And this was exactly, I remember my discussions with General Miller that when we had before the collapse. And those days, the US was very, very poised and interested in the talks with Taliban. My talks were always, as my friends who are there, they remember, that Taliban will not change. And if they change, then they are not Taliban. If you just leave one part of the definition of Taliban, and if, for example, if they agree the opening of the girls' schools, then you can call them anything but Taliban. So we should be just very realistic. And of course, nowadays they are also taking a lot of credit because suicide attacks are not happening because the Taliban have brought a good security system. In fact, it's because the opposition groups do not believe in what Taliban believed. So if you want to kill innocents in somewhere in a mosque in Kabul, do you think it's difficult today? No, it's very easy. But it's the opposition groups, they consider the people of Afghanistan as their own people, and they would not do the things the Taliban did. But anyway, so that's a big topic to go to who to blame. But it was a collective failure. When we see the situation that we are today, nobody is happy to see what's happening, and the Afghan people do not deserve it. And for me, for anybody else, it's a collective responsibility. So just one more on this topic before I move to some other parts, and I know that I have only 5 minutes. That I talked with a lot of people in Afghanistan in the days that we had become very disappointed, the days we knew that it would be very difficult to survive, and to tell people, to convince them that we needed their support. A big majority of the Afghan people just sit aside and say that we are impartial. We don't care if you win or Taliban win. Our argument those days was that if the Taliban take over, then your life will change forever. So those impartial people that treated both us, the government, and the Taliban like the same conflicting parties, that whoever wins, we are just the followers, they now regret because their life changed forever until the Taliban rule there. So just again mindful of the time. Two last things, the regional integrity, it cannot come without stability. Taliban, of course, they are in power, they rule it, but they are very far from stability. Stability comes from support of the people. The Taliban, they don't have it. It's a very small and tiny group if you compare it to the rest of the Afghan population, but they are what they have is they have weapons, they are resorting to violence, and that has kept people quiet. Otherwise, the people are not with them. And the last thing, whether Taliban will be a factor that we need to engage with them and agree with them, again, it will be a repetition of what I said. It's not us, the people, who have to show flexibility, because the flexibility was already shown to Taliban for many years. From 2005, many offers were given to Taliban to come to negotiate, come to government, and be part of the society. But it was the Taliban who would not agree to anything, and it will be the Taliban who will not agree to anything except what they are having today. Thank you.
So, yeah, when it came to blaming, in the case of failure and lose, things get difficult because it's like a chess game. When you lose it and you go back to find where I went wrong, the whole mentality shifts to that direction, and there are countless moves and possibilities and factors. So that makes it very much difficult to find between all the moves the wrong ones. But in Afghanistan case, I think there are some internal factors and some external factors. I prioritize the internal factors from where I look to it as a social scientist. Internal factors are the base of the other problem that came from the international community and the politics of the region and other sort of things. So, on contrary to Dr. Sarah, and the situation today in Afghanistan, I think it's somehow a black hole of crises. In fact, there is political crisis, there is economical crisis, security crisis, because security is not just the people being killed, not being killed in the street. People don't have mental security. The life of the people are very unstable, and we can say that the situation there is not secure and safe for the people. And also we have human rights crisis, you name it, we have all sorts of crises there. But in the experience of the 20 years, last 20 years, not every move was wrong. And one of the things that I did research on it, the education and radicalism, and the whole education sector, I want to give any statistics. Before the fall of Kabul on 2021, we had 10 million students in universities and schools, and from them 4 million were girls. So that makes 40% of this number. And when you think about Afghanistan, those 4 million girls came from a social layer of maybe 10 to 15 millions. So the education was also not mandatory in Afghanistan. The people were sending their daughters to get education. So that was something to be proud of somehow, because in Afghanistan context, that was a revolutionary phenomenon that happened back then. And this generation who get educated, today they are advocating for Afghanistan all over the world. You can see them in different cities in the capital of the Western Europe, Western countries. They are advocating for their country and the rights of the people of Afghanistan and also women of Afghanistan. So we need to keep in mind that not everything went wrong in Afghanistan. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Alex Morrison is a historian of empire and colonial warfare at New College, Oxford. His specialisations include focuses on Russians in Central Asia. His background in South Asian history and much of his work compares Russian and British imperial military history. Alexander read modern history at Oriel College and was then elected to a prized fellowship at All Souls College, which he held from 2000 to 2007. From 2007 to 2013, he was lecturer in imperial history at the University of Liverpool, where in 2012 he was awarded a Philip Levelhume Prize. From 2014 to 2017, he was Professor of History at Nazarbayev University, Ashanta, Kazakhstan, before returning to Oxford as Fellow and Tutor in History at New College, a post which he held in conjunction with a faculty post in the history of modern war. Alexander teaches undergraduate papers in European and Asian history, and global and imperial history, and the history of warfare from circa 1800 AD. Professor Alexander Morrison, you have the floor.
Thank you for that very generous and complete introduction. And thank you also for your generosity in inviting me to give a keynote speech here. I am conscious that I'm standing between you and your lunch, and I will try to keep things as briefly as possible. While my slides are coming up, I will sort of offer a few caveats. I'm not really a specialist in the history of Afghanistan. My research is primarily on Russian imperialism in Central Asia. But in the course of that research, I found myself doing quite a lot of work on Russian relations with the Afghans. Amongst other things, I found records of early Russian embassies to Afghanistan under Dost Muhammad Khan and later under Shir Ali Khan. And I'm going to be talking about those today. So this is the theme I was asked to talk about today. I'm conscious it's going to seem quite remote from a lot of the very immediate and painful concerns of this conference, but possibly there are some lessons or ideas that can be drawn from some of the examples that I'm going to be discussing. So a few things this talk is not about. I'm certainly not going to be arguing that Afghanistan is a colonial creation that was forged out of the rivalry between the British and the Russian empires. One of the things I've tried to counteract in my research is the historical cliche of the great game, something I find astoundingly tedious, but which has come to define much 19th century Central Asian history. One of my principal objections to it is that it really erases the agency of Central Asian peoples and states in this period. It assumes that the whole region is nothing more than a sort of chessboard upon which the great powers made their moves, to use Lord Curzon's analogy. And I don't think this is a remotely accurate description. So I'm going to illustrate this argument with a couple of examples. I'm going to talk about the periods of the First and Second Anglo-Afghan Wars. If I have time, which I probably won't, I might move on to talk about the Russo-Afghan boundary commissions as well. So obviously Afghanistan has a long history as a dynastic state which predates British or Russian influence, long before either empire was a major sort of factor. Something I think which sort of helped to structurally define the Afghan state as it developed in the 19th century was the loss of Punjab, which had been the most sort of agriculturally productive region of Ahmad Shah Abdali's Afghan state to Ranjit Singh's Sikh state after 1799. This ushered in a long period of fragmentation and instability, which provided openings, if you like, for these neighboring imperial actors. And I think this perhaps speaks to a longer-term theme in Afghan history. Perhaps it reflects something in Professor Issa's talk as well, which is that the availability of external resources is very important for maintaining solidarity amongst Afghan elites. So Ahmad Shah Abdali, founder of the Durrani dynasty, was able to do this through his control of Punjab and its agricultural revenues, through his raiding parties as well into that part of South Asia. The loss of that region, the loss even subsequently of the Vale of Peshawar, which was the richest area that remained to the Durrani state, to Ranjit Singh, was crippling for the sort of nascent statehood of Afghanistan in the early 19th century. By the time the East India Company comes into contact with what they called the Kingdom of Kabul, essentially it had fragmented into three city-states in Herat, Kandahar, and Kabul. So there's quite a few documents in this presentation. I'm afraid as a historian I'm very fond of my documents. And this is a letter from Amir Dost Muhammad Khan Ghazi to the Emperor Nicholas I of Russia, which was received in St. Petersburg in 1836 and prompted an embassy from the Russians to the Afghans. And he talks here about how, he talks about his enmity with the Sadazais, with the rival branch of the Durrani dynasty, which his Barakzai branch had driven out in the early 1800s. And he talks about the English government having brought to order Shuja-ul-Mulk Sadazai and Punjab, ruled by Ranjit Singh, will have conquered all of India. This government has consistently protected the enemies of my dynasty, and I alone, supported by my devoted followers, am able with the help of the Most High to oppose the attacks of the Sikh people. We hope that the magnanimity and unparalleled bounty showered on the Persian court, Persia was to some extent a Russian client state by this point, will also stream on the Afghan government and on our dynasty, which, with the beneficent gaze of your imperial greatness, without doubt will return to its former favourable state. So what Amir Dost Muhammad was doing here was basically appealing for Russian support and patronage to counter the East India Company, but also above all what he saw as its client state, Ranjit Singh's Sikh state in Punjab. The Russian response to this was to send an embassy to Kabul, led by Jan Witkiewicz, a Polish exile. This document here, which I won't read out at length, from the governor of Orenburg to the Russian foreign minister, Nesselrode, lays out in some detail why the Russians thought that this was a good idea. They were worried about British commercial penetration to Central Asia. They thought the British would supply arms to their own enemies in that region. They saw this as an opportunity for supporting the Barakzais against British influence. This notoriously, of course, prompted the first British invasion of Afghanistan in 1839, which I'm sure all of you are very familiar with. I think the Russian side of this is a little less familiar to many of you. And which, of course, notoriously ended in disaster. And I'm not going to go into detail as to why that was. I think that's a story that's probably well known to all of you. What I want to focus on here is, however, the Russian reaction to this invasion. So in March 1841, at which point actually we know that the Anglo-Sadazai regime under Shah Shuja was already beginning to crumble, partly because the East India Company was no longer willing to subsidize it sufficiently. The Russian minister in Tehran, Dugamel, wrote to Nesselrode, the foreign minister, and he wrote in French as which is the language of diplomacy for the Russian Empire at the time. I won't read out the document in full, but basically what he's saying is the British have stolen a march on us here in Afghanistan. They are now dominant here. Their rule there is going to endure. Their client, Shah Shuja, is basically in control. We have lost this particular sort of battle. The irony, of course, here is that, as we know, the whole Anglo-Sadazai regime was about to crumble into disaster. So what I want to emphasize here is that the Russians did not really have any idea that this was going to happen. That, in effect, their ability to influence events was actually very limited. But also, of course, as we know, the British were losing control at this point as well. So the story, actually, of what was happening in Afghanistan in this period was not one really of great power influence so much as of Afghan agency. It was, after all, Afghan political developments that led to the collapse of the Anglo-Sadazai regime, something which, as I say, the Russians did not foresee. Now, if we jump onto the origins of the Second Anglo-Afghan War, there are obviously some striking parallels. It's also prompted by the arrival of a Russian envoy in Kabul, in this instance, General Stolyetov. By far the best sort of historical judgment, I think, on the events that led up to this comes from the Siraj al-Tawarikh, Muhammad Faiz Khatib's sort of magisterial history of Afghanistan under the later Durrani dynasty. And I'll emphasize here the last expression which he uses here. So he talks here about the arrival of Stolyetov in Kabul, and he concludes by saying, as the saying goes, fate laughs at the best laid plans. The results were completely the opposite of what was intended, as will be recorded in due course. So the story which is laid out here actually is one very much of unintended consequences. Lord Lytton, the Viceroy in India at the time, here at his most Rumsfeldian in his sort of expression, talks here about a sort of very well-established British paranoia relating to Russian influence in Afghanistan. The neighbour we have to fear, now to fear, is not Afghanistan, but Russia. The danger with which we are most immediately menaced by Russia is not the loss of territory, but the loss of that political influence or prestige which is the most specific safeguard of territory. Sher Ali may wish to remain stationary. We may wish to remain stationary. The Russian power in Central Asia cannot remain stationary. Its position is too weak. Small bodies gravitate to great ones. And if Afghanistan does not gravitate towards the British, it must gravitate towards the Russian Empire. And between bodies of equivalent gravity, the attractive force of the one that is in movement will always exceed that of the one which is motionless. So what he was basically trying to argue, you'll notice the date of this document is 1876, so well before the Russian emissary had actually arrived in Kabul. He's basically trying to argue for a more aggressive British policy towards Afghanistan. Amir Sher Ali himself was, of course, trapped between these two fires to some extent. This is an intelligence report which the British received in 1878 from one of their Akhbar Nevis news writers, Munshi Bakhtiar Khan, talking about this dilemma which he faced. Should he yield to British importunity and accept a British mission in Kabul? Should he instead welcome the Russians? In the end, fatally, he does decide to welcome a Russian envoy, Stolyatov, who describes here his lavish welcome in Kabul and gives a slightly patronizing assessment of Sher Ali himself, that it seems to me he is that type of Asiatic which received neither a scientific education or upbringing, but who is by nature richly endowed with understanding of the significance and strength of European science and life. And he compares him to Mehmet Ali of Egypt and Ranjit Singh of Punjab. This provoked a predictably furious reaction from Lytton. What am I to do in the event of the death of the Amir and a bold bid for the throne of Afghanistan by Abdul Rahman with the support of Russia? So Abdul Rahman Khan, as I'm sure you know, had been a failed contender for the Afghan throne, who ended up in exile on Russian territory in Samarkand in the 1860s and 1870s. The British were convinced that this was a prelude to the installation of Abdul Rahman as a Russian client on the throne of Afghanistan, and they, in consequence, invaded again. On the Russian side, the Governor-General in Turkestan, von Kaufmann, was apparently convinced that had been convinced by Sher Ali that the English would not declare war on him in response to the presence of Stolyatov. He was advocating a protectorate over Afghanistan at this point. The Russians once again viewed the British invasion of Afghanistan as a defeat of all their plans, as a disaster for their interests. Again, I'm not going to read this document out in detail, but here is von Kaufmann in the aftermath of the British invasion, basically saying that the Russians have lost now, through their failure to support Sher Ali against the British, any possibility of gaining political influence in Afghanistan. They assumed once again that the British invasion would be successful, that it would lead to the establishment of a sort of permanent British dominance there. The interesting point is that from the British perspective, actually, they also thought that the results of their invasion were a disaster. Again, many elements of this will be very familiar to you. Obviously, the catastrophic defeat at the Battle of Maiwand is perhaps the most significant. But the key point is that the British realized that they were not able to control Afghanistan directly themselves. Their attempt, obviously, to place a mission in Kabul had ended in ignominious failure with its slaughter. And they were desperately hunting around for somebody, anybody, whom they could support as a candidate for the Afghan throne. This is the response of Sir Lepel Griffin, who was the foreign minister of British India at the time, on the prospect of Abdul Rahman, who had left Russian territory and entered Afghanistan, being placed upon the Afghan throne. He believed he'd done this with Russian support. That he has been sent and assisted by Russia is perfectly clear. In the face of this, it seems rather like putting our heads ostrich-like in the sand to pretend to trust to Russian treaties and engagements, which we know in our hearts are no better than waste paper. He thinks that we throw away the results of years of labor and expenditure of millions. In return, you probably get a hostile Afghanistan directly under Russian influence. One, too, which you cannot punish, as it is impossible for obvious reasons to undertake a third Afghan campaign. But nevertheless, the British do support Abdul Rahman's candidacy for the Afghan throne, despite this belief that he's a Russian client. But Abdul Rahman was not a Russian client. He had actually left Russian territory without Russian knowledge or support. He owed his position as the leading contender for the throne at this point entirely to his own political maneuverings and ruthlessness. The last document I'm going to present to you is the account from an Afghan in Russian service called Said Khan Karim Khan, who visited the court of Kabul in 1883 and was told by Abdurrahman that the enemies of the Afghan people were the Russians, through whom the Afghan people had experienced many hardships. If 5 years earlier Sher Ali Khan had not believed in his foolishness in General Stolyatov, who had arrived in Kabul, there would not have been a war with the English, which brought so much unhappiness and ruin to the Afghan people. Thus, the enemies of the Afghan people are the Russians. So, in other words, the British thought that Abdurrahman was a Russian puppet. The Russians thought that Abdurrahman was a British puppet. Both of them were wrong. Abdurrahman was pursuing his own political agenda. Now, I have no particular brief for Abdurrahman Khan. He was an extremely ruthless ruler. We know what he did in Kafiristan, in Hazarajat, in Maimuna, in Mazar-e-Sharif, in all the regions that he conquered and added effectively to the Afghan state. But he is in all sorts of ways its effective founder. What I think is significant is that he obviously did this with the benefit of a British subsidy and with British arms, but he did it largely on his own terms otherwise. I long considered that the idea that Afghanistan was, formally at least, a British protectorate between 1881, when Abdurrahman comes to the throne, and 1919, the end of the Third Anglo-Afghan War, is largely fictional. The British Raj was not really able to control Afghanistan's external relations in this period. Even less was it able to control what Afghan rulers were doing internally in this period. What they did provide was that essential sort of external source of financing, which helped Abdurrahman to sort of bind the early Afghan state together. Now, I'm going to rush to my conclusion now, because I'm conscious that we are overdue for lunch. So I'm going to skip the sections on the drawings of the work of the Russo-Afghan boundary commissions and offer a few more general reflections. So it's certainly true that Britain and Russia were largely responsible for defining Afghanistan's external boundaries through the Durand Line and the two Russo-Afghan boundary commissions of 1885 and 1895. But there's a great deal more to state building than boundary drawing. So British subsidies and military assistance were important to the relative stability of Dost Muhammad Khan's regime between 1842 and 1863, and then that of Abdurrahman Khan from 1880 to 1900. But neither ruler can be considered a British or a Russian puppet. The British and the Russians consistently overestimated the power, the influence, and the foresight of their European great power rivals. In other words, if we look at Afghanistan, either in British sources or in Russian sources, they're constantly overestimating the agency of their great power opponents and underestimating that of the Afghans themselves. And I think this is a problem with a lot of the historiography on this period. We have an obsession with the Great Game, which has blinded us to the importance of Afghan initiative in the process of state formation in this period, when Afghanistan is often seen as a sort of pawn or plaything between great powers. And the final reflection, I suppose, I'll leave you with is, I think we need to think about the importance of monarchy in Afghan history. Afghanistan is in origin a dynastic state. The role of the monarchy, perhaps in binding it together, was very important in the 19th and 20th centuries. We can think perhaps of parallels with Britain, where the monarchy plays a similar sort of symbolic role within a multi-ethnic state. I'm not sort of suggesting that the revival of the Afghan monarchy is a realistic political project, but I do think we need to think about what its role was in the creation of Afghanistan in the first place, and in, let's say, the happier periods of Afghan political history, when the country was relatively united and peaceful internally, particularly between the Second World War and the overthrow of the dynasty in the 1970s. So I'll stop there. Apologies for overrunning my time, and I hope you enjoy your lunch.
Good afternoon. We are now at the final session of what's been a fascinating 2 days, going back to the 13th century and the extraordinary local government that existed in Afghanistan then, and some very interesting political and papers in the last couple of days. And I really look forward to reading the journal articles that will emerge from this event. And thank you very much to Mosaic and to Hughes Hall for bringing us all together. This last session, which will go on in 2 parts this afternoon, will be a much more practical sense of what happens to Afghanistan next. We all know the challenges, and we've heard the challenges, and we know how awful it is to live there, particularly as a woman. And we know in detail the terrorist threats that are emanating from Afghanistan and the misery and poverty that the country is in. So we don't want to go over that ground again this afternoon, but we want to talk about what we can do about it, and in particular, what we can do to support an alternative political dispensation for the country. Not a government in exile, but the beginnings, perhaps, of an opposition to the Taliban that the international community could recognise as being legitimate, won't be accepted by everybody, but legitimate enough to be accepted as, if there are negotiations, the alternative to the Taliban. Or, my biggest fear in Afghanistan is that the country collapses because the Taliban implodes and you get a sort of Syria-like situation, or we go back to the early 1990s in Afghanistan, which nobody wants to happen again. And if that happens, if we had a transitional government, a process, something that was agreed by the international community, ready to go in Afghanistan, then perhaps we could ameliorate some of the worst effects of that happening. And I've watched as an observer of many of these different processes since the fall of the Afghan Republic in 2021, a real maturing of thinking in the Afghan opposition. It took about a year for Afghan diaspora to recover from the shock of the fall of the country. But after that, some of the meetings I went to, you began to get discussions about the kinds of things that might happen next. And there are now dozens of different roadmaps. Some of them are really just lists of the kind of country that we'd like. Most of them are absolutely the kind of country that we'd like. Some of the more mature ones, and some of those represented here, look at how we might actually get to that country, how we might get to from where we are now to actually getting to a formal Afghanistan. And the most successful umbrella of all of the different roadmaps, bringing together different organizations, is the Vienna process for a democratic Afghanistan. And Ambassador Wolfgang Pettrich, who is a extremely distinguished retired Austrian diplomat, was the Balkan High Representative for the United Nations, for the international community in Bosnia at the end of the conflict there, and a man of significant international reputation and knowledge in terms of mediating peace processes. He's also the president of Austria's most influential foreign affairs think tank, the OIIP. So we're very honoured that Wolfgang has come over from Austria to speak this afternoon about what's been happening in the Vienna process, which brings together a number of different Afghan organisations, principally the NRF, the National Resistance Front, led by Ahmad Massoud, but also a number of other different organisations. And the NRF are not represented here because their roadmap is effectively the work that the Vienna process is doing. But all of these different groups sort of intersect one way or another. The NRF is also a member of the National Resistance Council based in Ankara in Turkey, and you can do a sort of Venn diagram of lots of different groups. And we were going to have them represented this afternoon, but unfortunately there's no representative from that group. It's quite a high bar. There is well, he's not. Is he online already? He is online. Khalid Pashtun is online. So we will have a participation from. So he wasn't online at the beginning of the event. So it's very good to see you, sir, and we look forward to your contribution in a few minutes. As well as that, we have Professor Nazif Sharani, a very distinguished political anthropologist who's worked in Afghanistan and around the region for many years, and will introduce the roadmap from the Nazati Edimadi Milli Afghanistan, the National Trust Movement for Afghanistan. And Professor Sharani is also the chair of one of the 4 working groups in Vienna, the working group that looks at constitutional and political arrangements. So you can see these different organizations operating as a network and Shara Karimi, who nobody here needs an introduction to because she's the key instigator of this conference, and she'll be introducing the roadmap of the Federalist Assembly of Afghanistan. So that's the first part of the afternoon, and then we'll have a discussion of the roadmaps briefly with Nasir Andisha, the ambassador to Geneva, the Republic's ambassador to Geneva, still remains in post and bravely flying the flag of the Republic, and on Monday will be speaking at an important UN meeting on human rights in Afghanistan. And alongside him, Michael Semple, again somebody who I imagine nobody in this room needs an introduction to, has been working on Afghanistan for 25, 30 years, speaks both of the languages very well, was engaged in processes going all the way back to Bonn, as well as working in Afghanistan now as the head of the George Mitchell Institute in Belfast. Close. So we will begin with Wolfgang Pettrich on the Vienna process.
Thank you very much, David, for your kind presentation. And I would like to really thank Zamai for including me here. He simply insisted that I should come and present the Vienna process for a democratic Afghanistan here, or more precisely, the roadmap. Now, a caveat to begin with, this roadmap is a living document. It is work in progress. So whatever I'm saying here is up for discussion, because this is one of the principles of the Vienna process. We want to be as inclusive as possible. We want to be as much outreach and inclusive in including different opinions in order to find a strong yet very down-to-earth roadmap. It's about the road. It's not flying above Afghanistan. It's really the roads in Afghanistan, for Afghanistan, that we are talking about. Now, the roadmap is basically organized along 3 chapters. And this is, the first chapter is called Perspectives. I would say a bit of a vision thing of this roadmap. The second are the principles. And the third is now really down to earth, to executive mechanisms. But when you will listen to what I'm saying, you will see there's a lot of repetition in there still, because we're still working very much on finding a document and writing a document which really will do the trick, which will be understood by all those who are interested in, by the citizens of Afghanistan, inside and outside of their country. Now let me start out with the first point, the perspective or the vision thing. It's about the future of Afghanistan, of course. And as I've already said, one of the vision thing is really to be inclusive and to be representative, to have the equality of all stakeholders, both in Afghanistan itself as, of course, outside of Afghanistan. And it is about legitimacy. Clearly, it is the legitimacy which is the basis for everything, the credibility, maybe I should say. And the key objective, of course, this all needs to happen through the will of the people, all the citizens of Afghanistan. So now, probably not so much new to you what I'm saying, but it's important to repeat it just to say this is for us really, in a way, the founding basis for what we are trying to do. Now, when it comes to the principles, to the second part, of course, we're talking about sovereignty, territorial integrity, the national unity of Afghanistan. We are also talking, and this is the second point in the principle list, a governance system based on the law and the free elections, clearly. Third point is the very broad concept of human security. So a very inclusive, again, definition of what security means. It's not just about the security when it comes to military. The military side is, of course, also about food security and all these other issues that we know so much about, and which is so much lacking also. Now, it is also, and today, this morning was already made a reference to the Sustainable Development Goals. It's of course also about the sustainable development, and it is something which I would call overall stability. Well, or it's very much, I'm sure, desired. Now, it is also about equal justice, the avoidance of discrimination, violence, and extremism. Again, it's something which doesn't need a lot of explanation. It's, of course, more of this. It is not just a roadmap which is specific. That's clearly the priority. But it's also about a culture of mutual acceptance in terms of ethnic, linguistic, cultural, religious, gender, and political biases. So against this, we want this to be very, very strong, also underlined here in now. When I come to the third point, then it is, let me just say, its third point is what we call the objectives. Again, I said already before, it's a bit repetitive. We need to lay the groundwork for ensuring social justice, abolishing any structural and systemic discrimination in the country itself. And we want to, and this is already in the making also, create a platform for discussion on the constitution. We have heard yesterday about the many constitutions that Afghanistan suffered through, I should say, and I know a lot about constitutions since when I worked as the High Representative in Bosnia-Herzegovina. In the Dayton Peace Accords, the constitution was basically just written by the Americans and then imposed on the Bosnians, and to this very day it does not work. So that is a very crucial issue. How do you approach? How do you work with it? And I think it's not about reinventing the wheel. It's about taking the Constitution and see which adaptation is necessary in order to arrive where you would like to be. Now, a key objective of this roadmap includes, of course, the establishment of a political system based on civic, Islamic, and democratic values, and where, again, as I said, the governance and legitimacy derive from the free will of the people. Now, let me turn to the second part, which is the principles, very briefly. We've already spoken about the sovereignty, integrity, and so on, the governance system, and all these other issues that are so important. Now, the executive mechanism, this is the last part of the roadmap, is and I should add that actually this roadmap is the result of the first 3 meetings in Vienna, in the framework of the Vienna process, which was established. The first meeting was in September of 2022. Now, for the implementation, and this clearly is a precondition, we have 4 points I would like to mention. The first one is working on the support, the overall support from all resistance movements all forces, civic forces that are active in changing the situation in Afghanistan. It is not just directed against the Taliban. I think it's very important to think beyond what if. I think this kind of vision thing is extremely important and should be kept in mind. It's kind of singular focus on the Taliban will not do the trick, in my opinion, and this is, of course, a widespread opinion also around here. The second point is from this executive mechanism, from the third part, what is the best mechanism? What is the best mechanism in order to achieve this? And there we believe that we need to join as equals, and we need to set up, and this is a very specific proposal, to invite individuals, qualified individuals, for membership in the commission responsible for formulating these positions. So there we come already closer to an institutionalization of what is necessary. Now, this commission needs to formulate, of course, common positions clearly. The third point in this in this last chapter, and this is, I believe, quite a daring idea, but let's be realistic and ask for the seemingly impossible. And this is a comprehensive nationwide session for presenting the Commission's work, which is in and out, of course. That, again, how to achieve this is clearly not easy, but again, we need to think big in order to then see what can be achieved. As you can see, I have now for the third time mentioned how important the citizens in the country, in Afghanistan, and those outside. This nexus, this connection is extremely important, I believe, and needs to be on our mind constantly. The fourth in this last chapter is now we need to be involved, and this is what the meeting here in Cambridge is all about, of course, to send messages continuously to the international community, to our respective states, countries where we are living. I believe this is something which we need to keep in mind. Advocacy is the key word in this international fora. And when Ambassador Andisha will speak on Monday, and we already spoke about Geneva, where the head of the United Nations, the United Nations Commissioner for Human Rights happens to be an Austrian and a good friend of mine. These are key people in the UN system and outside that we need to approach continuously and deal with them. Again, this is one of the principles of the Vienna roadmap now, so to say. When I come to the next point, and there the roadmap talks about to maintain relations with international legal and judicial institutions like the International Criminal Court. I'm not well informed about it, but when I think of Ukraine or Syria, or where I used to work, Kosovo and Bosnia-Herzegovina, the establishment of fact-finding groups, so to speak, about the crimes committed. Yeah? I think this has done a lot of good in Bosnia and also in Kosovo. Yeah? In Ukraine, there's an ongoing exercise in this, incidentally headquartered in Vienna with a new office which will which will be opened in a couple of days. So let's also think about this, how to collect information about war crimes and abuse and whatever it is happening. Maybe this is something it sounds far away, but at the same time, I believe it is important. The roadmap is, after all, and I'm coming now to the conclusion, something which needs to lead us into the future and be structured, has an opportunity that we all refer to it. And I believe if there's more than one roadmap out there, it's clearly it is something where the opposition forces are trying to unite, and independent thinking and independent proposals are very good. But in the end, we need to see whether the Vienna platform will be the one where these ideas and maps and congregate, so to speak. Yeah? And I think this is the discussion that we are going to have today. And let me just at the end mention that what I've said here is the roadmap and all the other documents, declarations which were adopted in these 4 conferences so far in Vienna are on the website called Vienna Process, one word, viennaprocess.org. Thank you very much.
We'll go now to Kali Pashtun online, if we could, actually. If you're ready, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Can we put him on the screen?
I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude for organizing this significant gathering at Cambridge University about Afghanistan. Well, I would like to present a plan to save the country from crisis. Afghanistan has faced multiple crises since it collapsed on August 15, 2021. The Supreme Council resistance for salvation of Afghanistan as the largest political umbrella after assessing the situation of the country, the region, and the world, as well as Afghanistan interaction in relations with its neighbor in the world. The considering mutual interests presented a plan to save Afghanistan in 2023. Here a summary of the plan is presented to you. The explanation of plan to save Afghanistan from the crisis, covering all aspects of the crisis and a way to solve it. It ensures a stable future for Afghanistan where the people can live in peace with the world. The full text of the plan is available to you and will answer all your questions. Objectives. First, to end war and violence and transition from the current undesirable situation to a desirable one. 2, to establish a new Afghanistan free from war and violence, inclusive, democratic, justice-oriented, and free from all form of discrimination and prejudice under Islamic values, with a moderate intensification in the rule of law. 3rd, to transform deadly armed conflict into a healthy political and civil competition through program-based and law-abiding political parties. 4, to ensure permanent stability, balanced development, and universal welfare. 5th, to restore sovereignty to the people, control institutionalized state power with a decentralized parliamentary system, and elect governor, mayors, district chiefs through a new constitution. 6, to restore Afghanistan's constructive role and position in the region and the world by following policy of active neutrality and a principle of mutual respect. Step to achieve objectives. First stage, laying the groundwork for negotiation at the national level. First, creating a unified umbrella among prominent political forces opposed to the Taliban. 2, reaching an agreement on joint framework for saving the country. 3rd, agreeing on the roadmap for transitioning out of the crisis. At the international level, the United Nations, by appointing a competent delegation to initiate and manage a peace process, will take the following steps to prepare for negotiations. First, establish a common understanding of the Afghanistan crisis and its actual and potential negative consequences for the people in the region, in the world, considering the increasing presence of extremist groups within Afghanistan. Two, coordinate among neighboring countries, the region, and the world to restore stability in Afghanistan, moving the country from a place of conflicting interest to the center of cooperative interest among concerned countries in creating a collective will for politically resolve the Afghanistan crisis. Increasing pressure until the Taliban submit to negotiation. If the Taliban refuse to accept the legitimate demand of the Afghan people in political solution and continue their war and violence against the people, the following option will be pursued to increase pressure on the Taliban to accept process of national reconciliation. At the national level, first, systematically strengthening the expanding and national resistance for various provinces as a legitimate option for defending the right of the people and save the country. Two, organizing field activities, collective protests, and civil disobedience. Third, paralyzing the Taliban illegitimate administrative machinery and the capital and provinces in the way that does not harm and suffering the people of the country. Fourth, supporting and welcoming moderate faction with the Taliban who believes in national reconciliation. At the international level, one, continuing the process of preventing the recognition of the Taliban illegitimate rule. Two, cutting off financial aid to the Taliban in the way that does not harm the people of Afghanistan. Third, adding warmongers, extremists, and those associated with terrorist groups to the United Nations Security Council blacklist. Fourth, forcing the Taliban to expel foreign terrorists from Afghanistan and cut off ties with them. Fifth, imposing further travel ban on Taliban leaders. Sixth, encouraging countries that support the Taliban to pressure them into accepting a political solution and negotiations. Seven, supporting opposition to the Taliban. Second stage, starting peace negotiation. Discussion and decision making on the following agenda. First, negotiating and agreeing on the formation of the transitional government for 2 years period with a specific task. Two, agreeing on the structure of the transitional government means Supreme State Council, head of the state and deputies, Prime Minister and deputies, Chief Justice and member of the Supreme Court, Supreme Islamic Jurisprudence Council, Cabinet and independent agency. And the third stage, initiating transitional government, and fourth stage, elected government, starting at work of the newly elected government and entering the era of establishing a new Afghanistan. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, and thank you for keeping to time. We're well on time this afternoon. Professor Shahidi.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, bihi nasta'in. Good afternoon. And I wanted to thank the Mosaic Foundation, Hughes Hall, King's College, and all the colleagues who have put enormous effort to bring us together. And I want to take the blame for proposing this panel as a member of the board of directors of Mosaic. Simply because there's a new tradition in Afghanistan that is writing roadmaps for the future of the country. In the past history of Afghanistan, I don't recall any government actually having a roadmap for what it wanted to do It just simply created constitutions that justified what they wanted to do. And much of that also was foreign implemented, if you like. And I'll talk a bit more about that. The organization that I became a member, and I have to admit also that after teaching 52 years in American universities and colleges, I decided to have early retirement in 2002. Part of that was to try to see what I have learned about Afghanistan, to put that into use, to see if we could come up with some way of resolving the difficulties and the crises that Afghanistan is facing. And of course, much of this was instigated by the fact that in 2021, US and NATO and all the allies hypocritically left the country while going there promising to bring social change, positive social change. They left the country, in fighting terrorism, they left the country in the hands of terrorists. And that shocked most of the young people of Afghanistan and some of the older ones as well. And I think part of the world is also shocked by what happened in Afghanistan, the promises and what happened with that. In October of 2021, a group of Afghans got together through one of the YouTube channels that most Afghans are familiar with, Hamid Zarabi's channel, the Politics of Afghanistan program. Initially, about 20 plus Afghans gathered twice, 2 Sundays, over 2 hours or more, talking about what can we do. We're all horrified by what happened to the country, but what can we do? And we spent 4 hours. Afghans love to talk, as you can all notice, and me included. We got nothing accomplished at the end of 4 hours. So I proposed that let's have an outline of some sort about what our problems are, diagnostics of the problem of Afghanistan. And I must say, it's not descriptive. It needs to be analytical. Identify the sources of our very problematic political culture. Nobody talks about political. In fact, what has happened in Afghanistan is produced by a culture. And that culture has a very deep roots in our history that has produced all these other forms, and the last version of that is Taliban. So Taliban is not the only problem. Even if you move the Taliban today, the next one would be another Taliban, maybe in a worse form. So it's not going to be enough to be against the Taliban and remove them. No, we need to have a much deeper solution to that. So when you identify, diagnose political cultural problems, you have to come up with some kind of solution. And that has to be systematic and political solution. And when you have a solution, you have to also find a way to implement them. So the question of what is the problem, why is this a problem, and how, or what can we do about it to be able to resolve it? Those are the 3 questions that are hardly ever asked. We have now a culture, and I hope we at the Nahzat-e E'timad Milli, or the National Trust Movement, can take a bit of a credit. We wrote up in 1.5 hours, 1.5 years, the document that is posted on Mosaic's post, and I'll be happy to share with you. And it has an executive summary that comes to about 3 pages. You couldn't really summarize it any less. That's there, and I hope all of you will read it. And that it's very important that we can, in fact, address these questions systematically. And much of what we have, we wrote this proposal and shared it with anybody who was interested. And then we started seeing that other people are producing also roadmaps. But unfortunately, most roadmaps are essentially goals, wishes, wish lists, We want this kind of Afghanistan, we want that kind of Afghanistan, but without diagnostics of what the real problems of the country are. And without showing some way of reaching there, and without actual tactics and strategies for accomplishing what they are supposed to be doing. So let me come back to what we think the real problems of the country are. The country's politics, or the political culture, is defined by rent-seeking, person-centered, self-interested, and ethnic or tribal hegemony. You go through the entire history of Afghanistan, you'll find that these are the issues that are critical. And they are not value-centered, principle-centered, they are not institutional-based, and they are not based on any kind of programmatic way of resolving Afghanistan's problem. This political culture has fostered exceptionalism, rewarding criminality, especially within the government structure, in rampant administrative corruption, especially by high-ranking officials, with no exception. All Afghan governments have been like this. Furthermore, identity politics, especially in the last 20 years, the politics of identity, which turned what I refer to generally as Shirkati Sahami Qudrat in Afghanistan. That is, power sharing amongst ethnic warlords undermined national unity, insecurity of person and property, and breeded politics of fear and favor. Those are the two major forces operating. And of course, the centralized power has been handed to a small clique who have been essentially causing political instability that the country is facing. And another very important problem is over-dependence on international force or foreign force, whatever you want to call it. What we are proposing essentially is a kind of, I know it has been used and abused already, the polycentric Muslim political vision. Not Islamic, Muslim. There is huge difference when you say Islamic and when you say Muslim. Muslim is Afghan specific. Islamic is universal. We don't want to go there. And of course, governance that needs to transform, in fact, deconstruct the existing political culture because it's dysfunctional, because it's causing the problem that produces these regimes after regimes and after regimes. And of course, social difference in itself is not a problem. We anthropologists know that. Social difference is there, but what turns social differences into social divisions and also to social factions and essentially social problems of violence? This has to do with policies of governments towards difference. In Afghanistan, one group has essentially monopolized this, we have heard it repeatedly, hegemonized the power, and they have discriminated against others. Those differences became divisions. We need to find a way to remend this particular problem, and if we don't, we really need a constructive destruction of Afghanistan's political culture. That's what we're all about. Constructive destruction, not just destruction. If you destroy something that's there and don't replace it with something better, you have done nothing. You have compounded the problem. So, I want to go back very, very briefly. I've lived in America for over 50-something years. To de Tocqueville, not an American, but a Frenchman. And also to somebody whom I knew personally, and that's Vincent Ostrom. Lynn Ostrom's husband, a political scientist. There is an institute in Indiana University under their name. And they're famous for their theory of sort of, yesterday I mentioned also the problem of the commons. And how shared governance is much better than centralized government. And in fact, in a book that's titled The Meaning of Democracy, Tocqueville's, Democracy in America, his book is The Meaning of Democracy and the Vulnerability of Democracies. In that book, he says, learning the craft of citizenship is applied to public affairs, need to focus on how to cope with problems in the context of family, neighborhood, village, and community. This is where people acquire the rudiments of becoming self-governing by learning how to live and work with one another. In Afghanistan society that I have studied for 50 years, we have, in fact, communities of trust at the level of family, the level of mosque communities, and neighborhoods, and so forth. This is where people have learned how to live with one another. These are communities of trust. We need to build our governments on these, from bottom up. But what has Afghanistan's government done in the last 140-something years? They have tried to destroy them, weaken them. And what have they done? They have brought branches of central government and lopped on top of them, and we don't have local government. We have branches of central government in the localities. This is not a way to build a government. We need to build these communities of trust at the bottom. That's what, when we say local government or local Muslim institutions, that's what I'm referring to. These have existed in the past and have been very effective during the empires of faith that Muslims constructed, and they are still. During the 1980s, there was no government in Afghanistan, and jihad was supported. Who supported them? Who made them work? Who made the resistance work? These communities, Muslim communities of trust at the local level, families, little communities of trust around mosques, and so on and so forth. That worked so well. Yeah. Summary is that we identify Afghanistan's political culture to be four-legged. The first leg is based on kingship, the notion of sovereignty of the ruler, who has the right of life and death over everything. And the worst form of its exercise in Afghanistan is the right to appoint everybody. When you appoint, you start with nepotism, your kinsmen, then your cronies, then you sell the offices. This is the real problem of Afghanistan's political culture. That one person, whether elected or gotten the power by external money and whatever, that they appoint everybody. In the appointment, they create the problems of political abuse, abuse of power. And this produces something that we all are familiar, relationship between rulers and subjects, ra'ayats and taba'a. Okay? And of course, we don't have citizens in Afghanistan. I'm sorry, the term is used, but it doesn't exist. We need to liberate these subjects. And the way to do that essentially is the second leg of the Afghanistan's political culture, and that one has to do with kinship. With kingship and kinship. That is relying on, because it's a community, when somebody is in power cannot trust anyone else except its kinsmen. And that's where nepotism and all the other things come in. So we have to deal with this aspect. The central government essentially does everything, including, if we return back to even resolving Taliban problem, the ulama were actually useful and effective at the local level. What we need to do is return the Taliban, not to run a central government, but to be effective in the community level with some kind of monitoring and so forth and so on. We need to essentially refocus the education into Quran, not some of the nonsense that has been taught in these madrasas, in the books that has been produced that are abusive of Islam. And anyway, I can't go there, but the other one is political economy of dependency. The reason why we haven't had citizens is because governments have been installed by foreigners, maintained by foreigners. If you are in that position, why do you want legitimacy of the people? You don't. There was no need for it. And that's why we need to work towards becoming more independent of the political economy of foreigners doing things for us. And I can't do, but there's one other thing.
Final thought?
The final thought, yeah. And that is the Taliban hegemony. Again, if you adopt community self-governance as a principle where all political officers are elected, all professional officers are recruited through professional committees and commissions, you can work out some of the problems. Right now, the entire government is Taliban. It's one category of people who are, but in the earlier governments, it was similar in slightly different version of it. And of course, we also proposed 3 stages for this. One, an international commission for peace in Afghanistan through the UN, some larger organizations. And we want them to be able to help create a committee for peace in Afghanistan through provincial participation. We have a mechanism suggested there. And the last one, transitional government, a transitional government which can then, we are proposing 5 years because you can't rush these things, to produce a constitution based on a list of values that we have also identified. And if they do that, then after 5 years, there will be a constitution, a new electoral law, and a new government, and then they can turn the power over.
Which we'll look at in detail in the panel.
And please, yes, we will talk about that, and I apologize if I took too long.
Shira, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for coming. There is so much to talk about, but I think we're running out of time. And, I think we have a time after the break to go through some of the issues and then discuss them and elaborate more on these roadmaps and stuff. So I just want to go a little bit, should I introduce myself?
I mean, I did introduce you, and I think everybody here knows who you are.
So basically, I'm at the Leadership Council of the Afghanistan's Federalist Assembly of Afghanistan. I'm also at the, I'm working directly with Dr. Bizhan on the political committee. I am a spokesperson and also spokeswoman, and also I am kind of, leading the EU desk. Yeah. So it's not about me. So that's why I just wanted to, just a little bit explain why I'm here. Thank God that they have elected a woman to speak on their behalf. As we can see, there's no woman representative across these political groups. So I'm very proud and I'm very happy. And let's keep it up. And I'm really hoping that we will bring more women into politics, not as a symbol, but as a proper active woman who have participation and say in policies and governance methods, etc. So let's go to the statement of the Federalist Assembly, because I really don't like reading, but I want to read this one because this is their statement, our statement, Federalists. So first things, as I said, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and all the friends and colleagues who have joined us online. Today, I stand before you to address a critical issue that has shaped our past and will undoubtedly define our future: the need for federalism in Afghanistan. Although Federalists have actively participated in the contemporary political arena and the several presidential elections and have increasingly engaged in parliamentary discussions, bringing their proposals to the forefront, still efforts were made to marginalize Federalists and their ideas, with many Federalists being blacklisted during the previous regimes. Although federalism has not been fully explored in Afghanistan, practically, federal models have been proposed by various political leaders in the past. These proposals came from ethnic groups including Tajiks, Uzbeks, Hazaras, and even some prominent Pashtuns. And we hope that new generation of Afghan Pashtuns, academics, and politicians will realize that true national unity, Wahdat-e-Milli, can only be achieved through embracing inclusivity and respecting the diversity of Afghanistan. Furthermore, foreign political experts on Afghanistan and academics, such as Thomas Barfield, Jennifer Brick, Murtaza Shivili, some American generals who have served and all are considering a federal system of governance could more accurately reflect Afghanistan ethnic and cultural diversity and contribute towards economic stability, sustainability, political inclusivity, equality, pluralism, and peace. Afghanistan's complex governance landscape, encompassing both formal local government structures and indigenous tribal systems, make federalism a natural fit. The effective operation of customary governance at district and village levels highlights the practicality of adopting a federal model to integrate traditional authority with formal administrative framework. So, the failure of centralized governance. For too long, Afghanistan has suffered under centralized governance models that have failed to meet the needs and aspirations of its diverse population. Our nation is a mosaic of ethnic, linguistic, and cultural communities, each with its own identity, values, and traditions. Yet for over a century, centralized governments have imposed a one-size-fits-all approach to governance, disregarding this rich diversity that defines Afghanistan. Afghanistan's nation-building process has been fraught with challenges marked by deep divisions that have obstructed peace, justice, security, and development. Since its establishment in the 19th century, Afghanistan has experienced various centralized forms of governance, from monarchy to republics and emirates, that have only worsened social divides and failed to achieve stability or inclusivity, because the central government and the system has failed to adequately represent Afghanistan's diverse population. And a country where various ethnic groups have their own distinct languages, cultures, values, principles, and social structures, a unitary system that imposes a top-down approach is incompatible with the needs of its pluralistic population. Centralized power has led to ineffective governance, widespread corruption, and recruiting crisis. Despite significant international investment over the past 2 decades, the Afghan government collapsed following the withdrawal of US troops. The return of Taliban rule has further entrenched authoritarianism and human rights abuses, including severe restriction on women's rights and their socio-political participation. Historically, centralized power in Afghanistan has been Afghan Pashtun-centric, marginalizing other ethnic groups such as Tajiks, Hazara, Uzbeks, and others. This lack of inclusivity has exacerbated ethnic tension and weakened national unity. The ongoing cycle of political crisis, ethnic tension, and persistent instability underscores the urgent need for a radical change in the political system, specifically federalism, which better reflects the country's pluralistic and mosaic-like socio-political fabric. Not only has the centralized system failed to meet the needs and demands of all people of Afghanistan, but it has also fallen short in addressing the various needs of the Afghan Pashtun tribes themselves. Historically led by Pashtun nationalists, the government was eventually dismantled by the Taliban Pashtun nationalists, who are also predominantly Pashtun, revealing the limitations of the centralized model. If such a system cannot even address the demands of a single ethnic group, how can we expect it to meet the needs of the entire population of Afghanistan? When power is centralized at the top, it becomes difficult to monitor and control the actions of government officials across the country. This centralization has led to widespread corruption, as explained before, as local officials often act with impunity, knowing they are far removed from the oversight of central authorities. Furthermore, the central government's inability to effectively address local issues has resulted in a governance vacuum in many parts of the country, an environment that insurgent groups like the Taliban have exploited. So why federalism? In contrast to a centralized system, federalism offers a more suitable model for Afghanistan's diverse society. Federalism is the solution to the cycle of conflict and failure. It offers a system of governance that is inclusive, just, and responsive to the unique needs of Afghanistan's pluralistic society. Federalism provides a framework for power sharing between the central government and provincial governments, ensuring that all regions and communities have a say in how they are governed. Under federalism, local governments will have the authority to address their own social, economic, and cultural issues. Provinces will be empowered to manage education, health, infrastructure, and other critical areas according to their values and needs. This decentralization will reduce the alienation that has fueled decades of conflict, allowing regions to develop in ways that are responsive to their population. A federal system could also help reduce conflict by addressing the root causes of instability in Afghanistan. By decentralizing the authority, the government would be better equipped to respond to local grievances and prevent the escalation of conflicts further. Furthermore, by involving local leaders and the decision-making process, a federal system would promote dialogue and cooperation among the different ethnic and religious groups, creating a more peaceful and stable society. The transition to a federal system would require substantial support from international and regional institutions. The Afghanistan Federalist Assembly is actively seeking such support to ensure the success of its roadmap towards federalism. This includes collaboration with esteemed and newly formed political parties, entities, groups, organizations, and politicians across the political spectrum. By working together, these stakeholders can create a national roadmap based on federal principles and mechanisms aimed at preventing further conflict, instability, and human rights abuses. Moreover, federalism fosters cooperation between provinces and central government. By creating multiple layers of decision-making, it ensures that no single group dominates the political process, reducing the likelihood of ethnic tensions. Importantly, federalism doesn't create ethnic enclaves. Rather, it strengthens the bond between different groups by promoting dialogue and healthy competition between regions. When it comes to economic empowerment and development, the federal system will enable more equitable distribution of resources, where provinces will have control over their own economics, allowing them to develop policies that promote growth and address local poverty. This will ensure that all regions, not just the capital, benefit from Afghanistan's wealth.
Are you on your last?
Yes, almost. I'm just going to read really fast. Okay, let's go to the roadmap. The Afghanistan Federal Assembly, representing a broad coalition of movements, political parties, civil society, institutions, and various ethnic and religious groups, has made significant progress since its establishment. In short, the roadmap is trying to, at the national level, the roadmap emphasizes building internal censuses through community engagement, educational programs, youth involvement, and leveraging technological advancement to spread awareness about federalism. It also stresses the importance of political advocacy, policy dialogue, and legislative efforts to introduce constitutional amendments, paving the way for federal governance. On the international stage, the Assembly seeks unwavering support for global entities such as United Nations to promote the federalist agenda. This includes diplomatic engagement, advocacy, and awareness campaigns to secure international recognition and backing the federal system.
We had that point before. Nothing new there.
Okay, I'm going to go to the conclusion, don't worry. Okay, we can discuss things further, I think, later. So, ladies and gentlemen, Afghanistan stands at a crucial turning point. We can no longer afford to patch over the cracks of broken system. The deep-rooted problems of centralized governance have fueled conflict and division for far too long. Quick fixes won't cut it. We need a complete overhaul. Yes, it will take time and effort, but the alternative is far worse. A return to the same instability, corruption, and injustice that have plagued our nation for decades. We must build a system that reflects the reality of Afghanistan's diversity, and that includes everyone at the table. This means real power sharing, where all stakeholders, including the Taliban, willingly or unwillingly, we need to invite the Taliban on the negotiation and dialogue table, focusing on inter-ethnic or national dialogue, and allow everyone to have a voice in shaping our future. It's time to recognize that true stability comes from inclusion, not exclusion. Every Afghan Pashtun, Tajik, Hazara, Uzbek, and other distinguished ethnic groups must have a stake in this country's political system and future. The path forward is clear. Federalism is not just in governance, it's a vision for a peaceful, stable, and inclusive Afghanistan. Federalism gives every community the power to manage their own affairs while uniting us under a common national framework. It ensures that no one is left behind. With the support of the international community and the determination of our people, we can turn this vision into reality. This is our chance to build a future where all the people of Afghanistan are represented, where diversity is our strength, and where we can finally move forward towards lasting peace and prosperity. Thank you. May Afghanistan be united, diverse, and free. The Federalist Assembly of Afghanistan. You can clap now. Thank you.
That passionate discussion of one particular constitutional plan, a federalist plan, and then this thoughtful big constitutional plan from the National Movement of Trust. So, Nasir and Andisha, if I could start with you, what do you take away from this? Where do we go from here?
I think first let me go with a positive note, and that positive note is that we all, we are an academic institution. We all know that this is ideas has to be built for which the implementation will come later on. I'll quote something. I don't know if it will be nice here or not. They say that if Immanuel Kant did not literally remove the head of clergy, Robespierre would have not been able to cut the head of Louis in the French Revolution. So it's basically, but of course in the case of Afghanistan, ideas have always been there. But I'm saying that the beauty of that is that we are creating ideas on which it will take some time then to probably do something much better. I think on that's certainly a positive. But then there are a lot of other criticism. Number one is that we already see that one thing the Taliban doesn't do, they do not propose a roadmap, a constitution or anything, because roadmaps and all of this clearly put plans, create divisions. And that was, I think, even sometime I heard that you can tell me that the United Kingdom doesn't have a constitution. So this magnanimous ambiguity always helps you to do things. But apart from that, of course, in today's, because we believe that the roadmaps could be the source of mobilization to change the status quo. I think the more important part is that I can see in all of these roadmaps and many others which are not presented here, the assumption is that most of the assumptions are that the status quo is unsustainable. The Taliban and their model that they present is not workable, and that's why these are the alternatives which could be proposed. I think that's a common theme among all the roadmaps, and some of them propose active involvement or operations to remove the Taliban or to bring them into a negotiating table. I think that's what distinguishes, for example, the Vienna roadmap and also the High Council for Salvation of Resistance for Salvation of Afghanistan. I'm sure it's the same thing because the Freedom Movement also released its manifesto recently. So I think at least these three and also a few others which exist. So they proposed both an active part, which, what can we do either to defeat Taliban completely or bring them into a level where they will agree. Because if, and I think Michael will later on will say, because I have to leave, that's why I'm sorry that I will be a little bit in rush, saying that any roadmap which take the assumption that Taliban will be amenable to, a negotiation, will get all of us to around the table and then, discuss all of these things is probably, a very weak point. I think that will get, if you put characteristics, which probably will later on put it, which are the minus and negative points, I think one negative point will be that if we rely on the benevolence of Taliban like money did during the Doha negotiation, then I think that is a very weak roadmap, saying that, look, I have this roadmap when Taliban changed, in the next 10 years, then we will discuss it. I think that has to be. But 80%, at least, what I listened, and I've actually some of them, what Ustad has presented, we, even during this evolution, he keep, sending this to us. In the Vienna, I participate. The Federalist, I have always, listened. I had a keen, observer and also, academically interested in the discussion of federalism. And all of this, I have see that around 80% they're common points. Of course, the only idea is that even federalism itself is a way of decentralization, which everybody agrees. The Salvation Council talks about decentralization in a parliamentary form. Stott talks about it. Professor Shahrani from community-based app. There is the element of local governance in all of them. So I think that's a positive thing, and that's something which can bring all these things, all the ideas together. But what I think is probably missing is that do we need to put the horse before the cart or the cart before the horse? And what is the horse in here and where is the cart? So I think that somebody has to fill that vacuum. And we're all waiting for somebody to fill this vacuum. Will that be international community, quote unquote? What is international community? The same international community which helped us to promote all these human rights ideas are now telling us not to promote it anymore. The region has its own certainly different interests. So what I will end with saying that there has to be, we have to, as an exercise, an academic exercise, as a policy exercise, as a force to bring some sort of political unity into something which could be an alternative, which could present an alternative to the status quo, which could be acceptable both to people of Afghanistan as a main constituency, because we should not confuse them. It should be as simple as possible. The way the Taliban are presenting, they presented 2, 3, 4, 5 very simple things, that we defeat the invaders or the infidels, and we will bring Shariat. And nobody will say like, what, I'm opposed to Shariat. But then what Shariat? They are still, facing into trouble. So I think as simple messages, I think if we get out of this 3 messages, which could resonate with the people of Afghanistan, that what you're offering is number 1, number 2, and number 3. And then, which could counter also the Taliban's narrative. Because Taliban say like, we are not corrupt. We are able to get all the taxes, which our colleagues were talking about the taxes, and we defeated all others. So I think these 3 simple elements.
We'll get onto those perhaps after you've gone, because I know you've got a flight, so I'm going to use you while you're still here. In terms of what we'll get onto the modalities, which is the cart and horse question, which is a very good way of expressing the fact that some of these roadmaps are absolutely look for the wonderful country that we'd like to see, but don't have anything pulling towards that event. So we'll come on to after the break, Professor, if I may. But let's come on if I may. No, we'll come. That's an after the break question. After Dr. And I'm going to use him while he's still here. But could I talk about the international community and their role, and what you see it as now? You mentioned the Afghanistan Freedom Front, Dr. Zia's organisation that has its own political plan, but is an armed resistance group. It's a problem for Western countries that engage with, including the UK, that they won't engage with Ahmad Massoud because he has an armed group, the National Resistance Front, although he also has a very significant political platform. Sami Sadat, who wants to go to war at some point, has his own political platform. He's putting it together at the moment.
The National Front.
And the Afghanistan United Front. And we heard from Khalid Pashtun, very specifically that the National Resistance Council, formed of a number of groups who have fought in the past, absolutely clearly lay down the potential for further action, further military action in Afghanistan if the Taliban don't move towards the negotiating table. I mean, some other roadmaps are available. The Justice and Peace Group, most significant figures being Stan Oksai and Hani Fatma, which absolutely go back towards talking to the Taliban and
reviving Doha process.
as if Doha 2019 had never finished, as if that process was still
Mr.
going
Nabil
on.
has it soon, yeah.
So I think there's some. Personally, I think there's some naivety in that approach. But, to put it mildly, but what do you? How would you characterise the West, for the sake of argument, leaving aside the challenges of Russia and China in all this, the West stand on this? Do you think it's credible that the United States and the UK should continue to say we're not going to talk to anybody who might ever fight against the Taliban?
I think it's actually. I look at it the other way around. They will not talk to the people who are not really fighting. If somebody really fights and bring changes on the ground, they will certainly look for them. And the reason is that Taliban did the same thing, and they were actually searching for Taliban representative through all the humanitarian agencies because they were not present. I mean,
so if these militias were more effective,
exactly. If it is more effective, then you create a situation where people have to talk to you. So what I'm saying is that roadmaps, conferences should not be an end by itself. It has to be a mean to an end, and that end is changing the status quo in Afghanistan. But this time have something, because what is the narrative in Washington? I was in Washington, some time back. They're saying there is no alternative to the Taliban. Okay, and we are not going to create that alternative. So then, who has to create that alternative is the Afghans themselves. But then there are conditions. You create alternative, but don't fight. I mean, it doesn't work like that. So what I'm saying is that somebody has to put, the ring in the cat's neck, and when they start, making noise, then people will find their way. So, but to get to that, it is important to keep, bringing these forces, because these forces will be certainly needed. We discussed about the Rome process, the Cyprus process before 9/11. Nobody knew that 9/11 will happen. But in 2000, there was discussions on a future, because we know that, the situation is not sustainable. And I think I see this process like that, Rome and Cyprus and other process, but a much more advanced, with a lot of knowledge, with a lot of thinking, with 20 years of experience.
But the United Nations was involved then, and they had a very good negotiator in Francis Vendrell who was doing it.
Yeah. So now the envoy. I think this envoy, which is in the Security Council resolution, has to be, there has to, all of us, one element in all of this has to be that all the political forces in Afghanistan should keep pressurizing the constituencies that they are close to, but also through social media, that they should not buy this, Taliban's basically intransigence on this envoy not to be appointed. I think there is resolution on it. There's an agreement on it. If that envoy is appointed, he or she should have been here to listen. But none of the oppositions or political forces gatherings have the support of a figure internationally which could talk to them. In all of the meetings from Dushanbe conference to Vienna, UNAMA is invited. And UNAMA is actually mandated to participate. There is a part of UNAMA, political part of UNAMA, which should come to all of these meetings. Because according to the UN Security Council mandate, they talk to all sides. Even the
the language they still use is constructive engagement with the
Taliban.
Taliban.
All sides, including the Taliban. But the reality is they're talking to Taliban, but not to any other sides. That was the UN spokesperson said. That, our mandate is to talk to all sides, including the Taliban. But the reality is they're talking to Taliban exclusive of anybody else. And I think that is one area where I think even there's another message if it comes, that everybody has to press on the representative of international community. Maybe the British representative could be here, or the Austrians or French will be in Vienna, but they are representing their country, not the whole of international
Michael, your thoughts, your initial thoughts. You've got 20 minutes before you have to catch your taxi. Don't go. Your initial thoughts on the four roadmaps that we've heard before we go into a wider discussion.
Dave, before I decide how to sort of time the use of what I've got. How are we going to divide ourselves between?
We're going to have a break.
Now?
We're going to have a break in about 10 minutes for a cup of tea, because I think we need it after listening to this. And then we're going to come back for a panel discussion. And I think the horse and cart questions, if I could put them like that, will be considered at that point. So some of the wider issues, constitutional issues around polycentrism and the role of the Vienna process and how we can move forward in a practical sense can perhaps be considered after that. But if you could give an initial response to what you've heard this afternoon and how you see the Afghan debate as it's been developing over the last 3 years.
I'm just. My brain is whirring and relying on you to divide comments between now and after.
Yeah.
That they are going to do a quick. So I'm going to do either side are going to do a quick run through how one would assess roadmaps, and I'm going to offer some suggestions how I would suggest one would take things forward.
Yeah.
Which do you want now?
The first one.
Okay, we just run, and it's this is.
Michael, your presentation is out.
Yeah, exactly. But deliberately, this is only the start of what I'm saying. It's sort of like, because we are here, sort of academic. If we want to be doing a formal assessment, this is some of the formal assessment we do, and we come out to the specifics. Like the real world Afghanistan. I'll run through this really. Right, look.
Why is Karl Marx up in the?
Yes, exactly. Why is Karl Marx here? Because we started with Lenin, and we've had Kant. And then yesterday we had Lenin.
We had to
and if we have Kant and Lenin, we have to have Marx.
We had to Tocqueville.
Yeah, exactly. I was following the classical references that they David, remind me of what it says on the tombstone.
Workers of the world unite.
No.
The philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways. The point, however, is to change it.
Yeah, and I see we have some brilliant philosophers. We have some brilliant philosophers around here today. And I'm looking at people like, I'm honoured to be in the same room as a dear friend like Dr. Nasir Shahrani. Honoured, genuinely honoured. I feel stimulated. And that goes for many other such friends here. And the intellectual world, the role of the Roshan Fikr, as Dr. Saab was saying, the role of the Roshan Fikr is really important. But we also know that there is a real world crisis where people are being killed, and the freedom of every Afghan has been removed, and it's getting worse. And that there is a possibility to get onto a different track. To move towards realizing these aspirations, there is an opportunity to do that. That opportunity probably gets less over time as the Taliban consolidate and demonstrate that they've actually sort of, like when I was listening to one of the challenges we're hearing about, that they the challenges of how do we come up with a system which escapes foreign dependence. The Taliban have achieved it. They have absolutely achieved it. I mean, we had fiscal analysis earlier on. How many governments in Afghan history have delivered a balanced budget which neither requires on borrowing nor depends upon budgetary support? How many since Dost Muhammad Khan, nobody's done it.
Dost, yes.
I mean, exactly. And Amanullah for a while and didn't last. But the point is, the Taliban have pulled it off. And I listened to projections from the Republican government of how they would achieve fiscal sustainability and then the national independence, around it. And it was all fiction. There was never any plausible timeline to delivering it, and the Taliban have delivered it. And so that means that the challenge of the real world politics is not a sacrifice of the grand vision that our philosophers are quite rightly holding up. Only if it's possible to grasp the real world politics can one actually get onto a track which realizes the grand visions which my and our esteemed friends deliver.
Come back, respond later.
Yeah, so
we're just going to hear these two.
So this is the first. So the first talk. So I'm just it's like 2.5 minutes. If we're doing like the intellectual bit, let's going through the slides. I mean, you just tell me and I'll go. Yeah, I mean, let's look. Yeah. If anybody is unfortunate enough to actually want this, I'm sure we'll be sharing the stuff. But look, my mind doesn't hold in it the text of 6 different texts. I know young young scholars are far better at remembering things. God, you can remember Khorasani, texts that they in half a dozen languages. But anyway, I get boggled, so I want tools which give the comparison. You can actually do a little text analysis, and it brings out some of the flavors on this. Funny enough, I mean, actually, Vienna actually does, in the text, in the words. Looking at the practical program is different, but in the words, they're there on the gender agenda. We're just wrapping through that, so I don't want to get too serious. And there's even interesting stuff that Vienna also got. They're like basically women and democracy go to Vienna. Right, just moving forward, and that we had a little bit reference it towards the end. I mean, look, we didn't even have actually a presentation on the Sherwandan. The Sherwandan, I mean, that they surrendered all control of delivery of their supposed roadmap to the United Nations, to things which we know are never going to happen this side of Yomi Qayamat. Which is why that their document is peppered with references to the United Nations. Where I quite noted that Vienna says we will conduct advocacy directed towards the United Nations. In other words, the Afghans have the agency to do advocacy, not giving a veto to the UN to actually take this process forward. Carry on. Yeah, and just seeing to what extent are actually that they were. Acknowledging that the Taliban are like the biggest political fact in Afghanistan. Yeah, everybody does talk about it. It's quite. I mean, it was quite interesting. I'm sure it's an explicit thought here. The Federalists hardly bother mentioning the Taliban. I think because they say the problem is bigger and longer lasting than the Taliban. But it's interesting, and you get clear contrast when it comes to this issue of decentralization. Unsurprisingly, Vienna doesn't mention it. I know it doesn't mean they're against it, because I know everybody who's in the Vienna process, but it's not there in the document. And of course, I'm sure if we asked them, they'd explain why.
We can explain.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
I don't think so.
But there's another. It's funny the way that texts sometimes tell you things objectively. I mean, again, I'm honoured to be sitting with my dear friend, Dr. Nazif Sarani, and it's interesting that deliberately you almost avoided mentioning Afghanistan in the document. It's fascinating. I know it was deliberate and undeliberate, whatever. And we know the history. Again, we know the history of it. But it's interesting. It was there in the other text. But anyway, Afghanistan is sort of two or three references. Maybe. Yeah. All right. Going forward. This is perhaps not so. Look, it's interesting that the people who have got a completely undeliverable roadmap also double down on peace more than anybody else. I mean, nobody's against it. They take the trouble to mention it all the time. Carrying on. And I thought it was worth actually just a little check. I mean, frankly, I did, just for the sake of things, just check in case anybody had mentioned climate. Now, I mean, at least I think. Nazif, yours does have climate of opinion, but that's not the climate we're talking about. I think it's interesting. Given the youth of most people here, in which we know that globally climate change is the most important thing, the fact that Afghanistan is stuck in other problems is actually that's sort of part of the problem. So nobody's going to get a red X for not mentioning climate. I think it's telling that nobody can address the climate agenda because we're stuck on other stuff. But it was interesting on poverty that there actually was a little bit. I mean, there's a little bit actually. Yeah, even Jabi Azadi, God love them. They actually mentioned poverty. And so, unsurprisingly, I mean, it would be very disappointing if Jabi Azadi didn't actually have a lot of focus on freedom. They do. That's a relief.
That's a good unfair.
I'd have ditched the methodology if we hadn't found out. And I think it might be one or two more. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's. Again, fascinating. Again, I mean, this is more about, I think, getting to the way that this part of the Afghan discourse uses as adalat, justice in the sense of adalat ijtimai is quite interesting, because I think if one found a way of breaking into different kinds of mechanisms of justice, it might look. It might look different, but I mean, for me, that was actually quite an interesting one. And in a sense, this is the Federalists being true to type there, because I mean, federalism is about delivering adalat ijtimai. I mean, they're not the only ones. Everybody's interested in it, but they're ruthlessly focused on it. Carrying on. So, Yeah, I mean, look, I mean that's just a summary of what we, said. That they, I can't have got anything else prepared on this before we go to our break. Was there another one? Guppy Muft, just Guppy Muft. Yeah, I think the last one. Yeah. Sorry, no. I'm not going to bother going through this. Just to say that if one really were systematically, particularly if you tasked a group to be working on working on the roadmaps, building in a well-informed understanding of Afghan politics from both a deep conceptually rigorous understanding of Afghan politics and also a nicely nuanced, textured sense of what really works. You get a lot of criteria, and you want to have and I would like to think the commissions that you have operating in the Vienna process are using this. Just think of flick. I'm not going to read, just to get an idea that the number of things one would look at. Basically, there are lots of things you will look at. You're not going to do them before tea time. There is a rigorous. Yeah, so there's a rigorous process. There's a rigorous process that we'll have. The Guppy Muft, bad as chai.
Can you share this?
I can. Yeah, exactly. I will. Exactly. Yeah, that was exactly the intent.
Before we break, shush. The panel making more noise in the room. Before we completely out of control. Before we break for a very quick cup of tea, I want to, because Shaira and Professor Sharani and my friend Wolfgang have been listening to the critiques. Very brief response to what you've heard before we have a cup of tea. Wolfgang.
Well, I think why we are really having this emphasis on what Michael just mentioned here is very easily to explain. Yeah, because we are a platform. Yeah, where we basically go for the, let's say, basic principles, and of course the issue of democracy in the broadest possible sense is very important. It's very relevant for such a platform. And I guess that this is where most of the agreement could take place. And the nature of a platform is to be as broad as possible, yet as principled as necessary. Yeah? This explains the differences between the... And when we talk about peace and we don't mention peace, this is basically not because we are against it, but we are but because this is so much the very nature of our initiative that it is actually not necessary to be explicitly mentioned, but it is implicitly, of course, in there. Other issues. Maybe one last point, which when you have listened to my presentation, it was in many ways rather general, yeah. Whereas Mr. Pashtun was far more specific, yeah. We, of course, are very much in line what was said in or expressed in other presentations, but in order not to narrow in too early, yeah, we leave it open. And that is, for example, the issue with centralizing or decentralizing. Yeah, this issue where the sentiment is definitely there, where you guys are, where it has been expressed. But that is something which will, in the end, we will need a lot of differentiating when it comes to decentralizing. What does it mean? Yeah, like Professor Shahidi has expressed, if the central government is basically represented in the provinces, this is not decentralization. Yeah, decentralization, the nature of decentralization needs first and foremost be defined, and then we can move on. Yeah, it's a structure. So therefore, this is open, and I'm sure we'll arrive at it quite soon. This is now being also worked in the 4 working groups that the 4th meeting in Vienna end of June has established. And these 4 working groups are very active. not all of them, but some have already met via Zoom 3 times, others 2 times, 1 time, which is basically the governance. One working group, the other one is about the economy, it's about human rights, women's rights, and the fourth is about the regional context. Yeah? So this explains, I hope, some of the percentages that were represented here or were not represented.
Brief response, very brief.
Very brief.
Couple of lines now.
Let me say that this is an exercise, the first exercise in the game. The hope for me, and maybe I hope others as well, is for us to be able to come up with a roadmap that is nationally supported. Not just Nazati Etimadi Milli roadmap or not, federalists and so forth, but a national roadmap that reflects the wish of the people of Afghanistan for peace, justice, all of those things. So what I expected really from Dr. Andisha and Mr. Semple was for them to pull ideas from these various roadmaps together to see what do they have in common. And I think he has done some of that in color. So we need to work on those to see whether we could actually integrate them into something that could become the basis for a national roadmap for getting Afghanistan out of the crisis that it is, and also to a road that would bring justice and so on and so forth. On the cart and horse, I just wanted to say.
We'll come to that after the break.
Oh, okay. We're not going to. Well, then I'll leave that. I'll leave that. Shahidi.
I have one. Thank you. Okay. I have one. Yeah, thanks. Well, what can I say? First, Mr. Andisha left, but the funny thing is that I want to say that we need a framework. No matter how many times we go around the bushes, no matter how many times we present various roadmaps and I don't know, like. Proposals, at the end of the day, we need a framework. And the framework for that would be, for Afghanistan, as we've explained, it would be federalism. And it's down to the nature of the socio-political situation. And also, I think, I don't agree with the idea that the Taliban are working independently and they have created something, independently. I've done a research, I was working at the Tony Blair Institute, and I've done a research in the past 20 years, the Taliban have received office. They have received many, financial support for various governments, and they have been many advisors, foreign advisors. They had journalists and academics who were lobbying for them internationally, and even till now, we have seen so many politicians from across the international community and supporting them directly or indirectly. And I think, and this is a very important thing, that we need to listen. You've asked the international communities what they have to do. They have to listen to the people of Afghanistan. Like directly, they have to work with the people of Afghanistan. It's impossible for me, I am a representative, for example, of the Federal Assembly. We are here representative of our parties, and we have people back home that are trusting in us. So we need to listen to the people of Afghanistan. What do they want? And Taliban cannot carry on like this. They know that a centralized government at this system, nowhere in the world can survive by its own. Probably 98% from one ethnic group, it's not working. And it's never worked. Even with the 60% in the government, it didn't work. And it's not going to work with 98, 99%. So they have to literally come to this conclusion. We need to pressurize them. We need to stop feeding them. We need to stop providing them with the resources, with economic resources to stop feeding them, because the more we feed them, the more they grow, the more they become fat, the more they become, powerful, and then it will be very hard to topple them down at that stage.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I'll just say to Khalid Pashtun, we're going to come to you, sir, straight after the break. Right at the end of this conference, we're going to go practical. And just to clarify, the horse and cart image that Nasir Andisha brought so elegantly and poetically as he does into the conversation Just to explain exactly what that is, the CAS is obviously the perfect Afghanistan, the constitutionally approved democratic country where there are women's rights and everything's fine. The horse is how we get there. And one of the challenges at the moment is that quite a lot of roadmaps have got a lot of cart and not much horse. And I'm putting in the English colloquial, putting the cart before the horse. So we want this afternoon to try to get the horse in the right place and put a rider on it and bridle and a harness and generally make the horse into a strong beast that can actually deliver, pulling this perfect Afghanistan into reality. And I'd like to start the afternoon by bringing in Khalid Pashtun from the National Resistance Council, who is joining us online, just really to give us initially your response to the analysis that you heard of the various roadmaps. And I understand that my English accent is complicated online, getting as far as Ankara. But if you could give your sense of how the conversation has been going and what you've heard so far.
Well, thank you for giving me a chance and opportunity to express my view in this auspicious summit or meeting at Cambridge. Well, I heard some of your comments from a different guest and a different personality here at the meeting, but some of them maybe I didn't understand. But generally, I mentioned the plan to save the country from crisis. We have proposed in the plan, the roadmap toward the new and modern Afghanistan. And our aim for new and modern Afghanistan is the new system that we plan, a decentralized parliamentary system for the future, since we already experimented a centralized system in Afghanistan for the last 20 years, and the result was not very productive and fruitful for the people of Afghanistan. At the same time, there are so many elements, so many groups that they are proposing the different roadmaps toward the modern Afghanistan or new Afghanistan. Actually, all these proposals, all these roadmaps, eventually, at the end of the day, it would go to the Grand Assembly, which means loyalty in Afghanistan. This is the discussion that we are preparing ourselves in compiling different roadmaps, actually to present it in the future, in the post-Taliban time, that the people of Afghanistan, the representative of Afghanistan, can decide on that which system the Afghan people wants in Afghanistan. Of course, we propose our program, Ms. Saira Karimi have proposed the federalist system, and other groups also presented other type of system for Afghanistan, and we bring all together these for the final decision. In the meantime, we also mentioned in our road plan a different method and a different solution for the Taliban. Since the Taliban have agreed in the Doha summit that some of the conditions, as you all know, that those conditions were never met. Actually, they violated those conditions and those commitments which they already made to the American delegation in Doha. So this is actually one of the biggest problems in Afghanistan right now that the people are confronting. As I heard today, any woman that comes without their legitimate husband, brother, or sisters, or they call it maharam, to the road, they will be penalized. Today in Kandahar, they were penalizing more than 100 women, 40 Afghanis, which is about 50 cents or 55 cents for the first time. They also warn if the second time they are captured without maharam or without their husband, then they will be penalized double, and eventually they will go to the jail. So these kind of things is going on right now in Afghanistan. If we don't expedite, and if we don't propose, don't become a unified and united and become a solution for the next Afghanistan, the Taliban furtherly day by day is going harshly and pretty rough on the people, and the people is under persecution and so many hardship and hindering. So therefore, our proposal is that we Afghan, as Mr. Friedrich said, don't become united and become under one umbrella. The problem will exist, the world will be watching, and the Afghan people will be suffering.
Can I ask you briefly, what would your best proposal be to bring unity among these different groups, to bring these different roadmaps to the same conclusion, so that it became one alternative, one future for Afghanistan?
We believe, our National Resistance Council believes, since we already, as we know, the National Resistance Council is consisted of 14 political parties in direction, and we are almost, for these 14 party direction, we are united, and we are playing for a modern Afghanistan, actually, to restore democracy. We want exactly same thing for all faction in Afghanistan, which lives inside and abroad, to all become united. They should quit all those kind of evil ideas. Some of them want disintegration, some of them want federal system, some of them want one system. They should forget about everything. Right now, we should concentrate only on Taliban, how to get rid of Taliban system, or either reconcile them to come, especially the moderate Taliban, which Ambassador Khalilzad many times said that Taliban has became a moderate and more softer. They are changed, which we already observed and noticed. They are not changed. They even became worse. So now we want the rest of the nation, the rest of the country, the rest of the people who lives abroad is fighting against the Taliban, whatever way, politically or militarily. They should forget about all the differences between themselves and bring under one umbrella to fight against Taliban. How to get rid of Taliban and how to continue their efforts.
Thank you very much. And I want to bring in Sialgul Saljoki now, who was here yesterday. Many of you will have met, who is a founder and key leader of the Vienna process. And Sialgul Jan, you had some thoughts.
Thank you very much for giving me a chance as well. And I want to say thanks again to Mosaic for arranging this valuable conference. Unfortunately, due to the distance, I couldn't join today, but I have heard the roadmaps. As I'm a chairwoman of the working group of Vienna process, I want to add some points. Besides, Dr. Patrick has explained very well and mentioned all the aspects of the roadmap, but and he has very solidarity to bring peace in Afghanistan and find a way how to go or move forward. But I want to say that in the third conference of Vienna, we have established this roadmap. There were around 30 party, entity, individuals, politicals, civil society, who agreed on the principles of this roadmap. Then in the fourth conference, we established committees. There are 4 committees: political committee, international and regional committee, economic committee, and human rights committee. This committee voluntarily are working very hard and very committed to Afghanistan and the job that they are doing. And fortunately here, Mr. Sharani is leading the political committee right now, and Mr. Pashtun is part of this committee. I'm involved in the economic committee as I'm an engineer and expert for energy in Afghanistan, and also I'm a member of political committee as well. So, come to the questions which has raised by Mr. Michael. I appreciate your involvement and your concern for Afghanistan. We really need your expertise and to give us advices. But as Dr. Patrick mentioned, the roadmap which has he presented as approved by all these 40 parties who, party or individuals or entities who has joined in the fourth conference of Vienna Process for a Democratic Afghanistan. And Vienna is a platform who has brought these almost 40 entities, and they are looking to find to have one umbrella for the from the people who are I can see opposition of the Taliban for the time being, to find a way to bring peace to Afghanistan and give an alternative for the world and international community that here of Afghans are united and we have one umbrella.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's a very quickly.
This economic part, the climate change, the women's rights, each one is discussing in each committee, and in the fifth conference, you will see that this roadmap will have all these matters. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's very useful clarification. Before I go back to the panel, this room has been talked at for 2 days without the opportunity to talk back. Are there any thoughts on just a couple of not a long speech, couple of short thoughts before we come back to the panel for the how as to how to get this horse on the road? Yes.
Okay. Since it's connected to the first panel of the conference, and I missed explicit reference to the content because the entire conference as a package was supposed to be interactive between panels.
Yes.
I missed certain references to the first panel because I thought, we discuss history in a sense to get a, idea how to move ahead in the future. But which to some extent I saw it in both Shahira Karimi and Nasir Wolfgang and Professor Sharoni's presentation. But I missed one thing that, if we have an understanding that these are the problems and it happened in the last 140, 100, 200 years. So what is the historical point of reference for us to go back and see that we can reboot this country and fix it by going back to a certain point in time where things were right? So that's very important for us to understand, and I believe that there is something major missing in all the nationalist interpretation when we go back in time and misinterpret, revise history in a sense to benefit our own understanding and political interest. So I think Pashtuns, Tajiks, Hazaras, and Uzbeks, in all these major ethnic groups, do need to go back in time and see in which period of time they were living in coherence with each other. There were moments in history that they were living in peace with each other. It's not correct to call Afghanistan a country which did not have a glorious moment. This region had a time that was called the hub of knowledge. Khorasan was in the past was considered to be the hub of knowledge in the past. So if we are trying to fix this defect car to make it work for another 20, 30, 40, 50 years, if that is the agenda, then we can go on with this current project, which was established 140 years ago, and call it Afghanistan, and then just reconstruct the old Afghanistan, and so to say.
But if
we are really intending to solve the tension forever, maybe we should go back in time and see, for example, and revise and read history of Samanids, the history of Umayyad Khorasan, the history of Timurids. I mean, what did they do so good that the Herat became the hub of knowledge in other the Shah Mirza and Nawawi at that time? So the point of reference has to be clarified here, because I don't think that we can go on pretending that the identity issue is not there. Identity crisis is there. We need to talk about it because the National Resistance Front continue using both Afghanistan / Khorasan in their press announcements. So there is this issue that maybe we should go back in time and see when Pashtuns, we're connected with Tajiks, and we're connected with Uzbeks, we're connected with Hazaras. Maybe we need to figure out something that unites these people without trying to impose one particular label on the rest of the country, especially when still we continue using the word Afghan and Afghanistan, because this is looking like a father decided to name the house after one of the oldest son, and then others should pretend that we are still living under united umbrella, but that is no more
so much about it, the flag, the constitution, even the name of the country, the nationality,
definitely
all contested. And these are very important points. Yeah.
Mine is just a question.
Yep.
This is not a comment. In regard to the Vienna process.
For the online people, maybe you should use the...
Well, just quickly.
Yeah, I'll just be quick.
Yeah.
This is a short question to the Vienna process. Anyone can answer in the panel. What guarantees us this is different to the Bonn Conference and it will not end up in the same cycle and mess that got us to 15th of August 2021?
Yeah, okay. We can answer that. Is there one more from the floor? Yes.
Yeah, thanks, David. I think for managing all these expectations and differences, we forget to talk about the role of institutions. So we did have institutions to manage all these differences. I mean, Afghanistan is not unique, and it's not in Mars or in other planet that we sometimes tend to overemphasize that because it was created, it was a foreign-induced territory which was called Afghanistan. We are different, we are diverse, we cannot manage our differences. I think we need to reflect, see what didn't work, but what did work. And how those institutions, how does the UK manage this affair? So the House of Commons, I mean, every country has some sorts of institutions to manage differences. I think one of the biggest challenges we faced in the last 20 years was the role of institutions were undermined by the political elites.
Yes.
And therefore, the institutions became ineffective. So here I think we need to think about some sort of interim institutions with all these criteria that we have in mind to be effective, transparent, inclusive. But those institutions can gradually transform into, these are issues which will take ages to conclude. I think we need to prioritize and also think about some mechanism to continue.
Very helpful contribution. I'm going to turn to Michael Semple to kick off the horse and cart discussion, as it were. And I think there's a presentation. Can somebody put that up? There's a.
Could I not answer the Vienna process question? I can do the
Vienna Bonn. Do it now. While we're sorting out the PowerPoint. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you mentioned the Bonn conference and the subsequent situation as it evolved over the past 20 years. Now, the Vienna process is definitely not a government-led process. It is actually a civil society and driven only by Afghans themselves, those who are represented there. And as I've mentioned, we are inclusive. We aim to include as many different stories, roadmaps, whatever. We are a platform. Yeah, but that is Afghan-led and Afghan-owned. I know this is a bit of having been misused, and the cliché and so on. But we really mean it, and I, as a person, stand for it. Because when I was 20 years ago doing my work in reconstructing Bosnia-Herzegovina, I introduced the ownership process, saying, this is your country, we can help you, we can support you, but you have to have the ideas how the future of your war-torn country should look like. So that's a bit of an idea. And I don't want to compare the infinitely more complex and difficult Afghan situation with Bosnia. But still they are still suffering or still having problems. But this is really what is very much important. We do, however, inform. It's a sort of a track 2 exercise. We do inform governments who are interested. We invite them to listen, Yeah, we of course include as much as possible European Union, the major players there, the United States, and I can tell you that already from the second meeting on U.S. State Department and the Foreign Office were present in Vienna, not at our conference for different reasons, but they were in a hotel and they were sort of discreetly talking to some of to me and so on, and of course also to Afghans. Yeah, and so the decisions in the end are solely taken by the Afghans. Yeah, and there clearly my opinion is, and I'm urging those who are present in Vienna. You guys are not the only ones. You are already last time we had about 70 representatives. They have about 40 organizations, but there are many more. Yeah. So let's be the ones who congregate. Let's offer this. Vienna is the capital of a neutral country. We're a small country. We are our seat of the United Nations, of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, which stresses to Central Asia. Yeah, for example, all the neighboring countries even Afghanistan is represented in the OSCE as an observer and so on. So that's the reason why we believe we can facilitate this, yeah, okay. And we can offer good services.
Michael.
Yeah.
Cart and horse. Let's
okay.
get them in the right order.
Good. Yeah. So just having spent a bit of time, obviously not just the past couple of days, but the past couple of years engaging with these roadmaps. I thought that Khalid hit one of the nails on the head by acknowledging that there are multiple overlapping roadmaps, and Khalid himself sits in various meetings where the owners of several roadmaps are participating in the same meeting, and he gave one model for dealing with that, which is that we'll free Afghanistan, we'll get back into a Grand Assembly, and we'll put the conflicting roadmaps to the floor, and the people will choose. That's one model. But I think that in a sense, with perhaps one or two exceptions, almost any one of the roadmaps, with the kind of people who engage in the debate that we're engaged in, deliver any one of them, it would be 100 times better than what Afghans live through today. But with all due respect to Khalid's vision of freeing the country and then sorting out between the roadmaps, there is an entirely plausible position that too many roadmaps means none of them goes forward. It creates an impression of disunity. It undermines the work of people who are trying to convince Afghans that if you make the commitment of joining the struggle, that this is the better future that you can look forward to. Otherwise, they say, but is it federalism or is it multipolarity? So I'm now trying to think of if we did have an angel investor here. Maybe they are here. Maybe they just kept very quiet throughout the conference, and they've been listening very carefully to what Ambassador Wolfgang had to say. And they had, $1 million, which I think Wolfgang would come in quite handy if anybody does have it. And say that, as an angel investor, somebody wanted to put their money in this, preferably, of course, an Afghan angel investor, and wanting a realistic time frame for change. Not, this is something, shorter than, say, the climate change agenda. It's not carbon neutrality by 2050. It's a better Afghanistan by 2027. Some of the things that I think that angel investor would have, interrogating the people who are involved in the roadmaps, would be, they say, look, okay, of course, we're intellectuals here. Consistent, coherent, and inspiring words are important, but power is what delivers change. What's the economic power? What's the political power? what's the military power which is lined up behind the roadmap to deliver change? Because a somewhat imperfect roadmap, which basically has the ability to free provinces in Afghanistan, which can actually draw on the kind of resources that you need. That when you think of, Taliban were up to about $1 billion a year from the drugs trade, primarily from the drugs trade, but they had developed other sources of revenue. They, from their point of view, freed Afghanistan for $1 billion a year. That they're not going to roll out a roadmap, on $100. Simple as that. But it's the political power, of course, is important because frankly, the most beautiful roadmap that in terms of Afghans who engage seriously in politics have this informal, perhaps not agreed, but sort of understood hisab of who has wazan. It's the weight behind them. And if the people who deliver an intellectually superb roadmap, if they've got no political weight behind them, it's not going anywhere. So make sure that you can assemble power behind the roadmap. And also, this is going back to what we've heard from Khalid, what we've heard from Wolfgang, this idea of the coalition building. I think in the old days we used to have. Sometimes they were motherland and sometimes fatherland, and nobody's ever explained to me the difference between a motherland front and a fatherland front. Jabi Padar Watan, Jabi Mother Watan Marhal. The idea that to deliver change, I think that the cart that David was asking for is more in the nature of the Jabi Padar Watan. It's that the component parts of that have they have got some grand aspirations, and they may have different entities. They don't have to agree on absolutely everything, but there is a certain common minimum program, which again, that I think Khalid is saying, is that freeing Afghanistan from, and my personal advice is free it from the emirate. When you pick when you free Afghanistan from the emirate, it's from an oppressive form of government. Like it or not, when it comes down to Taliban, they are predominantly Afghans. They will be part of the country that you are trying to construct. And of course, as long as they are lined up under the emirate, they are political enemies, but they will be part of the future, the future Afghanistan. So, in a sense, the common elements which you're looking for in this front are going to be around around opposing the emirate rather than specifically opposing Taliban. I would love to see that distinction creep into our narrative. Then real-world Afghan inclusivity. Obviously, all the roadmaps have got their statements about social inclusivity and all the different categories we want to make sure that we include. It's interesting that there's some social categories that never get mentioned because Afghanistan's not yet ready for it. But real-world Afghan inclusivity is about political inclusivity with the knowledge that there is a long contested history of Afghanistan. Symbols are contested. We just talked about flags. There are some people who, as in politics in any other country, you have got a very strong following and also people who oppose it. So, for example, obviously, if I didn't have respect for Shahidi Millet Ahmad Massoud, I wouldn't be attending a conference wearing a pakul. However, and that I'm delighted that Ahmad is playing the role that he's playing, and I would do anything I could to make him more successful. I also, on a daily basis, interact with Afghans who find it politically difficult to certainly to come under an umbrella which is headed up by the heir to Ahmad Shah Massoud. And I mean, just looking at, again, my dearest friend, Dr. Musavi. I mean, that you and I have witnessed politics at times when the Lashkar, which was headed up by Jamiat, was killing many of our friends and trying to take over territory which is controlled by. That's civil war. That's what happens in civil war. So in other words, there's got to be a strategy behind there to attain the real world Afghan inclusivity, which allows you to build that coalition. You do not want to be repelling almost any part of the political scene. Almost a single criteria is anybody who's prepared to line up against the emirate, you want to find some way of getting them on board. Simple piece of advice, do not rely on external actors. I love the formula that Wolfgang put out, saying that listing the advocacy points. I think that Ustad Shirani also had advocacy points around that the Etemadi Milli, that they, for now, for various reasons, the international community is not going to solve any problem in Afghanistan. They can't even get their act together to appoint that representative, even if it is sanctioned by the Security Council. I mean, as you know, I'm obviously, I've served in the UNAMA mission. I have dear friends who are still working there. I hear on a daily basis their frustration at the paralysis that they suffer. The best thing that they can do at the moment in the UN is they can do some political reporting, and it's good, and that's an important part of chronicling what's going on. They can change nothing. The Doha process that they're running, which is the best that they can deliver at the moment, will change absolutely nothing. It's a fig leaf. That's the cruel reality. A successful coalition and then a roadmap and the convening can change that, but for now, do not depend upon the external actors. Later on, they may have some role again. Do not give the emirate a veto. That's why anything which depends upon the benevolence of the Taliban will be as spectacularly unsuccessful as the Doha process. That they again factor in the Taliban as an important piece of Afghan politics, but do not give the Islamic Emirate a veto, because one of the main aspects of the consistency of the Taliban movement under their political vehicle, the Emirate, for the past 30 years has been an insistence upon achieving and retaining a monopoly of political power in Afghanistan, which is the polar opposite of everything which people aspire to, as expressed in the roadmaps, which is pluralism. The Emirate, as long as the Emirate is there, there is no pluralism. There is no possibility of compromise with the Taliban's vision of an Islamic Emirate. Zero. And along that, I mean, it's sort of the sequel of these is everything in a roadmap that any discerning investor will invest in will express Afghan agency. And that will be the sole driver of it, is Afghan agency. And how can you find a vehicle to allow Afghans to have agency, knowing that there's a long tradition in Afghan political discourse denying that Afghans have agency. Everybody spends their whole time asking what the Russians want, what the Americans want, what the regions want. So in a sense, a good roadmap is an antidote to one of the most common tendencies in the political culture. Empirical basis, I mean, this is sort of fairly, each roadmap that we reviewed has got their own list. In a sense, what whoever gets to reconcile the roadmaps is doing is sort of fairly similar to what European political organisations are doing. That just look, there was a political contest around the general elections in July in the UK that like the Labour Party, for example, which delivered victory. They were incredibly careful and also empirically driven in deciding what went into the programme. There are lots of things that they aspire to, and they may even deliver, which they kept out of the programme. They were ruthlessly empirical. And, I mean, Afghans are doing politics. They need the same kind of empiricism, linking primarily to what Afghans will line up behind. To which I mean is that ultimately, what you're looking for in a roadmap, it's a roadmap, and in the English language, the natural thing is people will say a roadmap to die for. But I mean, ideally, in struggle, people have to be prepared to die. But ultimately, we want a roadmap to live for, something to inspire. And that's and for me, even in the last days of the Republic, when I was involved in the process of providing advice and running around and cooperating with various friends in the Republic and the big leaders to save Afghan freedom, and we're trying to find to encourage people to come up with a statement of the Afghan life that they thought was worth defending. And of course the Republic failed to give expression to that. And now there's an attempt, now it's important to do basich, to mobilize people around something, a vision of Afghanistan which is worth living for. I mean, there were common elements in the roadmaps which we reviewed and the other ones which are out there, which is around something to do with democratic pluralism, Islam, and the redistributive economy. The redistributive economy is not in all of them. Some of them, mercifully, it is. But I do think, given Afghanistan is one of the poorest countries in the world, and from the view of Afghan politics that I get in the work of daily chronicling the sort of progression of the Taliban movement and their Islamic Emirate, is that over the past 3 months, in multiple provinces in Afghanistan, in their own way, people have risen against the emirate. It's not yet a Qayyum-e-Umumi, but there have been multiple uprisings, protests, people speaking out in a way that we thought they might not be able to do. Over 3/4 of the grievances which have been expressed by Afghans which have actually come out into the street and stood up to the Taliban have been economic on their basis, which is why I sort of flag the redistributive economy in a roadmap which is worth investing in. David warned me that the concept of constructive ambiguity is like better known in English parlance, in British political culture. But we've actually had some references during the day, and Vienna process is in a very thoughtful way leaving some things out of the agreed documents, not because they couldn't get agreement amongst themselves, but because they realized that in having a common program which stressed the things that we all agree on, around which, in the first place, you're trying to get multiple political tendencies on board around, and you want to take that to the Afghan people, with all the cross-checking, and then basically mobilize the Afghan people around it. There are many issues which are better parked. What is offered in this ambiguous program is unambiguously better than what is today, but some things have to be deferred, and some things we know that different people will take different meanings from it, and so let everybody see their own vision of the future in it, and we can put in place mechanisms in the future to resolve those. Constructive ambiguity has actually helped deliver peace in some parts of the world, and I'm sure that and it's nice having knowing that Wolfgang's involved. He's got some nice case studies of where it's helpful and where it's unhelpful. Also, we've had a couple of references, Vienna and the Supreme Council, to the need to marry the in-country and the out-of-country work. Any process which is obviously just Afghan expatriates, the diaspora, will deliver nothing and will not be taken seriously. Some of the foreigners who are still faffing around trying to do stuff have made a fetish about Kabul-based civil society with some kind of strange vision that by engaging with civil society in Afghanistan, they'll be able to fill some of the void left with the departure of the Republic. If we just talk to the Taliban and Kabul-based civil society, we'll sort things out. Utterly impossible. The Taliban and their Islamic Emirate are authoritarian first and Islamic second. The possibilities of political work under conditions of authoritarianism are completely different, as we know, from a more open society, but it's Afghan authoritarianism and it's 21st century authoritarianism in a situation where Afghanistan is far more globalized than the Afghanistan which existed under the first emirate, and the Taliban do not control all the people all the time or all the territory, and so it is possible to play upon the linkages. It's the kind of dialogue that Wolfgang pointed to about as if somehow that the reconciled version of the roadmaps can take a mandate from the Afghan people, including the people on the ground, I believe is logistically and politically possible, playing upon the space that the Taliban don't control. But remember the earlier point. Don't give the Taliban a mandate. If the UN were trying to do this in a clumsy way and said, okay, we'll just pop over to Maulvi Sab Kabir and ask him if he can, if he'll just sanction us to go and have a nationwide consultation, forget it. You can hold a nationwide consultation. Everybody say we love the Emirates, and they'll say, oh, we don't want Marshal Dostum back. We'll say, nobody offered you Marshal Dostum back, but the Taliban will produce a finding that 34 provinces of Afghanistan say they don't want Dostum, they'd rather have the Taliban. And the point is, it is possible, but an informed political strategy is required to deliver this. Yep, I'm coming up, and almost there. Over the past 3 years, it's been sort of fascinating, and I always feel I'd like to write fiction about the story of how the foreigners put out the message that, I know we don't want the Taliban, but we don't want you to fight against them. And I know they've been fighting for 20 years, and they're still, killing Afghans. But please express a commitment to non-violence, and we'll only talk to people who are involved in non-violence. And any serious Afghan knows that's a fairy story. That personally, I think of the people sitting in this room, the majority of us have like our personal comparative advantage in working in the non-violent parts of struggle. We're all, one way or another, we're all intellectuals. And our brothers, cousins, in some cases sisters, are the ones who would take forward military action. And we understand that actually in Afghanistan, they have to be combined. My personal assessment, and this is the kind of thing that the people who are working on this, we're working it through, is that it was quite well reflected, I felt, actually, in the Supreme Council's document. They referred simultaneously to the political and the civic and the armed elements of the struggle which they envisage. And they put in this, they have this little bit, I get to the point that they, somebody persuaded them they have to put that in. They say, what we're trying to do is put together a negotiating team and we'll negotiate our way out of this. And if it doesn't work, these are the three things we'll do. We'll do politics, we'll do civic resistance, and we'll do military. The first bit is a fairy tale. There is no viable negotiated option now. Negotiations happen later once the situation on the ground has changed significantly as a result of struggle. I suspect that those of us, primarily intellectuals in the room, would love to see as much progress as possible achieved through the civic action and these wonderful ideas. Because in some places delivered. Bangladesh, I mean, in barely 2 weeks, they toppled what had become an authoritarian regime. We know in Myanmar, it's gone a different way. The brave students of Myanmar came out in the streets, launched what was supposed to be a democratic process. The army ruthlessly, with arms, suppressed it, killed them. They went and joined their warlords. And now, after a period of struggle, which is this similar time of struggle as in Afghanistan, they are close to toppling the regime. And if not in 2024, then in early 2025, they will topple the regime in Myanmar as a joined-up civic, political, and military effort. So that but the point is that this is, probably this is the way it's going to be. Yes, of course, one has to think about what the international accutors, don't say things which are going to get you thrown out of the country that you have to be in, but also don't. No Afghans on the ground are going to rise in an appeal to mandate a negotiating process to sit with the Taliban. That's not going to happen. They will rise for a movement which is delivering a better Afghanistan. And I mean, finally, it applies to every one of these points that the investor putting their $1 million in will be looking to see at every point along the way those who are saying, okay, look, this is the roadmap, this is what we've come up with. Have you grounded in Afghan reality? Because so often there are flights of fantasy which deal with the Afghanistan we'd love to see rather than the one that's there, which is interesting enough in itself. So I just sort of stop by saying that given that ultimately, I mean, I think we're sitting in this session because we will all aspire to see a better Afghanistan. I would love to see at least an informal consensus among people asking whether we ask David to take some of this stuff forward, that they get a process of reconciliation of the multiple roadmaps and the processes behind them going, and think not just of the textual work. We've all done drafting. I mean, pulling together draft is always possible. It's actually something going back to what Wolfgang's last point about sort of Vienna and how he sees Vienna as a place and Austria as a place. Think of convening power and critical mass. There will be holdouts and spoilers in any political process, and particularly any Afghan process, but that if there is a convening power, a place, a certain amount of diplomatic backing, that there's some resources behind it, then the Palabins of the world will realize this is the process which is going somewhere. Establish a critical mass, and then you'll find that the roadmap which is developed there, basically people will buy, join, take forward, and deliver change with. Thank you.
We've taken the view in, I mean, I say we, I mean, I'm an advisor on the Vienna process. The Vienna process has taken a view that the exact elements in any future Afghan constitutional arrangement should be something for the future, and that what we're talking about is a process to get to a decision on it. And I just wonder, Shaira, if you're in appealing, we heard from Michael, that to coalition building and the need to be as inclusive as possible, whether putting your stake into something that says federalism is non-negotiable might be something that might lead to your roadmap not winning the widest possible consensus that it needs in order to be the thing that ends up being uniting the country.
Well, when you talk about not, thanks. Can you hear me? When we talk about not negotiable, it's not about not being adaptable to any changes. I'm going to come back to your question. I just took some notes. Mr. Sample said that the Afghanistani politicians, they need to do, or the people, or the emerging ones, they need to do politics, or I don't think they know how to do politics. Because as a politician, you need to be adaptable to changes. You need to be adaptable to bringing new ideas. You need to be adaptable to moving forward, listening to the people.
Changes including federalism being an ultimate goal and not an immediate demand.
Then the country in the past previous 20 years, and they have managed to undermine federalism through all sorts of narratives and actions. And that includes not only the Afghanistani politicians who are against the federalism, but also the international communities. Because let's not forget that Afghanistan we are away from the colonialism, but we are a semi-colonial country. We are dependent on the international. When I say community, it's not like specifically the whole of the international communities, including NGOs and stuff. Certain powers that we were dependent and we are going to be dependent until we solve our own internal matters and then move forward. I think. And the Pashtun, for example, they are Afghan Pashtun politicians. They are against federalism. You will lose because they are losing the hegemony. Nobody wants to share power. Nobody wants to share resources. And the federalism is not about it's sharing power with the rest of with the central
sure.
and
the points you made very well before. Professor Sharani, could I turn to you and perhaps you could pick up this question of has there been? I mean, my answer to that would be, of course, in the time of the Umayyads, the Islamic world was somewhat different to what it is now. So the surrounding environment for in order for Herat to be the jewel of the region was different. But perhaps is there a moment? The 2004 Constitution was based on the 1964 Constitution, and actually, although it was never properly instituted, and I think institutions were never really given the chance they should have been over the last 20 years because there wasn't a political accountability to develop them. So, but could you pick up perhaps those 2 points, and could you answer one question for me? What's the difference between polycentrism and federalism?
One of the important, I will take up your last question.
Yeah.
I think there is a lot of emphasis in Afghanistan on forms of governance and very little on the principles of governance. Polycentrism is probably a form of federalism, or federalism is a form of polycentrism. It's just a language, how it's constructed, I think.
So could we use Michael's constructive ambiguity to perhaps bring polycentralism and federalism into the same constitutional space to make them acceptable to a wider community?
Yeah, I think Michael may not have noticed that's what Nahzat-e-I'timad Milli is doing, that we are talking about local community self-governance. Community self-governance is a kind of ambiguity of polycentrism and federalism. Because if you follow the principles, you will get that form or something similar. And my emphasis again is that I mentioned this, UK is a kingdom, but UK is a polycentric country. It's actually, in its management, it's almost federal because it's community self-governed. And it's, in the United States, it's the same thing. It's federal, but the principle is community self-governance. It municipalities, it counties, it state, at federal level.
Tocqueville.
So, yeah, so it doesn't matter. I'm not concerned about bringing monarchy back in Afghanistan if the principle of governance is allowed to be community self-governance. At the Wulaswali level, at the village level, Wulaswali level, provincial level, and federal level, central government level. These are workable. We need to focus on principles, not on structure. The mention was parliamentary system is a kind of decentralized that Mr. Pashtun mentioned, or federalism. And our proposal is, I think, responsive to both of them, that if you allow community self-governance, you will get both of these things.
Yeah, you describe your, we'll come back to you in a minute.
Yeah.
You describe your movement as a current in your document, not a motherland party or a political party.
It's not a party, it's a movement.
Yeah, what does current mean?
Jiriyan.
Oh, Jiriyan. No, it's a movement, it's not a Jiriyan, it's a Nahzat. Nahzat is more for sort of reform-oriented, and our aim really is to produce ideas about getting a better system of governance, not necessarily aspiring to govern the country. That's not our interest. In fact, that's why we don't have even Asasnama, that most of the other people sort of structure, we have central committee and we have this committee and that committee and so is there. We're not interested in that. We are interested in providing people of Afghanistan. It's a very important issue again. We have two audiences. One is the people inside Afghanistan and those who are outside. But the second very important one is the international community, which has been talked about a great deal, that they are not interested right now and blah, blah. But look, what is really different in the question that was asked, Ambassador Petraeus, was Vienna in Bonn. And I think the answer that Ambassador Petraeus provided was very, very important and critical. In Bonn, Afghans didn't have anything to offer. They were just collected, brought there from this party, and that party, and then they were told, form a government and go in. To do what? See, the darn Taliban governed the country for 6 years. They were thrown out. And then what came after that? So if we got rid of them, then what? Back to the same circle. And that's why it's so important that we have, you see, in the last many years, I think, people, especially since the Taliban took power, and even David has asked me, maybe this in Vienna, what do you Afghans want? Is there an alternative to Taliban? The problem is that we need to create a political address.
And does it, yeah, we do, and
Yeah.
which is absolutely what we're trying to do here,
Exactly.
and to get to concrete things. Is there a moment you could reach back to say...
I wanted to ask Dr. Ahmad, there is no return to history. That's just simple principle. What history is to get lessons, learn lessons from it so that you can build your future. It's not going back. There is no way of going back to Timurids or anybody else because the world is changed. We need to adapt to this condition. If there was anything good about Timurid period or any other period, because they promoted certain positive things, literature, arts, a certain form of governance, but those things are not possible to do the same way today. We have to accomplish those goals by other means.
To keep the conversation going, Shara was bursting to come in, and then I'll come back to you. Shara?
Thank you so much.
Sorry,
Go ahead. Thank you so much. The first thing is that I want to emphasize into is that the whole idea of federalism is to, as I'm emphasizing on this fact, to power sharing mechanism. The whole idea of conflict comes from sharing power and resources, mainly. And if we not, I want to ask Mr. Sharani, what is the purpose of this community self-governance? Will the governance have authority to bring changes to the communities? Will they have authority to bring changes to the educational system, for example? Will they have the authority to change the way they treat their women, and for example, in the States? Will they have the authority to change the laws in their states?
Just before you answer that, one from here.
Yeah, it's just a clarification,
Yeah.
because in UNDP you are working on decentralization. Federalism is the end state of decentralized countries. So it is a form of governance, but polycentralism is new. I mean, this is something...
The concept is new.
The concept is new. But it's all about the degree. I mean, you asked about the difference between polycentralism and federalism. So it's about the degree of devolution of power. So in decentralized systems, so you give certain power to peripheries to manage their affairs, but in federal system, so they can hold elections. But any country moving towards decentralization or federalism without preparation and capacity will be chaotic.
Shira says your polycentric local government is powerless. What?
No, I think it is not. You see, if the problem, I think, is that we can assume that in a polycentric organization there is no center. Or even federalism, a lot of people think, there is no center, or some people assume there has to be a very strong federal center in order to be able to manage these out things.
How would they manage resources?
No, the way we conceive it is that you need to have a central government. In Afghanistan, in the past, central government is the only thing we have had. Its branches being in the provinces and its branches being in the districts. Okay, and they made the law, they implemented the law, and they oversaw the law, everything. What we propose is that central government should make the national laws. Its implementation should be given to the elected local governments at the district level, at the provincial level, and so forth. Central government should maintain the oversight over the implementation of the law. So there is a check and balance.
Hold on, Shira, go on.
But isn't it what you're describing? You're describing literally federalism.
Well, if you want to see, that's where again the ambiguity that we were talking about.
Well, I like it. I like it. Wolfgang, could you pass the microphone over here?
I think Mr. Vice
Hold on. Yes, please. Sorry. Yes, please. Sorry. Yeah.
The matter for me is it's not. Please don't mind because of your roadmaps that you're proposing. I mean, this is not against any of these roadmaps.
But
it's against all of it. But no, my point is like this. For me personally, we can't blame the system. The system in itself cannot be blamed. Whether it's a central government, whether tomorrow the federalism will not work, decentralization will not work. For me, it's that human resources, the people who will run the system.
Yeah.
If we do not have the people who can understand what federalism is, are we talking about geographical federalism? Are we talking about ethnic federalism? Are we talking about economic federalism? Are we talking about cultural federalism? What type of federalism are we talking about? What type of decentralization we are talking about? The problem is not with the political system that centralizes working or federalism. Yes, I agree that federalism, decentralization will give more power to the people, but it does not eliminate, it does not guarantee corruption, it does not guarantee weak governance. Now, let me add one more point onto that, because yesterday I mentioned about these madrasas, 12 madrasas. At the early 20th century, we had 12 provinces. Now we have 34, 36. 34. Now, if we build federalism or any type of decentralization on the basis of the current administrative system and administration division of Afghanistan, you are making a huge mistake. And that mistake is because this administrative system, these 36 provinces, are very political and are very manipulation of ethnic division and subdivisions. So for me, it's we have a very long way to go and to make the real debates to understand what is that we want, first of all. And then, are we rushing into all these systems? I'm not saying that we should not make an attempt to try it, but if the people are not there to run, it's like, for me, it's like in Afghanistan we have 150 universities, institutions of higher education. I'm happy that they are there building some capacity so students can be observed. Are there really universities and institutions of higher education in the real sense of the matter? No, I'm an educationist.
Yeah. We're a subject for another conversation, actually.
Yeah,
But let's say,
that we need to, we need to build the people, we need to build the capacity.
Yes,
who will be able to
and I think it's worth saying, and this was mentioned yesterday, but just to clarify, repeat again, we have an extraordinary human resource in Afghanistan that was built over the last 20 years, since 2001, and we're going to lose it. The Taliban took over a very different country than the country they took over last time, and we don't have very long, because as Zia Siraj was saying this morning, there are thousands and thousands of young men being trained to be suicide bombers at the moment. There are no girls who are being educated at all. They're locked up at home with God knows what kind of domestic violence. And we really need to treat this matter with some urgency in order to capitalize on the successes, actually, of the last 20 years of the international community and of Afghanistan in building a completely different country where women had different expectations, not just in the cities, but in some pretty remote rural locations. Things had changed, and we need to sort of hold on to those human resources and try to give them something. Come back to that. Wolfgang has been trying to get in, and then we'll come back to the...
I fully agree with you. This is very also my concern, what we are doing is highly time sensitive. Yeah, we need to, on the one hand, we need to work very systematically, and this is an example, I believe. Yeah, but on the other hand, we must not lose the time dimension. Within a few years, there's going to be a wholly different young generation and a wholly different Afghanistan. That's the problem we need to face. But I want to come back to, I would like to add to the complexity and tell you a little bit about my personal experience as the international administrator of the post-war Bosnia-Herzegovina. Of course, I already mentioned it far smaller. But what the peace accords, the Dayton, so-called Dayton Peace Accords, the American imposed constitution in 1995 in Bosnia-Herzegovina did, it constructed a consociational, it's called, system, which is of course power sharing to the ultimate. It created three constituent peoples. There's no absolute majority there. The Muslim Bosnians are the relatively biggest group. Then the second, they are of course Muslim, call themselves Bosniaks. Then you have the Serbs as the second largest group. They are Eastern Orthodox. And the third group is the Croats. They are Roman Catholic. These three have basically divided, or they got the right to divide the country amongst themselves. And it's still today, more than 25 years later, they are stuck in this.
So looking back, that division was a mistake.
Yes. What I want to say with this is when you look into decentralizing, when you look into federalism and this stuff, you need to be extremely careful, and you have to study each and every single aspect of what you are wishing for or what you are actually putting into the constitution, or whatever it is. So what I would like to say is now, and that's a bit on a lighter note, I would say, I think, of course, the Federalist Papers from the United States. I think it would be time to write Afghan Federalist Papers, you know,
That's what
to
we're trying to
study, you know, to study really what would be, knowing you are also knowledgeable, you have lived there, you study practical examples like Bosnia. It's small, but still, you know, there are few others out there. What worked in Afghanistan? What did not work?
We need Michael's $1 million investor to
and then
to
of course
subsidize it.
and,
make it
and,
possible.
and that would be my pitch for the million for the angel investor.
Shara, God, you've been bursting again to get in.
I need to. Why not? I'm the only woman in here representing a political party. Yes. So ladies should be always going first, isn't it? But anyways, what I was trying to say that we do have as you mentioned, and I do agree with you, and we had a discussion about this, that we need to bring more young people into the table. And also we need to bring more women who can decide for themselves. I really don't like a room of men sitting there deciding for the future of women of Afghanistan. And for that, we need to build capacity, and we need to educate these women into becoming the future leaders, not a symbolic versions that we had in the past, and I'm sorry to say this, but a proper woman who can actually come sit down and decide on policies, on laws, and things like that for their country and for themselves. And for that, in the past 20 years, as you said, we did build this capacity actually in Afghanistan. And when I see a woman from Afghanistan coming, living in exile after the takeover, I think I see a lot of talents in them. And we need to bring them to the table of negotiation. Unfortunately, we still see the same people. We still see the same narrative. We still see the same bandwagon theories. We need to change. And when I say that people are not ready for change, it's because I have worked across, and I've talked to across all of these political leaders, previous political leaders. I've read about 20 roadmaps. And I'm telling you, none of them are proposing change. They're scared of change because change takes power. Change takes hegemony of the power that we are struggling to take away. And we are bringing new changes. As you said, even, trust me, even the Taliban, we see in the leadership, we see these old people, but on the ground, there are 18, 19, 20 years old who have fought and who thought that they're fighting for jihad. But now, throughout this, let them experience what the federalists, the young people under federalism has experienced. This is a corrupt. They need to know who their government or whatever they're thinking the Taliban are.
Okay.
So they're going to change.
We have 5 minutes left and 2 more people to speak.
Okay.
I would say there's a very significant women's representation in Vienna. Probably about a third.
More of them are women.
More. Well, it's not. It's not more than half. Close. Final thought, Professor Shahani.
The final thoughts is to what Shahida was saying. What we are faced with is change, a radical transformative change in Afghan society. For change, normally you have to have a message of change that addresses the question of what is the problem and what are the solutions and how you're going to deliver that solution. Okay? That's the message. Message has to have a group of messengers who can communicate that effectively to both people inside Afghanistan, and believe me, there are young men from inside Afghanistan, when they call, or I call them, they say, we are at our sort of last breath. We need some change. What should we do? They don't have, yes, we have 60% of the population who are below the age of 25, I'm told. And a lot of them are well trained, at least educationally, but they may not have any idea of what to do for the country. There is no message. They're looking for a message. We need to produce that message. And we need to turn them to become messengers. The third thing you need is organization. You have to organize, coordinate. You have to get people, both outside and inside, to essentially deliver what needs to be delivered. And the last thing to be successful is to become adaptive. Change your message when it's required. change your messengers if required, and change your organization when required. If you don't do these things, you're not going to succeed. The movement for change will fail. And if you're successful in delivering a good message by good messengers and being adaptive and having a good organizational skills, you're going to transform the society.
Michael, you put all
And that's it.
You put all these questions on the table. 2 minutes. What have you heard? What do you take away?
Well, I'm going to say what I would like. I would like to leave this meeting knowing that at least we've done some, I don't know, like given a dua to
a blessing.
Yeah, we've blessed somebody amongst this group here to try and take forward these ideas in as practical a way as possible.
Yeah. Bless me. Give me dua.
And it should be in Afghan terms. Of course, it should be a jirga. There should be a small group of people who actually can collectively have got some convening power. Take it forward and write back to us in 3 months what they've managed to do in their engagement with we know the key tendencies and figures who are out there. I would just love to give a blessing to an appropriate handful of people who could just try and do something over the next 3 months and tell us what they've achieved. Getting just something around that they convening these and a little bit on helping out on ensuring that there is convening power, the kind of convening power that Wolfgang was has already got some of and is dreaming of more.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the panel for a really interesting hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce Professor Turag Dayari, who is director of the Dr. Samuel Jolden Centre for Persian Studies in the Cultural School of Humanities. His research has focused on ancient and early medieval history of Iran, specifically the Syrian Empire. He has worked on Middle Persian literature, editing and translating several texts with commentary on geography, dinner speeches, chess and badminton. He is also interested in the history of Zoroastrianism in late antiquity and its encounter with Islam. He is director of the Yami Irani Bastan, the International Journal of Ancient Iranian Studies, as well as the electronic journal DABIR, the Digital Archives of Brief Notes and Iranian Review, the Late Antiquity Near East project. His articles have appeared both in English and Persian Iranian Studies, Iran, Iranic, Studia Iranica, Res Originalis, Historia, Electum, the Indo-Iranian Journal, the Journal of Indo-European Studies, Iranishani, Iran Nami, Nami Barasan, and Nami Iran Ibanasan. Thank you very much.
Hello, thank you for this kind introduction. Do I begin or?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you so much. I hope you can hear me. I wish I was in Cambridge. Unfortunately, I'm stuck in California, which I think is a bit hotter than where you are. It's a distinct pleasure to be part of the Massoud conference, Mosaic of Afghanistan. I thought, what could an ancient early historian contribute to the issues of Afghanistan today? And I guess the theme of unity of this Iranic civilization, as I discussed it with Mr. Zalmay Nishat, who I thank for making the suggestions, and of course the invitation of Dad Khoda, or what we call Dadiev, who I met in Mexico, came to my mind. That is the importance of Afghanistan from a cultural historical point, not only for the Afghan people today, but I think for what Mrs. Ahmad said, the Iranic people, people all the way from Tajikistan and Uzbekistan, all the way to modern Iran and beyond. So I will not take too much time because I know this is the end of the conference and people are tired, but let me just give you a preview of what I am thinking of why Afghanistan, to my mind as an ancient historian, is important. Many moons ago, about 3 years ago, I first edited a geographical Middle Persian, a Pahlavi text from late antiquity about the Sasanian Kushan period. And while the geography is plain to see and we'll discuss about it, it talks about the horizon of this Iranic people, what they claim to be Iran Shah, the land of the Aryans or the Aryas or the Iranians. And what struck me is not only the geography, but the traditions and the histories and the epic that is weaved around individual cities is of utmost importance. That is, a city provides not only the topography of it, but all the important events that have taken place. I think Arzu Azad may be there. She's done a wonderful book on Balkh in relation to Fazl al-Balkh as well, where the city of Balkh has its own saints and its important personages and history. So this text is the proto, like a Fazl al-Balkh, if you want to say, and it has so much to offer. And it's from there that I kind of began with this idea of an Iran Shah, as this text calls, which would go back to an Aryanam Kheshatra in Old Iranian, the empire of the Aryans or the Iranians. We get its northeastern version as Aryan Shah, those who are in tune with Aryana and the important provinces there would know. And its eastern purview of this land in this Middle Persian text is Samarkand. And Samarkand and the stories that is associated with Kavus in this region, but also Sogd, Balkh, Kharaz, Marv, Herat, Tus, and Nishapur. It is really what it calls this Iranic world. It is clearly visioned what cities, where at least in the 6th, 7th century of Common Era was this great world of ours. And just a few centuries later, when we get to the Muqaddameh Shahnameh Abu Mansuri, the preface to the Shahnameh that is, only survives, it clearly tells us that Iran Shah as Ruda Amuyast ta Ruda Furat. Iran Shah is from Oxus to Euphrates. And that is its sort of this vision of the world that we're talking about it. And obviously, an important part of this is Afghanistan. And you cannot really escape this if you go 2 millenniums earlier into the Avestan world and the important Avestan texts of the ancient Iranic people, where our homeland as a collective seems to be this Aryana Vaja, which the Videvda, the first chapter of the Avesta, calls it is a really cold place. It has 10 months of winter and only 2 months, and those 2 months are also very difficult. Here's a map that I'm showing you. I'm going to show you a better map and a suggestion that has been given by Franz Grenet, an important scholar in Paris, as well as Michael Witzel, who've been debating where are these 16 lands that the Videvda, this ancient Iranian collection of hymns, tell us were, and where is the homeland? And so if the Aryana Vaja is the homeland up here, these are these other places that are being discussed. Look at the map. Where are they? It's Afghanistan at the middle of this thing. And I'd like really what Dagi Dagiev's forthcoming book discusses, that indeed Tajikistan and the border, this Aryana Vaja, would be the sort of the homeland of these people who steadily move westward. Now, Aryana Vaja is an issue of its discussion of identity is difficult, but again, as I said, Dagi Dagiev's forthcoming book, I think, has plenty to say, about 150-page introduction to this massive tome, where we hear in the Avesta the rulers, heroes, and villains, they all make sacrifice to this important deity, Ardavisura Anahita, by the river Banhuva deity, which later is associated with Behrud, and in the late antiquity with Helmand, with Afghanistan. So even if we move this original homeland of the Iranian people from Tajikistan, it still ends up in Helmand. That's the epicenter. This Aryanam Vaja Bankuva deity. And so Afghanistan seems to be quite important for this pan-Hellenic people as a center of history, as a locus of memory, and a place of movement. I am going to just take one province or section of Afghanistan, which also borders with Iran and modern Iran and Afghanistan. Share that Sistan. I'm just going to give you an example of how much history to each of these places are attached. And sometimes we overlook it. I'm not insulting, of course, anybody's intelligence here, but in general, for the Afghan, for the sort of the modern Iranian Tajik population, what do these people, these places really mean? There was a Helmand and Sistan project in Afghanistan in the 1970s. An archaeological survey that was quite successful. And only recently, in 2019, Mitchell Allen and Truesdale have published this important work, Early Iron Age Culture of Sistan, Afghanistan. And thanks to current Professor Charity, who pointed me to the article, where they did a survey of the Sistan landscape in the Iron Age. And what you find in Sistan, for example, Qala 169, that is one of these qalas. As you can see, a number of them exist here in the Sistan Basin. It gives us a rich understanding of the settlement of people, and these are probably Iranic people who moved there. In fact, these qalas and the locations by the river basins really matches the hydrology of Zamiyat Yasht, the great Yasht of the Avesta, which is really our epic and mythical and cultural history of all the Iranian people. Where these things unfold is along the Hamun Helmand, where at least 6 of the rivers in this Zamiyat Yasht, Khwastra, Waspa, Fradata, Khwaranaytabi, Ushtabaiti, Urvada, Erezi, Zarumaiti, and Hautaman have been identified, and they match with the Tarikh Sistan, which Gerard Nioli has worked on. So this is the importance of a region like Sistan. If you want to further go on, in the ancient Iranic sort of apocalyptic eschatological tradition, it is the Lake Kayansib and its important center, Kuh Khajem, which were the devotional center for these people, the Iranian people, where the savior in the Zoroastrian tradition will come from Lake Hamun. So all of this history is attached to these important places. Again, not to toot my own horn, about 25 years ago, almost 30 years ago, one of the first things I did was to translate a short Middle Persian text called Shegefti va Barjestegi Sistan, which is again a micro-history of Sistan and its cultural value. It's not just about the sea, its lake, and it's not about its only mountains, but all the important personages attached to this place. So we see a proto-Tarikh Sistan, a proto-Tarikh Bath already in late antiquity, and the only one that we have is about Sistan and nowhere else. Where Fereydun shows up, this guy named Tuj, which apparently is Turat, my namesake, shows up. Vishtasp Shah, the Zoroastrian religion takes shape. So it's that type of importance that Sistan has. To make it even more popular, of course, in the Pahlavi text Shahristani Haya Iran Shah, passage 37 says the city of Farah and city of Zabulistan was made by Rostam, king of Sistan, Sistan Shah. And of course, everyone who is from our region and from Afghanistan probably knows well Rostam, whose etymology probably means strong as a river. We find in Sistan a Rostam Sagzi, a Scythian, who has a qal'eh, right there, qal'eh Sistan, named after him. So you got layers of first century Scythian Iranians, you have older tradition. And this Rostam is inheritor of a prototype of an Iranian hero, whose name is Kershaspa, Yashasp, who's the middle name of my son, by the way, who carries the epitaph of Nairiumana, Nariman, having a heroic mind. And he's in the Avesta of the Samar clan. And so Gershas Same Nariman is one person who in later Persian becomes three, and his mace is adopted by Rustam, and other things are taken from him. He's the important Iranic and also, to some way, Afghan hero as well, that must be known. I give you the importance of this. Again, I wrote something about the great event that takes place in the west of the Gershas, who appears to be in the Middle Persian text and in epic, somewhere between Kabul and Zabul. It's really interesting. It's that world that he's operating. Again, in the Vida of the Avesta, this nymph, Pyrrhica, Khenataiti, latches onto him, which either makes him sin or die. There's some sort of a confusion and different tradition. Thanks to Martin Schwartz, when I wrote this article, he suggested to me, look at what you have as Vaikerta in Ptolemy's geography. See if you could, in his book, find it, and you can, because there's a place called Bagarda in Ptolemy, which I've put the map here. It's not a very good map, but if you search Ptolemy and search Bagarda, is probably the namesake of Vaikerta. It's again here, close to Kabul, that this tradition associated with Gershas takes place. And that is why all of these characters are important. Lastly, not to take more of your time, the great Iranic forest, what the Avesta calls Spaita Razura, the white forest. Razura means grove forest. In the Ramyasht of the Avesta, it is the meeting ground of all Iranic tribes. What Gershevich beautifully called the pan-Iranian forest, where the various Iranian tribes met, and there were totems according to his views. If you look at the Farvardin-Yasht, there is the Sairima, descendants of Sad, Turia, of my own namesake, and Iraj, and other ones, Dahe and others, who would have come together. Now, we have the Middle Persian version of the Spitz Razur, white forest. But another term has been also used, which was kind of a mystery. It was Arus Razur. It was read as such in Middle Persian, and they made Arus into white. Most recently, Mr. Nikosian has shown that, in fact, this term is not Arus Razur, but Tus Razur, the forest of Tus. Now, by Tus here, we probably are talking about the forest of Hirkania, and a bit there. So it seems that these important events take place in Tus Razur as Ud Marv Zartushtan, and Marv, where Zartusht is from. I'm not going to really take more of your time, but I want you to see what I'm trying to say, that there's a unity to this view and the past of this Iranian world. And when one part of it is in danger, it really affects all of us. And I, as a scholar, as a teacher, I think something else that needs to be projected for the people of Afghanistan, modern Afghanistan, Iran and Tajikistan, is education, education, education. We must tell them and say more about the importance of the land that they've been living for thousands of years, which means to so many people in the region. And this whole underlying history that makes it so important and precious. I think, as the great Afghan leader once said, as a scholar, I would say amaliyat ma be khatir adabiyat mas. Yes, but I would say furthermore, and he probably meant by adabiyat more, that amaliyat ma be khatir farhang و adabiyat و farhang و tamaddun mas. It's a fight for culture and heritage, and I think that can also open up minds and bring new vision to the youth in Afghanistan of how important their land and their culture is. Thank you.
I begin with a keynote speaker by Sir Lord Bristow, who spoke in the first day, and what was important, obviously, to take out, made a remarkable speech where he raises several interesting points of the facts that led to the failure of the mission in Afghanistan. However, as he states that these are really fundamental lessons to take away from what happened and how things could be done differently. More importantly, he mentioned that we should never give up in our fight and being consistent, asking right and difficult questions, no matter of whether we receive correct or appropriate answers. Going to the panel 1, Dr. Said Reza brought back the discussion around the topic of Khorasan. According to the Bactrian documents dated to the 8th and 10th century, correct? And what do we learn from the structure and the layer of power and how it was managed? The study of these sources has been examined to look at as a solution for modern Afghanistan's political situation and decentralizing of political power. Dr. Meshgan Masumi, music and poetry have and were a power of the social changes throughout of our history and the form of resistance movement throughout human history. And in particular during the Soviet invasion and twice during Taliban takeover of the country, Musiqi Muqawimat. The instrument of the form of resistance has been a Persian language and has been reflected. The best reflection was the example of the Shahnameh Ferdowsi. Mr. Nabi Saqi, Invisible East Project, clearly the discovery of the documents in Ghur in 1991, which provides us with a source of a better understanding and learning about the history of the region many centuries back. But most importantly, the system of management, taxation, some of the important figures of the time, their position and the system of management, which are still important for our context. Moving to the panel 2, Professor Amin Saikal, in his talk, he raised several credible and legitimate questions, which from the political science perspective can bring the fundamental issue of legitimacy and the very existence of Afghanistan as a country. As he argues, Afghanistan has never had a national consensus over the form of the function of a government capable of monopolizing force in exercising power. Also, on a legitimate basis, the country's destiny has been shaped by the powerful individual or strongmen, families, clans, tribes, and ethnic groups from different points of the political and social spectrum, often associated with the foreign powers. Dr. Omar Sadr, on the same panel, has argued that a polycentric order will perpetuate the objectified practice of Islam and neglect the danger of Islamist destructive threat to the system if it does not adhere to pluralism. The top-down centralized state structure imposed by Taliban is destined to the failure, and it will never succeed in very diverse country in terms of religious and ethnic identity of the people. So perhaps the federalism would be one of the possible options for the future of Afghanistan. Dr. Yahya Baiza, in his presentation, has demonstrated the educational system has been casualty in Afghanistan because both the religious and state have been trying to use the education for their benefit, but rather for the sake of educating people to learn and study the important disciplines with the aim of acquiring knowledge, which would ultimately bring development and prosperity for the people and the country. The frequent manipulation of the education system for political ends has hindered the country's progress and continues to pose challenges for its future. Panel 3, External Causes of Political Instability in Afghanistan. Dr. Ahmad Rashid Salim titled the presentation "With Eyes Wide Open on Deen and Dunya," where the scholar brought a very insightful discussion on the concept of Deen and Dunya into play by pointing out the misunderstanding, the etymology of the Deen, and by the extension, its key functions. Keeping balance between these two key terms is one of the ways for moving forward. while the absence such as expansive understanding contributes to confuse borders and boundaries of both. Ambassador Mr. Mirwais Balkhi discussed various aspects of the impact and influences of the foreign countries in geopolitical life of the country, where each of these countries, starting from the neighboring countries to the major world powers, trying to maintain their interest in the country. As a result, we are in this current awkward political situation, faced with the outcome of the constant foreign interference, such as Taliban. Panel 4, Mr. Orfan Badakhshani brought into discussion the issue of constitutions and the disputes involved with the current constitutions of Afghanistan, if there is such. Mr. Bashir Mobashir, Afghanistan's history of the constitutionalism is marked by frequent changes, each reflecting the national complex and conflict-ridden political landscape. The scholar offers valuable lessons for the design and durability of the constitutions in post-prone and transitional states. Dr. Zulfia Abau argues that the 2004 constitutions failed to adequately represent this legal pluralism, rendering it largely symbolic and irrelevant in the context of customary law practices, which clearly demonstrates the lack of understanding of the Afghanistan's context by trying to implement something which is not relevant to the political and cultural context of the country. Panel 5, the concept of inclusive representation and democracy and the problem of hegemony, 2001 and 2021. Munazza Ebtikar presentation was on collective memory and wartime governance in contemporary Afghanistan. Her study shows that adopting collective memory as an analytical framework moves beyond state-centric analysis of the governance. It offers insight into how shared narrative of the past imbue present actions within meaning, particularly during political upheavals. Dr. Nasir and Ahmad Andisha talk was focused on the main causes of the collapse and attempts to offer an uncompleted yet inclusive practice by explaining the underlying strategy, structure, and historical factors that had and still having their impact on the political life of Afghanistan. Dr. Nematullah Bizhan, same panel, Pathway to the Lasting Stability in Afghanistan, the Role of Inclusivity and Representation. According to the scholar, the Taliban's return to power and the reestablishment of the totalitarian theocratic regime have reversed many of the social and political gains made during the Republican era, leading to economic decline, violation of fundamental rights, and deteriorating relationship with the global community. And the last panel was Post-Taliban Rethinking of Power 2021, the multiple crises of human rights, terrorism, economy, humanitarian situation, and politics. Dr. Sarajuddin Isar paper examines the political economy of aid and its impact on domestic political dynamics, shifts in power relations, order fragility, and state-building efforts that has had contrasted effect on the functionality of the political marketplace, leading of different outcomes in terms of order and fragility of the government in Afghanistan. Mr. Ahmad Zia Sarraj, in his speech, briefly examined the developing terrorist threats under the rule of Taliban and its implication for the Afghanistan people and to the regional countries as well as the whole world. He also emphasized some of the ways and actions or priorities of how to prevent or minimize these threats of the terrorist groups in the future. And the last presentation on the panel was Ramin Kamangar. The presentation surveys the situation of human rights in Afghanistan after taking power by Taliban in 2021. The study offers a special focus on the condition of women and girls in Afghanistan, which increasingly has been defined as a gender apartheid. Personally, I just draw some points. Very briefly, I will highlight them. What was the outcome of each of these discussions or panel in general and into points. So the first one, the political culture has to be changed in Afghanistan, which could probably include the name of the country. One of the alternative names has been mentioned in several of the presentations today and yesterday. Second, restructuring religious education or completely reform of the religious education. This can be applicable not only to Afghanistan, but Pakistani madrasa system as well, as it's not only destabilizing the neighboring countries, but also challenging the stability of Pakistan itself. Point 3, interference of neighboring countries in Afghanistan's internal affairs. Again, Pakistan is number one, but other countries, including major world powers. Point number 4, the need for the constitution, which could reflect on the history, cultural context of the country and its diverse ethnic and religious groups. Point 5, decentralization has been emphasized in most of the presentations, and federalism is seen as one of the viable options for the future of Afghanistan. Point 6, gender issue, which also needs to be addressed, not only reflecting in the constitution of the country, but also the need for the mechanisms for its implementation. Point number 7, roadmap which must be taken into consideration the interest of the entire country and the diversity of the country in order to receive the nationwide support. And the last point regarding the final panel, which actually was a roundtable to critically assess the political roadmaps of various political entities. We would like to kindly ask Mr. David Loin to continue the conversation as suggested by Professor Michael Semple to give a report within 3 months. Yes, your Amin has received blessings. Also, on behalf of Mosaic, we would like to thank a group of entrepreneurs originally from Afghanistan, mostly based in London, who have generously provided financial support to make this conference possible. Also, a number of friends and individuals have contributed financially and would like to name them here. Mr. Halim Husseini, Mr. Fayaz Maizamior, and Mr. Sarwar Afzali, Lord Cranbourne, Mr. David Game, a director of Mosaic Foundation, Dr. Ehsan Ahmadi, Mr. Jamil Kambakhsh, Dr. Qudrat Shafiq, Mr. Wahid Wali, Mr. Abdul Bostoni of GAU in Scotland, Mr. Karim Kohyar of AAMU Association in Birmingham. There are too many people to thank for their logistic and administrative work, but particularly we would like to thank Mr. Mayor Azizi, a director of Mosaic, Mr. Shaira Karimi, Engineer Karim Afzali, Mr. Navid Rasool, team member of the Mosaic. Shall I read them again? Sorry, I didn't notice that. So I should have waited a little bit. But as time is...
Mr. Gupta, will you finish?
Mariam Azizi, a director of Mosaic, for their support and even personally going through the channel. And also we would like to give a special thank to Mr. David Cecile, a director of Mosaic, for his support even personally going through a challenging time. We would like to thank our Cambridge University students, volunteers, who really worked hard to put this conference together. Daisy Henderson, Peter Murphy, and Red Tetic, right? Rather Tetic, right? Above all, I would like to thank all of the members of the academic board of the Cambridge Afghanistan series for assisting Mosaic to put the concept note of the year's conference together and assisting us to make it possible. I also have the honor of being a board member. It's important to mention Ms. Hana Husseini, who has kindly accepted to help the board members to receive all papers given in this conference for publication, either in special journal issue or the Cambridge Afghanistan series website New Thinking page. Last but not least, I would like to thank all of our panelists, panel chairs and discussants to accept to be part of this conference, as the conference owes its existence to them. Some of them came from long distances, and some of them had to stay up to almost all night to give their presentation online due to time zone differences. For example, Dr. Mijgan Masumi had to stay up until almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Finally, we would like to thank Sir Laurie Bristow, the president of Hughes Hall College, and his excellent team for hosting the conference and for delivering this fantastic keynote speech. Also for hosting Pro Cultural Night, we would want to thank Dr. Gillian Tett, the provost of King's College, Cambridge, as well as for her amazing keynote speech. We would love to thank our musicians and poets for making our cultural night unforgettable. Also, we would like to thank Professor Alexander Morrison, Professor Turaj Daryoi, for delivering their keynote speech. I do apologize if I missed any of the names. The list is very long, and you may have to stay another night if I keep going on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.